Of course, Mindy didn't hate the current V, but found it interesting. For little girls, they didn't find mercurial changes annoying, except when it came to boyfriends. Most importantly, he was cool. As long as he became even cooler, there was no problem. V was using 2 revolvers, he was both accurate and cool. She just had to say something to him. Luke reloaded and chuckled without saying anything. He had only used 2 revolvers, but he had already killed more than 20 criminals. If it were any other gun, there wouldn't be any survivors here. She wouldn't be able to help. Isn't it better not to make you feel useless? Sigh, too young. You need to study more. Luke made a decision. Mindy didn't know that her grumbling had created a big problem for her. She had already charged out of the stairwell and attacked the 5 remaining criminals on the 28th floor. Relying on her new armor, she jumped between the corners and the furniture as she fired. Compared with Luke's targets who had been killed in one shot, these 5 criminals were much more unlucky. Mindy's bullets rained down on them, and the luckiest was only shot twice. The most miserable was shot 5 times, and he died gasping for breath. Luke didn't intervene in the small battle. He simply stood at the foot of the stairs with his arms crossed like an onlooker. Suddenly, he heard footsteps on the stairs above him. Hurry up and go down. The enemy is on the 28th floor. Where's the anti-explosion shield? Take it down first and everyone follow behind. Leaning against the wall, Luke raised an eyebrow. What a professional. The anti-explosion shield would open the way for the others to follow. This was a standard police tactic for an indoor raid. If it were Damon and Mindy here, these people might really be able to charge down. Now. Luke bent his right hand lazily. He didn't fully raise the Colt Python, but pointed it at the corner of the stairs from under his left armpit. Bang! Bang! The anti-explosion shield which had just appeared was hit, and the second bullet hit the criminal's right foot, blowing half of it off. The criminal screamed and rolled down the stairs with the shield. Luke ignored him. The criminal had to carry the shield with both hands instead of a gun. He was lucky that he didn't fall to his death. Before the person who had one hand on the shoulder of the criminal holding the shield realized what was going on, his left hand was suddenly empty, but his body was pitching forward from the inertia. Just like that, a string of criminals popped up from around the corner of the stairs. Bang! 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 The 4 criminals who were moving too fast were shot in the chest and abdomen. They hit the wall and rolled down the stairs. Luke then unhurriedly reloaded the Colt Python. On the stairs, the criminals who had stopped in time were sweating. The black, fat leader, who was still on the 29th floor, didn't know what was going on. He roared, "Why did you stop? Charge! Charge down!" The criminals in the lead vehemently cursed this fat mother***cur in their hearts as they yelled, "Leroy, they killed Darm." Tommy and the others didn't have cover and were killed. The fat man was stunned. Dead? How? Darm was the criminal who had been holding the shield. Logically speaking, he would be the most protected by the anti-explosion shield. Ordinary rifles couldn't penetrate that police-issue shield. It would be very difficult for him to die instantly. In fact, the man with the shield wasn't dead. He had only been knocked unconscious when he fell. But of course, the criminals would say that he was dead, or Leroy would force them to go down. One of the criminals shouted as he retreated, "There's a guy down there who's too good. He's too ruthless. He killed 5 people in front of him in one shot. Darm couldn't even block it with the shield. He died in 2 shots." Leroy didn't believe it at all, but the other criminals all nodded. "Really, there's a sharpshooter down there. Tommy and the others aren't moving. I saw a lot of blood. There are huge holes in their chests. They won't survive." The criminals spoke in rapid fire, as if they were doing a group talk show. Luke listened with great interest. He watched Mindy eliminate the remaining criminals on the 28th floor and evaluated the strength of this violent girl. At the moment, Mindy was far stronger than her peers. The truly outstanding thing about her were the quick reflexes which she inherited from her father. There were a few moments when she moved almost at the same time as the criminals and shot them dead. This was similar to Luke's close-range shooting and agility. It was just that Mindy had achieved this based only on her own talent and some professional training, so it wasn't deemed real gunfighting skills in the system. Maybe he could teach her some gunfighting. This violent little girl was worth grooming, and her father Damon had already brought her down a different path. It was impossible for her to return to the life of an ordinary girl. If Luke trained her for a few years beforehand, and waited until she was an adult so that it wouldn't be considered child labor, she shouldn't be as crazy as her father, right? He had never thought of 12-year-old Mindy helping him now, but in 4 or 5 years, she would be a pretty good helper. If they were teammates, that would be perfect. Thinking that, Luke suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at the criminals from where he was on the ceiling. After being bombarded with the words of his subordinates, the fatty upstairs was terrified. The man downstairs had killed 5 of his subordinates in less than 2 seconds, even with the anti-explosion shield. Leroy admitted that he didn't have the guts to fight him one-on-one. Thus, he made a simple decision. What about grenades? I remember that you like to carry a grenade with you. A young Latin American man took out a grenade and handed it over without hesitation. Here. The rest of the gang subconsciously backed away. One of them cursed, "You be *tch, didn't I tell you not to carry this thing on you? This is New York, not Juarez." Leroy also retreated and pointed at the stairs. "Don't give it to me. Just throw it down. It's best if you blow up that guy. If he isn't dead, you can charge down and kill him together." His subordinates glared at him. "It's not your life, you don't feel bad." Looking at everybody's expressions, Leroux said with difficulty, "I'll go with you." His subordinates were contemptuous. "Easy for you to say. You're not taking the lead." Although they were unhappy, the criminals knew that this was Leroy's limit. Everyone wanted to climb the ladder and become a leader so that they could legitimately order their subordinates to die, resist the enemy. When the young man heard that, he simply pulled out the pin of the grenade and crouched down to drop it into the stairwell through the gap under the railing. But just as he crouched down and moved the grenade to the gap, a creepy smiley face in a Zorro hat suddenly emerged at the corner of the stairs. Then, a black muzzle appeared. Bang! The young man's wrist was blown apart by the Colt Python, and he flew backward with the grenade. The criminals were stunned. The broken hand fell to the ground and bounced a few times, and the grenade rolled toward them. Holy sh*t. F*ck. OMG. A series of shouts rang out as the criminals scattered. Leroy exploded into movement as he jumped behind a pillar. Boom! There was a loud bang and the criminals felt dizzy. A large cloud of dust spread near the stairs, choking them. Downstairs, Luke said to Mindy, who was looking at him in surprise, "Done. We should be able to go up to the 29th floor." Both Mindy and Luke were wearing helmets that automatically filtered out the noise, so they weren't affected even though the explosion was loud. However, the little girl was still very surprised. A grenade on the stairs? Are they crazy? If they could recklessly use explosives like grenades in the building, it wouldn't have taken them so long to kill Frank D'Amico. The father and daughter could have waited until Frank entered the building, and then blown it up. That was the easiest way to ensure that their enemy died. But was that revenge? No, that would be a terrorist attack, which would definitely implicate a large number of innocent people, and draw intense investigation by NYPD, the FBI, and Homeland Security. They weren't Kingpin, and weren't that insane. Frank also wouldn't throw explosives around in his territory. That would be giving NYPD a chance to investigate him, and his territory definitely couldn't withstand the scrutiny. Mindy didn't know that grenades weren't standard for Frank's gang. That was just a hobby of the young man who had just come from Juarez. The criminals upstairs were dizzy, and only one of them reacted fast enough. Struggling against the discomfort, the fatty got up and ran upstairs. Since the elevator was stuck on the first floor, it must have been sabotaged by the attackers. The only way out now was to follow the boss, D'Amico. The helicopter on the rooftop of the building was D'Amico's emergency exit strategy. Rather than risk his life fighting that terrifying shooter here, Leroy felt that it would be better to hurry up and find his boss. It would be better for everyone to flee quickly. Thus, when Luke and Mindy reached the 28th floor, the fatty had already stumbled up to the 29th floor to report to his boss that something was wrong. On the 28th floor, the criminals who were disoriented by the self-detonating grenade were killed one by Luke and Mindy, including those who hadn't died earlier. The few who had hidden a little further away weren't able to escape Mindy's pursuit either, and were shot to death by the little girl. Damon, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't help but ask, "V, what's going on over there? Why did I hear an explosion? We didn't bring heavy firepower tonight, did we?" What he wanted to ask was if Luke and his daughter weren't afraid of NYPD coming down on them after what they had done. Luke said, "They were the ones who threw out the grenade. I didn't know they would carry some on them." Damon was stunned. "Grenade? Mindy, are you all right?" Luke said with a smile, "It's fine. They were rough and blew themselves up. We're about to clean up the 29th floor. Get ready. If D'Amico runs, it'll only be a matter of minutes." Damon said, "Got it." At that moment, more than 50 criminals in D'Amico's gang had been killed. There shouldn't be too many people on the 29th floor. Luke and Mindy stopped at the foot of the stairs on the 29th floor. Luke gestured at Mindy to stop, and he dashed out for a look at the situation at the top of the stairs before he ducked around a corner again. Bang! 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 Bullets flew and hit the sides of the stairs. 7. 3 on the left and 4 on the right. 2 UMPs and an AK rifle. "The rest are pistols," he said casually. Mindy said, "I'll take the left, you take the right." Luke said, "Okay, on my count. 3, 2, 1. On 1, they stuck half their bodies out at the same time and fired 3 guns. Pa! 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 6 of the 7 criminals were killed. The 4 on the right were completely still, and 2 of the 3 on the left yelled and collapsed. One was so scared that he hid behind the corner. Luke didn't say anything. Mindy snorted in frustration. "I missed one." She was using 2 guns, while Luke was only using a Colt King Cobra revolver. Luke had hit all his 4 targets, while she had missed one. What a huge difference. But she didn't feel disappointed. Compete with V in marksmanship? She had long given up on that idea. Whether it was the battle between V and Bullseye, or V's marksmanship tonight, he was at least a level higher than her. It was hard to make up for that with just guns and bullets. In an office at the end of the corridor, Frank D'Amico's face was dark. The fatty, Leroy, had already said in a low voice, "Let's go, boss. The situation is still under our control, but that might change later." Light glinted coldly off D'Amico's bald head. After a brief silence, he raised his hand and pointed. "You, take them out." He pointed at Leroy first, then at the 5 men on both sides of the door. "Huh? Me, too?" Leroy was shocked. He pointed at his nose, and his subordinates looked at each other. D'Amico snorted. "If you're not going, am I? Hurry up." Gritting his teeth, Leroy turned around and waved his hand. "You go." The criminals didn't move for a moment. Leroy raised the gun in his hand. "I said, go. Nikolai, you go first, two of the criminals immediately shouted. Together, they pushed the criminal who was closest to the door. The unlucky Nikolai staggered and steadied himself. Looking at his two companions who were pushing him, he said miserably, "But I only have one pistol. You both have two." Unexpectedly, his comrade was very quick-witted. He immediately took out a pistol from his waist and held it in one hand, while he gave Nikolai UMP with the other. "Okay, you have two guns now, it's all good." Nikolai was lost for words. But everybody was glaring at him, and Demiko's gun looked like it was pointed at him. Desperate, Nikolai picked up the UMP in his hand and kicked the door open with a twisted face. Bang! Ah! A scream rang out from outside the door, and Nikolai suddenly saw a prone figure. Extremely nervous, he pulled the trigger without hesitation and fired wildly at the figure. Pooh! 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 The person outside the door was hit by a series of bullets and fell to the ground. His body jerked and his screams didn't stop. In less than 2 seconds, the UMP was emptied. Nikolai was pleasantly surprised. "I hit him." At that moment, he finally saw the person's face. His expression changed from joy to shock. "Huh? Jimmy, why are you here?" Jimmy was the only person who had escaped Mindy's gun. At that moment, he was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Blood was pouring out of the dozen or so gunshot wounds on his back, and he mumbled, Don't open fire. It's me. Ugh." After saying that, Jimmy took his last breath and fell silent. He had been lucky enough to avoid the enemy's bullets, but hadn't been able to avoid friendly fire. In the end, he couldn't escape death. The criminals on both sides of the door looked at the stunned Nikolai. "Did you get him? Did you get the guy?" Nikolai swallowed and suddenly came back to himself. He fumbled for a new clip. But he then realized that it wasn't his gun. He didn't have any UMP clips on him. He quickly turned around and shouted at his comrade behind the door, "Give me clips." Pa! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the unlucky Nikolai collapsed with 3 holes in his head and chest. Startled, the criminals on both sides of the door stuck out their guns and started shooting randomly into the hallway. In the room, Demiko had already gotten up and was striding up the stairs inside to the top floor. The black fatty, Leroy, quickly followed. Demiko didn't stop, but just turned around and snorted coldly. Leroy hurriedly said, "Boss, I need to use your collection." Looking at the weapons cabinet in the room, Demiko nodded. "Okay." Leroy swallowed. "The biggest one, I think." Demiko's feet paused, but he immediately picked up his pace. "Whatever. As long as we can kill them." In any case, he was about to leave the building. Whatever happened here could be dealt with later. The best would be if they could kill these attackers. Against such a terrifying enemy, he would rather have his subordinates die with the other party than let the latter leave. Thinking that, he picked up his pace and disappeared up the stairs. Gritting his teeth, Leroy ran to the weapons cabinet, raised his hands, took down the weapon at the top, and strode to the door. Outside, Mindy had just helped avenge Jimmy by killing Nikolai. Retracting her gun, she retreated to the corner and looked at Luke. "Are we charging in?" Luke shook his head. "Wait, they don't have many bullets left." Generally speaking, gang members like these only had 2 clips on them. The criminals had already finished their first clips and started reloading. Both Luke and Mindy were wearing bulletproof armor, but Luke had never been someone to charge through bullets. The armor was only support. If he relied on it all the time, he would easily drop his guard and fall into a trap. In any case, it would take at most 20 seconds for the guys on the other side to become scrap metal. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stuck his head out and exclaimed, "What? Seeing his expression, Mindy quickly craned her neck, then exclaimed, "Sh*T. Are they crazy?" Luke said, "To use an At-4 rocket launcher inside the building, they are indeed crazy." Mindy asked, "What should we do?" Luke chuckled. "If they want to turn the tables, then don't blame me for flipping the table over. Follow me." With that, he pulled out the Colt python at his waist with his right hand. He raised his wrist and swung his arm in a beautiful arc. Bang! The moment he fired, he turned into a black shadow and charged out from the corner and down the hallway, instantly covering a distance of 10 meters. A moment ago, Leroy had taken down the At-4 anti-tank rocket launcher from the top of the weapons cabinet. His eyes were full of madness as he stood in the middle of the doorway at the end of the hallway. Taking a deep breath, he said to his men, "Move." The subordinates who were firing turned around and were shocked. They quickly retreated to the sides. An At-4 wasn't used indoors at all, nor was it used to attack people. This fatty was indeed crazy. With a twisted smile, Leroy aimed at the other end of the hallway. He flipped open the cover on the red button with his finger, before he looked at the end of the hallway. Not only could the At-4 create an explosion, it was also destructive and burned at high temperatures, its light was blinding and its fire was non-stop. Leroy believed that even if the attackers weren't blown up, they would still be burned to death, or even blinded. By then, they would be able to kill the enemy easily. Thinking that, his finger moved on the button. Bang! In the distance, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared around the corner. It was Luke's right hand, but the fatty couldn't see it clearly. The moment a gunshot rang out, Leroy was sent flying. There was a hole in his forehead and the back of his head exploded. This world had nothing to do with him anymore. The 7 criminals were too busy moving away from the office door to notice that nobody had fired the At-4. At that moment, Luke charged in. Bang! 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 The noise at the door suddenly quieted down. 2 seconds later, Mindy ran in. Seeing everything, she put the guns back at her waist. "You're too fast." This time, Luke didn't reload. He quickly holstered his gun and patted her head. "If you want to flip the table over, you have to do it when it isn't paying attention." Mindy was dazed for a moment. "Huh? The table isn't paying attention." He walked toward the stairs. "That's right. Look at how perfect the outcome is." Seeing that Luke was about to disappear at the turn on the stairs, Mindy quickly caught up with him. "Wait, how can a table pay attention? That's not right." Luke said, "That's why you have to study more. It's actually very simple, but..." As he used the unreliable jargon of keyboard warriors from his previous life to befuddle the little girl, the two of them reached the rooftop. Damon was already talking to his archenemy, D'Amico. Their conversation was unusually straightforward. Damon, who was here for revenge tonight, didn't hide at all. When D'Amico dragged his son to the rooftop, he saw Damon. D'Amico understood. "It's you." Damon said, "It's me." Damien asked, "Why don't you just die?" Damon said, "Because I want to see you die." "Then let's see you try." Damon said, "I will." Their eyes burned with anger. These two had been entangled for more than 10 years, and truly were lifelong enemies. In the past year, the two of them had been going back and forth, digging pits for each other and jumping out to counterattack. There were a few times when Damon had almost died, but D'Amico also suffered heavy losses. He lost more than 10 batches of money, goods, and people. Both parties roared and charged at each other like 2 red-eyed bulls. They raised their guns and fired wildly. Pa! 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 In just 2 seconds, they collided. Damon, who was wearing armor, had the upper hand. He was still fine after being hit by 3 bullets. However, a bullet brushed past his ribs, but he didn't seem to notice. He threw his pistol aside and continued charging forward as his hands reached out for Demiko. Demiko didn't back down at all. He threw his gun away and fought back. With low thuds, the two of them punched and kicked each other wildly. After fighting for a minute, Demiko's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. Damon's armor protected him, and he was still unharmed. Suddenly, the unrecognizable Demiko grinned hideously. "So what if you have this tortoise shell? Die." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Damon's wrist and wrapped his legs around Damon's neck. He fixed Damon's right arm in place in a standard arm lock. Demiko had never been a weak boss. He had killed countless opponents in his youth. He was proficient in judo, aikido, boxing, and muay thai. He was an absolute combat expert. Even though he was almost 40 years old, his combat training had never stopped. He had long known that a bullet wouldn't kill Damon, this old rival. Most of his furious appearance earlier had been a front to enrage Damon so that Demiko could get close and find an opportunity to kill him. As expected, Damon was too agitated to shoot properly. He would have been able to shoot up Demiko like a sieve, but had only hit him once this time. Perhaps, Damon subconsciously didn't want to kill his enemy in one shot. He needed to vent over 10 years' worth of fury, which was why he beat Demiko up until his face was swollen. At that moment, Luke and Mindy appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing that her father seemed to be at a disadvantage, Mindy subconsciously reached for her gun. Luke pressed down on her shoulder. "There's no need. Your father isn't that weak. Besides, he's still wearing his armor. Let him get his last revenge." Mindy was stumped for a moment before she understood. Damon's brand new armor was an utter cheat in a fight with Demiko. Damon just didn't want to kill him too quickly. Luke chuckled inwardly. A crime lord should also keep up with the times. The saying that the wealthy relied on technology made sense. Demiko, who didn't rely on technology, was the opposite. At that moment, Demiko was trying to break Damon's arm. But, nothing happened. Stunned for a moment, he exerted strength again. Still, nothing happened. Damon suddenly sneered. "Surprise! F***CKU. He slowly bent his right arm, which had been pulled straight, ignoring Demiko's weight of almost 200 pounds. "You! Go to hell," he roared, and twisted around. Damon picked up Demiko's tall and sturdy body and swung him around in the air before smashing him onto the ground. Demiko choked for a few seconds at the impact. He could no longer hold on to Damon's right arm with his limbs, and he dropped down. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't internal bleeding. It was just that Demiko had bitten his own tongue at the fierce smash, and the blood spurted out along with his saliva. Mindy's eyes glowed. The new armor which Luke had given them had a very simple mechanical support system. They didn't have much control over the mechanical system, but the protective joints wouldn't twist around and the explosive power could crush an ordinary person. Using your own weight to press down on your opponent's joint in an arm lock was the proverbial arm can't beat thigh battle tactic. Facing the armor's mechanical support system was simply courting death. Not only was Demiko unable to break Damon's iron arm, he also couldn't withstand the tremendous power of the support system, and was instantly paralyzed after being struck down. Luke curled his lip again. A crime lord who didn't know anything about science was such a joke. Damon slowly got up and looked down at Demiko. "Do you have any last words?" As Demiko coughed, he spat blood at Damon. "You're coming down with me, including that little girl with you. She's your daughter, right?" "Huh, she'll go to hell with you." Damon kicked him hard in the mouth. "No, hell only belongs to trash like you. Go to hell." As he spoke, he drew another gun and aimed it at Demiko's head. "No, don't kill my father." A thin figure lunged at Damon and blocked the gun. It was a young man around 15 or 16 years old, but his face was pale and he looked grim. The young man shouted as he pushed Damon hard in the chest, as if to stop him from shooting. Damon didn't say anything. With a gentle push, the young man staggered back and fell to the ground. Pa! A hole appeared in the middle of Demiko's forehead. His eyes were still fixed on Damon, but they gradually lost their luster. Dad! Dad! The young man cried as he crawled over and hugged Demiko's body tightly. Damon silently walked past Demiko and the young man. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you, the young man suddenly roared at Damon's back. Then, he looked at Luke and Mindy. And you. None of you can escape. Crossing his arms, Luke said over the comms, this young man has guts. What should we do? Damon ignored the young man and simply replied through the comms, he's Demiko's son, Chris Demiko. I've investigated him, he's not involved in Demiko's business. Luke asked, so, you're going to let him go? Damon nodded slightly. Yes. I'm not Demiko. Our grudge can't affect our families. Luke nodded and didn't say anything else. He simply smiled at Chris Demiko. This kid had a future path. Using mental communication, he knew that this young master wasn't a good person. He wasn't joking when he said that he would kill them. Good luck. I have high hopes for you, young man. Luke silently gave the young man his blessing, and the three of them turned around and left. However, he deliberately slowed down so that he was behind Damon and Mindy. When Damon and Mindy went downstairs, Luke heard a gunshot from behind him. Pa! Luke smiled and turned around to look at Chris Demiko. Your courage is commendable. Stunned for a moment, Chris pulled the trigger again. Pa! 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 Luke tilted his body and pulled out the king cobra. Pa! A bullet hole appeared in Chris's forehead, and he collapsed on top of Frank Demiko with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why he couldn't hit the smiling masked man from a few meters away. Luke put his gun away and curled his lip as he looked at Demiko II, who had fallen before he could even take the stage. Young man, you would even fall for such an obvious trap. How naive. As someone who specialized in bait tactics, Luke knew from the start that Chris was hiding a gun, which was why he had deliberately fallen behind. In order to make it easier for this Demiko II to make a move, not only did Luke turn his back to him, he also walked slowly and considerately. He wanted to test this young master's patience. It was a shame that young people were always so impatient. Damon and Mindy appeared on the stairs again. What's wrong? Luke said, young Demiko couldn't wait to shoot me. Damon opened his mouth during a brief silence, but in the end turned around and left. It was his choice not to kill Chris Demiko. But Chris Demiko had dared to shoot at V, and he had no right to ask V not to fight back. He wasn't so great as to speak up for his enemy's son. Mindy, who was walking behind Damon, secretly gave Luke a thumbs up. Luke shrugged helplessly. 5 minutes later, Luke left from a window on the 29th floor with a big bag on his back. He flung out a grappling hook and landed on another building not far away. Several more times after that, he disappeared into the night. In New Jersey, Damon, who had taken off his armor but was still wearing his skin-tight suit, sat on a stool in the secret room and looked at Mindy, who was busy. The little girl was still in her skin-tight suit, and she was taking down one by one the drawings from the walls of the secret room. Dad, should I lock them up in a box later? After a brief silence, Damon suddenly said, no. Burn them at your mother's grave tomorrow. It's over. Mindy said, huh? Burn them? Damon had drawn these in his spare time over the years. They were enough of them to produce several comic books. This was perhaps Damon's only hobby. Yes, burn them. The pleasure from killing his archenemy, Demiko, had gradually faded, and Damon felt empty. With Demiko gone, what was he going to do now? He couldn't help but ask himself the question. Over 10 years of hard fighting had completely ended tonight. On this night of revenge, Damon realized that he didn't have any plans for the future. Looking at her father, Mindy couldn't help but ask in concern, "Dad, are you all right? Why do you look unhappy?" Lost for a moment, Damon sighed. That had just been vengeance. The only thing he felt after that was relief. Happy? No way. Even the thrill of revenge only lasted for a moment after Demiko's head exploded. In fact, when they left the rooftop, Luke had noticed that something was wrong with Damon, so he told them to leave first and let him clean up the mess. On the way back, Damon almost drove the car into the river, and had no choice but to let Mindy drive them home. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Both father and daughter looked at the surveillance image and saw a familiar figure. "I'll open the door." Mindy immediately put the sketches on the table and ran off. She wasn't used to her father's current state. She couldn't describe it, but her father suddenly seemed listless. Opening the door, Luke walked in with a big bag. "Where's your father?" he asked. Pointing at the open door of the secret room, Mindy said in a low voice, "He's in a daze. He seems unhappy all of a sudden." Hearing that, Luke's good mood faded. "I'll take a look." Throwing the bag on the coffee table in the living room, he walked to the door of the secret room and saw Damon staring blankly at a stack of sketches. He knocked on the door with his knuckles. "Are you tired?" Hearing his voice, Damon finally perked up. "You're here. Have a seat." "No need." Luke waved his hand and observed Damon with his eyes and mind. He soon smiled. "Do you feel like you have nothing to do now that you've dealt with Demiko? Have you lost your goal in life?" he asked. Damon had nothing to hide from V. Before Mindy was born, I was a minor police officer. I swore to catch Demiko, and he's finally dead, but I'm no longer a police officer. Luke nodded. "So, do you want to retire?" Damon hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "I don't know. I don't have any ideas right now." Pondering for a moment, Luke looked at the sketches in his hand and suddenly said, "Then, how about becoming a cartoonist in the future?" Damon turned his head in surprise. "Huh?" Luke pointed at the stack of sketches in his hand. "Although I don't read comics much, these drawings are pretty good. So, you can consider becoming a cartoonist." Damon was about to say, "How is that possible?" but stopped himself. He flipped through the sketches one by one and couldn't help but consider Luke's suggestion. He did have a talent in drawing, at least when it came to comics. It was how he had turned his past experiences into comics for Mindy to read and accompany her through her childhood. Luke turned around and looked at Mindy, who was standing not far behind him. "Can I talk to your father in private?" Mindy nodded and left obediently. Luke entered the secret room and closed the door. As he walked along the wall and examined the various weapons on them, he said, "Damon, did you think about the future? Before you succeeded in your revenge tonight?" Damon thought for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. "I really didn't." "What about Mindy's future?" Luke pressed. Damon's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. He could only shake his head. Luke looked at the weapons on the wall and said, "You didn't have a choice in the past. If you didn't get revenge, you wouldn't be able to eat and sleep peacefully. What about now?" Damon was lost for words. Before tonight, he had never considered how his daughter and he would live in the future. As long as Demiko was still alive, all his thoughts were only about revenge. Luke turned around and said, "You're only in your 40s, and Mindy isn't even 13 yet. You should give yourself and her a chance to choose again." Damon exhaled. "Do you have any suggestions?" Luke pointed at the drawings in his hand and said, "Like I said, you can try being a cartoonist. You don't have to rely on this for a living, in any case, and don't have to worry about being rejected." Damon hesitated. "Is that, okay?" He couldn't imagine himself holding a paintbrush in the future. Luke chuckled. Take a long vacation first. Break out of the mold you were living in before. Seeing Damon's gaze fall on the weapons on the wall, he continued, as for these things and how you use them, they'll just be a hobby on the side, and not the only thing in your life. Damon subconsciously nodded at this. He really couldn't completely give up on the guns and weapons he had been using for decades. Let's talk about Mindy now. Luke changed the topic. You need to reorganize your life, and so does Mindy. Damon scratched his head. What do you think? Luke said, look around. What do regular 12-year-old girls do? They study. Damon was stumped. Do I have to send Mindy to primary school? Luke couldn't help but support his forehead with his hand. Damon, Mindy is almost 13, and she's very smart. Can't she just directly enter the 7th grade? Primary school. What a joke. Given how mature Mindy was, she would be bored to death if she went to primary school. This violent little girl would be bored out of her mind. It wouldn't even be a few days before she beat up those childish primary school boys until they called her mother. Damon sweated. She should be in the 6th grade. Luke said, going to school isn't for her to learn the content. She knows even more than college students about some things, but she can learn how to interact with ordinary people. She can't always rely on fighting and killing to resolve problems. Damon nodded again, unable to argue. Now, even if he racked his brains and came up with plans to purge crime rings, he still didn't feel motivated. That was because the big boss which hung over the father and daughter's heads was already dead. Also, this bald boss definitely wouldn't be refreshed every other day like a big boss in a game. From now on, they didn't have to spend money on weapons and training anymore. Given their regular living expenses, they could live comfortably for a year on just 3 to 5 wads of cash. Think about it. When you take part in family activities in school in the future, can you say that you're a hitman for a living? Said Luke. At least a cartoonist is a regular profession, right? Damon nodded again. At that point, Luke felt he had said enough. There's no rush. You can decide in a week or a month. Have a good rest and think about what's best for the both of you. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Mindy, who had changed into pink piggy pajamas, was on the couch watching TV. Hearing the noise, she turned around and gave him a "so" look. Luke made an okay gesture and said as he walked out, "Right, I got a bit of a bonus tonight, and I brought it over." Damon didn't think much of it, but Mindy was curious. What is it? Luke unzipped the big black bag that was on the coffee table. There was about $2 million in the safe in Demiko's nest. I've already taken my share. $1 million here is the fruit of your labor tonight. Mindy lost interest. She didn't hate money, but she didn't lack it either. Apart from buying equipment, she really didn't need much money. Damon waved his hand. It was because of your help tonight that we successfully killed Demiko. Take the money. Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. All right. He didn't want the father and daughter to think that he was giving them charity. If he took this money, it would make Damon feel better at the very least. After he was done, he rubbed Mindy's head. I just told your father that you're going to have a holiday. Be prepared for a better future, Mindy. Mindy was curious. Huh? What's Dad going to do? Luke said, he might become a cartoonist. How does that sound? Mindy, cool. I'll be able to read comics firsthand in the future. System, Mindy McCready has met the requirements to join the host's team and is now a 1-star teammate. Luke was lost for words. Wasn't this little girl too easy to dupe? After he just said a few words, she became a teammate. For a moment, his feelings were complicated. He couldn't help but rub Mindy's head again. It's too late today. I'll bring you a little gift when I have time. How does that sound? Mindy stretched out her pinky. Deal. Luke chuckled and hooked his pinky with hers. Deal. A moment later, he disappeared into the night as the father and daughter watched him leave. Mindy said, "Dad, he really is a good person, isn't he?" Damon nodded. Yes. Pondering for a moment, he patted Mindy's shoulder. Sit down. I have something to tell you. The father and daughter sat down on the couch in the living room. Damon had only said a few words, when Mindy shouted again, "What? You're kidding. Go to school. What kind of better future is that? V, you liar." After a brief silence, Damon said, "V reminded me that you really should lead a normal life from now on." Mindy's eyes widened. "I think our lives are very normal right now." Damon smiled bitterly. "Mindy, Frank D'Amico is dead, and other gangs will soon take over his territory. We don't have to think about how to deal with him every day or go out and destroy his nests every now and then." Mindy was confused. "Then there are other bad guys. Are we not going to deal with them anymore?" Damon shook his head. "No, but they're not D'Amico. We can't spend too much time on them. We'll have a lot of free time in the future, so V suggested that you go to school." Looking at Mindy's dumbfounded expression, Damon quickly added, "You'll be starting in the 7th grade. V, you be asterisk starred." Mindy suddenly stood up and stomped her foot on the couch. "Isn't it just a bunch of brats in the 7th grade? Why do you want me to go to school with brats?" "Oh." Damon didn't stop his daughter from shouting, and let her vent her emotions. He simply continued, "V still wants me to be a cartoonist, and I'll only be drawing at home. I'm also in the same boat. I'll have to try and get used to this new profession. From tomorrow onward, our lives will be brand new." Mindy grabbed her head and rolled around on the couch. "What kind of new life is school?" Damon said guiltily, "Mindy, I'm sorry." The little girl stopped rolling and tilted her head at him. "Huh?" Damon rubbed her head. "It's all because of my selfishness. I've always wanted revenge, and I dragged you into it. V reminded me that you should have a normal life instead of following me to kill people every day." Mindy said, "We kill bad people. That's not wrong." Damon asked, "But do you have friends?" Mindy frowned and thought for a moment before she asked tentatively, "Does V count?" Damon smiled bitterly. "Other kids will have at least dozens of classmates. Even if they're not friends, they can still call each other by their names and play together. However, you can only think of V, when you haven't even seen his face." Mindy was lost for words. She didn't care about friends, but she really had never seen V's face before. But V's weird smiley face mask was actually quite cool. The little girl's thoughts suddenly changed. After another long conversation, Damon finally convinced Mindy to go to school in a week or two. Damon didn't forget to encourage himself. "That's right. We have to learn to live a normal life in the future. We can't always be fighting anymore." Desperation filled Mindy's face, but she couldn't argue with her father. Now that D'Amico was dead, there really was no reason for her and her father to go out killing. An idea suddenly popped into her head. Quickly grasping hold of it, she interrupted her father, who was talking about the future. "Dad, we have a big problem." Damon turned to look at her. "Huh? What's the problem?" Mindy said, "You just gave V $1 million. Damon said casually, "Yes, but he deserves it." Mindy nodded. "Yes, I think he deserves it, but what about my school fees?" Damon was suddenly stunned. "School fees?" Mindy said, "Dad, you're not going to send me to a public school in the Black or Western districts, are you? It won't cost much, but I'm afraid I might be unable to help kill some gang hoodlums." Damon shook his head. School kids in poorer areas had many family ties to gangs. Some people even relied on these connections to sell weed in schools. These kids didn't have good habits. Most of them would become new gang members in a few years and would officially become weed or drug dealers. Given Mindy's temper, it was inevitable that she would clash with these kids, and it would be really troublesome to deal with anything that happened in school. "I'll look for a school for you in the next 2 weeks. It'll definitely have a good environment," said Damon. Mindy blinked and looked at him. "What about the school fees?" Damon rubbed his beard. "It shouldn't cost much, right?" Mindy grabbed the laptop next to her and did a search. She then turned the screen to her father. "This is Trevor Middle School. It's a middle-level school in New York. Let's not think about me being able to transfer in for now. Let's see how much a regular enrollment costs." Damon looked at it and said in confusion, $20,000 a semester. "That's not much, is it?" Mindy said, "No, but we're broke." Damon, huh? Mindy said, "It wasn't easy for us to pay off our debt to V with the money we had. We've been familiarizing ourselves with the new armor for the past few days, and we looked for trouble with that Irish gang, but their executives all went into hiding and we didn't get any money." Damon recalled what Mindy said, and realized that they really didn't have much money left. Looking at his face, Mindy added, "Dad, I just remembered that we owe V another $1 million for this new armor." Damon stopped stroking his beard and his face froze as if he had been petrified. He had really forgotten that. He had thought that he could relax after taking revenge, but he suddenly realized that he still had a debt of $1 million. Looking at her father's face, Mindy was secretly amused. "So, we still have to find a few big fat sheep to shear." Damon frowned. "Not right now. Let's rest for a few days." After everything he said, he didn't want to turn around right away and slap himself in the face. Mindy sighed and went to her room. Damon asked, "What are you doing? Are you angry?" Mindy said, "Dad, I'm not that petty. Wait, I'm looking for something." A moment later, she came out of her room with a pink, piggy bank in her hands. Damon was still dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Mindy put the pink piglet on the coffee table and broke it with a punch. The cash and coins scattered all over the table. She stepped forward and started collecting them together unhurriedly as she said, "Dad, this is the only money we have at home. Let me count. It should be enough for us to have fast food for a few meals." Damon said, "Huh? Wait, didn't I just give you $1,000 a few days ago?" Mindy said, "But you asked me to order a pair of custom-made 42 butterfly knives and 2 classic military knives that you like. I didn't have enough money, and I even topped up several dozen bucks." As she spoke, the little girl was secretly laughing in her heart. She had already swiftly counted the money. "Okay, there's still $114.53 left. If we live frugally for a bit, this can last us 2 to 3 days." Damon was speechless. In the face of the difficulty which his daughter brought up, he realized it was hard for him to persist with his previous thoughts. Sighing, he stood up and picked up the armor that had yet to be put back into the closet. "Okay, let's change into our gear. Let's earn a bit tonight." Mindy giggled and quickly changed. Damon looked at his daughter's happy face and felt helpless. "V, I tried my best, but the outcome isn't great." However, a man had to keep his word. Since he said that they would be taking a break tomorrow, then, they would find a gang to clean up tonight. Thinking that, Damon started thinking of a suitable target. A moment later, the father and daughter drove out again. In the car, Mindy asked, "Who are we after this time?" Damon asked, "Do you remember the group we investigated which has a lot of business dealings with D'Amico?" Mindy tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Are you talking about the Asians who use blind people to load and deliver goods?" Damon nodded. "That's them. I think they have at least 100,000 in cash. That's enough for us for a year." Mindy nodded and didn't say anything else. 100,000 was enough for a year. Mindy mumbled to herself, "Then I'll choose a more expensive school, the kind that won't leave much money left after paying the school fees." At that time, as long as we don't starve to death, we'll still have to come out to fight crime. Everything was under control. A particular little girl was full of ambition and vowed to fight to the end against her father and these two heartless middle-aged men. That was right, Mindy felt that V should be a handsome man in his 30s or 40s. He might be a little old, but she firmly believed without any doubt, that V was definitely handsome. An ugly person definitely didn't have that kind of aura. It was like a shut-in who couldn't string sentences together when he saw a beautiful woman. She trusted her instincts. As Luke drove home, he threw the bag of money into his inventory. The real reward tonight wasn't the money, but the system. System, teammate Selena has destroyed illegal drugs. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 6,000. Total credit, 6,000. Selena is a 3-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 50% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 3,000 experience and 3,000 credit points. System, eliminate the headquarters of the D'Amico gang. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 3,000. Total experience, 3,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 2,100. Credit plus 2,100. Host's experience, 97,600/100,000. Credit, 75,300. An upgrade was right in front of him. That was his reward. Looking at Mindy McCready's name on the teammates panel, Luke was delighted. In helping someone else for fun, he actually obtained a teammate. That was something he hadn't expected. How hard was it to obtain a teammate? Just look at how many he had right now, there were only 3 of them. Luke had helped Damon a lot tonight. The system notification also confirmed that he had received Damon's gratitude and could learn all his abilities, but Damon hadn't become a 1-star teammate. Maybe kids were easier to fool. A certain detective couldn't help but consider the idea. He had to pick kids for teammates. That would take too long. But if he was picking them from among high school kids, he had a few suitable candidates. Stacy and the Cassidy sisters had just settled down at a training base in New Jersey a few days ago. Although they might not become superheroes in the future, it was still a possibility. He wouldn't force the issue, but if he really got another teammate, it would definitely be worth it. It seemed that he had to invest more in his potential teammates to increase their chances of passing the evaluation as teammates, and the younger they were, the better, Luke thought. It had been too easy for Mindy to be judged a teammate this time. Luke couldn't help but want to try and replicate this success. While Luke was driving home cheerfully and formulating new investments for his potential teammates, Damon and Mindy had already started their last gang purge before their holiday. The results of the operation were out of their expectations. Not only was it an intense battle, there was also a limited amount of cash in the nest. Nevertheless, they returned home before midnight. Looking at the clock in the living room, which showed that it was only 11:45, Damon nodded in satisfaction. At least he didn't go back on his word. Mindy nodded in satisfaction. They had only obtained $150,000 in cash this time, which didn't have too big an impact on her expenditure plan. Both father and daughter had different thoughts as they started planning for their holiday and new lives in the future. At the same time, somewhere in New York, Wesley, the middle-aged man in glasses, dialed another number. "Boss, something happened again." On the other end of the line, "What is it?" Wesley said, "Two things. The first is that Frank D'Amico was just killed. According to his 2 seriously injured subordinates, 2 of the people who did it were his archenemies whom he asked us to help find. They're called Big Daddy and Hit Girl. But there was also the smiling masked man, who's been targeting our business recently." After a brief silence, the person on the other end of the line said, "D'Amico won't affect us much. We can just switch to another distributor. We'll talk about that smiling masked man after we uncover his background." "Boss, the second thing is related to the first thing," said Wesley. Recently, our people have started to go into hiding. Tonight, a large batch of goods was delivered to Mrs. Gao. During the transfer, Big Daddy and Hit Girl appeared and killed our and Mrs. Gao's men. They also set fire to all the goods. Wesley smiled bitterly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, based on the time of the incident, the two of them attacked Mrs. Gao's warehouse after they and the smiling masked man got rid of D'Amico. I just spoke to Mrs. Gao on the phone. She said that the goods weren't delivered, so she won't pay. The person on the other end of the line was breathing heavily. How much did we lose? About 20 million, replied Wesley. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment before the voice picked up again. Our plan remains the same. Hide. Tell Mrs. Gao that the losses will be ours, but she has to do her best to find the masked man as soon as possible, or nobody will be doing any business. Wesley, okay, boss. But don't we need to do something? The other end of the line, what do you think? I've contacted the Hand, and they said that they're deploying people, but they haven't done anything yet. I suspect that they're just patronizing us and want us to deal with the masked men, said Wesley. The person on the other end snorted. Ignore them. There's something wrong with the people from the Hand. Wesley nodded and continued, that's why I want to hire a bunch of hitmen to deal with the masked man. I need your permission. On the other end of the line, who is it? Ordinary hitmen couldn't deal with the masked man. Wesley, I'm going to look for the fraternity. They're not ordinary hitmen. Pondering for a moment, the person on the other end of the line agreed. Okay. It's best if we send someone to monitor the fight when they take action. I want to see how powerful this masked man is. Wesley, okay, boss. On the other side, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the system notification. System, teammate Mindy McCready cleaned up Mrs. Gao's warehouse. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 5,000. Total credit, 5,000. Mindy's contribution rate, 40%. Mindy is a 1-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 10% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 200 experience and 200 credit points. Host's experience, 97,800/100,000. Credit, 75,500. What was going on with the father and daughter duo? Weren't they dispirited just earlier? Why were they running to clear a new instance now? After thinking for a moment, he still didn't contact Damon. After all, they weren't on the same team, and weren't obliged to report to each other. If they wanted to do something, Luke couldn't interfere. The next day, Dustin summoned Luke to the big meeting room. There were more than 10 detectives in the room. Some information had already been pasted on the whiteboard, with some locations and names written on the board. Luke and Selena looked at each other and sat down silently. They were more familiar with the photos on the whiteboard than all the detectives present. It was the crime scene of D'Amico's nest. Yesterday, Luke and Damon had confronted 50 or 60 criminals head-on, and one had even used a grenade. Naturally, the commotion hadn't escaped the police's notice. D'Amico was dead, and so were the criminals in the building. The criminals who had gone to the warehouse weren't able to return and clean up the area in time before the police took control of the scene. NYPD had long put the drug lord Frank D'Amico's name on a blacklist. But Frank wasn't that stupid. He had stuck to selling his illegal drugs and had done a lot of bad things in private, but he hadn't wrecked law and order in New York on the surface, so he hadn't been targeted. After all, selling illegal drugs didn't affect New York's prosperity and stability. In comparison, it was the FBI and the DEA who were more interested in the D'Amico gang. But there had been too much activity in D'Amico's nest last night. When the police went to check it out, they found a lot of bodies inside, including Frank D'Amico and his son. The nest also contained a lot of weapons and a small amount of illegal drugs. Even more importantly, there were ledgers, which made the police feel like they had found treasure. Luke didn't take the ledgers with him when he was cleaning out the safe. He only scanned the important books and put them back in the safe to give his colleagues some benefits for cleaning up the scene. From the ledgers, NYPD would be able to track down a lot of people who had dealings with D'Amico without too much effort. There was some information on the whiteboard that clearly pointed to underground dealings with some gangs. Dustin explained the details and assigned the tasks. As expected, Dustin specifically requested that everybody keep an eye out after the fight at D'Amico's nest last night, and to keep calm for now. The objective for the next few days was to capture important leaders of these underground gangs. Normally, NYPD wouldn't make a big fuss, but since they now had evidence of their crimes, they would be idiots if they didn't take the opportunity to claim credit. The big shots in NYPD and New York City Council still needed to rack up some achievements. Otherwise, how could they dupe the public into voting for them? After learning about the mission, Luke and Selena left the police department and got to work. At the same time, two guests who weren't clients arrived at the Nelson and Murdoch law firm in Clinton early in the morning. Looking at the man and woman in formal business suits, Foggy asked, "Is there something we can help you with?" He could tell with one glance that the man was also a lawyer, but the woman didn't look like one. She looked more like an administrative clerk. Recalling the middle-aged woman who had roared yesterday about suing them, Foggy and Matt's expressions changed slightly. Wasn't it just a small management fee? Was there really a need to call a lawyer? That bit of money wasn't even enough to pay for a lawyer. Both of them couldn't help but wonder. The man took out a card, put it on the table, and pushed it toward Foggy. "I'm lawyer Alan Shaw. I'm here on behalf of the Foundation for the Poor and the Disabled. I'm here to discuss a long-term charity donation with your firm. This is Miss Ella Dre, a member of the Foundation. She'll be in touch with you in the future." Both Foggy and Matt were stunned. Charity donation. A lawyer had to go through a lot of legal proceedings for a charity donation, but this lawyer had already done all of it. At that moment, Alan took out a stack of documents and explained the situation to them. But while he had a calm expression on his face, Alan was inwardly very jealous of these two. He wasn't jealous of the fact that these two could apply to the foundation for money to help the poor and disabled. Alan wasn't so bad as to cheat the poor out of their money. What he envied was the separate donation contract. They didn't talk for long. This newly established charity foundation had received a total of $2.3 million in donations. Foggy and Matt only had to help submit applications to the foundation on behalf of those who needed aid, and the rest of the work would be done by the foundation. Amidst the documents which Alan took out, the only thing that really needed to be signed was a separate donation contract. As long as Nelson and Murdoch continued to provide legal assistance to the poor and needy, the foundation would donate $50,000 to the firm every month for a year. That was the source of Alan's envy. A donation contract like this basically had conditions attached, such as the office needing to provide legal aid to a certain number of the poor and needy every year to prevent them from taking the money and not doing anything, or doing less. But there was no such troublesome restriction in this donation contract. The only condition was that the law firm continue to operate. As long as Foggy and Matt were willing, they could use this money as their monthly salary or to cover the firm's operation costs. If it were Alan, he would use this money to cover company expenses, and whatever profits he made from lawsuits would go into his pockets, which would also help his career along tremendously. Looking at the scale of this Nelson and Murdoch law firm, an annual donation of $600,000 would actually be able to last them for several years. It was clear that this law firm would be able to continue operating for a few more years. It was simply the dream of countless young people to start a business with someone else's money. These two young greenhorn lawyers had really run into such a good thing. What was even more depressing was that Alan was the one to give them the money. Recalling how he had been kicked out of his last law firm half a year ago and had to leave Los Angeles to come to New York, Alan could only sigh. Life was so unfair. But no matter how many times he cursed in his heart, he could only smile and say goodbye to the two young lawyers. After seeing off Alan and Ella, the three executive members hid in the office. Karen looked at the two of them with a smile. Okay, who did this? What a big surprise. Yesterday, you said you were going to look for a big client, but today, you found a charity foundation which even comes with no conditions attached. A big client who was willing to fork out a lot of money meant that it would be a very troublesome lawsuit, while there was nothing troublesome attached to this donation. Hearing that, Foggy subconsciously looked at Matt, who shook his head. It wasn't me. I don't know any big shots like this. At that, Matt turned to Foggy. The purpose of this donation is very clear. It's for the poor people in Clinton who suffered losses in the previous explosions. Foggy, did you mention Elena to someone? Foggy quickly shook his head in denial. He didn't dare claim such great credit. No, I really didn't do it. I don't know anyone rich at all. Looking at Karen's doubtful gaze and Matt's dark glasses, he suddenly understood. No, I know a lot of rich people, but none of them are this conscientious. Also, I don't know them very well. Matt nodded. He and Foggy had been interns at a top law firm in New York, and had seen plenty of rich people. But then the super magnate Roxxon Corporation had filed a lawsuit against a sick employee from their company, and Foggy and Matt had been responsible for the case, and were told to countersue the terminally ill employee. Matt and Foggy finally chose to leave. In fact, if they won the case, they would have been able to stay at Landman and Zach and become official lawyers. That was the dream of countless law students, with an annual salary of millions just waiting for them, but the duo gave that up in the end. Thus, they were moved by the huge donation, but they weren't crazy with joy. Most of the time, any meat pie that fell from the sky was either poisoned or on a fish hook. But with their experience and legal knowledge, they didn't find anything wrong with the donation contract. Firstly, they didn't have the right to use the $2.3 million donation. Even if there was a problem with the cash flow in the future, they could only look for the patron and not unrelated third parties. Secondly, the donation contract was very simple. There were no hidden traps, instead, there were many loopholes. For these two Columbia University law graduates, they were sure that there weren't any subsequent risks. But who would donate so much money to their law firm and the people in Clinton? For a moment, the three of them fell silent. In the end, it was Karen who broke the silence. Should we let Elena know that she can use the water and electricity for now, but there's no money for anything else? It'll take a few days for this money to be approved, right? Only then did Foggy and Matt snap out of their thoughts. Rather than worrying about the law firm being given $600,000, they might as well help the victims of the explosions apply to the foundation as soon as possible. After all, the donation to the law firm could be put aside for the time being, but the explosions had wrecked the walls and windows of many poor families. Thinking that, Foggy took out a huge stack of files from his bag. I have their files. I'll leave the calls to you later. Tell them to come and fill out the application form. Karen said, no problem. Matt said, let me take a look at their files first. I'll find the families in the worst condition. We can put their applications on the top. The three of them got to work. In the afternoon, Luke and Selena returned home from work. As they drove past the law firm, they saw people coming and going. The good thing was that many people here didn't have cars, so there was no traffic jam. Luke had a rough idea of what was going on, but Selena was curious. What's going on? Did Foggy and Matt hit it big? So many clients are going in. Luke nodded quickly. They definitely hit it big. Let's go up and take a look. It might be something else. Selena, on the other hand, shook her head. I don't think so. These people look anxious, but most of them seem happy. They're not hoodlums. There's no way they'll rob a law firm, right? Luke stopped the car on the side of the road. The most valuable thing in that law firm is probably Matt and Karen's clothes. Selena pushed the door open and burst out laughing. That's true. Foggy's clothes. Haha. They went up to the third floor, and there were people going up and down the stairs. It felt like a community party. The people who would have made a fuss in the past were much calmer now. At most, they would look at each other silently and try to stab each other to death with their eyes, but nobody got into a fight. When they reached the third floor, Luke and Selena were about to head to the office, when several people stopped them. Hey, don't cut the queue. Those who cut the queue will be pushed to the back. You're so young, why can't you line up? Luke wasn't angry. He said with a smile, we're not here to do business. As everybody looked at him disdainfully, a black man who was quick to speak said in a sing-song voice, someone said that before. Bro, that won't work. Be good, line up at the back. Luke and Selena, you really should be a singer. Luke stopped talking to them and simply called Foggy. A moment later, Karen, who was wearing a thin blue floral blouse, popped her head out of the office. It was November in New York, but she was sweating and her cheeks were red as if she had just done strenuous exercise. She waved at Luke and Selena, gesturing for them to come over as she explained to the people in line, no, they're not here to fill out the application form. They're fine. Hearing that, the people in the queue reluctantly made way. The people who had caused trouble had already been chased to the back of the line. Nobody wanted to repeat the same mistake. In fact, lining up was just a waste of energy. The real order in which the applications were submitted was still based on their family situation. Matt and Foggy certainly wouldn't tell them that. It was best to be prudent on this point. Otherwise, if all these people squeezed themselves into the law firm, the lawyers wouldn't be able to do anything. It took Luke and Selena almost a minute to reach Foggy and Matt's office. They were busy, and simply greeted Luke and Selena. Foggy said, sorry, we're really busy today. What can we do for you? Luke said with a smile, it's fine. We just saw a lot of people gathered downstairs. I was afraid that something might have happened here, so I came to take a look. Foggy said, thank you very much. Nothing's happened for now. We're just dealing with some new business. Luke looked at the long line outside the office and nodded. It doesn't look like you're making money, but giving it away instead. Both Foggy and Matt paused and smiled bitterly. They wanted to say that Luke was right. These people were here to get money, not to give them money. They also wanted to say that Luke was wrong. They had indeed just gotten a huge windfall, although they hadn't cashed in the $50,000 for the first month yet. Foggy thought for a moment, then explained, it's free legal aid. Luke gave an, oh. Okay, it seems I'll have to wait for your invitation a little longer. Foggy and Matt paused again, and Foggy quickly said, tonight. After work, we'll treat you and Selena at the bar. Luke nodded with a smile. Okay, we won't bother you anymore, bye. At that moment, Karen was standing at the door with 2 boxes. She said, Luke, the cake you gave us last time was really good. Just nice that you're here today, take these back with you. As she spoke, she handed him the boxes. Luke saw that it was full of donuts. Looking at the clearly ordinary packaging in the brand he had never heard of, it was probably another thank you gift from the neighbors. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't refuse. He was the one who had made the joke, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Saying thank you, he said to Foggy and Matt, contact me after work tonight. Good luck with your business. Then, he quickly left with the 2 boxes of donuts. Otherwise, Karen would feel that this return gift wasn't enough, and it would be troublesome if she gave him 2 more boxes. Foggy and Matt smiled bitterly again. Their business would definitely be booming in the next few days, but they weren't making any money from it. Why did the detective like to say such hurtful things? Luke and Selena squeezed out of the office and got into the car outside. Selena wiped her forehead and said, there are too many people. I'm sweating. Luke gave her 2 boxes of donuts. Try them. What brand is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Selena opened one box and took a bite of a donut. It tastes ordinary and too sweet. Luke said, give them to Gold Nugget. Doesn't it love sweets? Selena thought for a moment, then tossed the 2 boxes of donuts into the back seat. Gold Nugget, these are all yours. Gold Nugget, huh? Selena said, don't complain, they're very sweet. Gold Nugget hesitated for a moment before it opened its mouth. It was becoming more and more picky about food, but that was mainly with salty stuff and fresh raw seafood. It couldn't refuse donuts. After successfully tossing the 2 boxes of sweet donuts to Gold Nugget, Selena asked, it doesn't look like Foggy and the others are working on a lawsuit. They're doing pro bono work. If they don't make money, how are they going to pay the rent? You said yesterday that they're already stuffed to the brim with bills. Luke drove the car to the back and parked in the garage on the first floor. Ask them tonight. Selena asked, you seem to like them. Luke chuckled. Of all the lawyers we've met, these 2 should be in the top 3 in terms of integrity, and what lawyers lack the most is integrity. Selena was lost for words. To put it another way, it would be unjust to kill all the lawyers in America, but too many would escape the net if half of them were killed. Lawyers with moral integrity were like capitalists who didn't want to make money. At 7:30 in the evening, Luke received a call from Foggy, who invited him and Selena to have a drink at Josie's bar on the corner. Luke and Selena went out and reached the closest bar in less than 2 minutes. The bar's business was so-so, and had an average number of customers. It was hard to do good business in Clinton. The 3 law firm executives were at the counter, and Luke and Selena sat down next to them. They looked exhausted, but were in good spirits and chatting happily. The 3 of them greeted Luke and Selena with smiles. Foggy waved his hand. Order whatever you want. It's on me tonight. Luke took a deep breath and smelled the fake whiskey that was in front of Foggy. Looking at the dark gray olive next to the cup, Luke felt that it was either moldy or not an olive at all. He quickly said, 2 bottles of Corona beer. The lady boss, who was wearing a red and black plaid shirt, turned around and looked at him. Are you an adult? I think I need to look at your driver's license first. Don't take out your student ID. Luke smiled and looked at Foggy. Foggy said, Josie, he's my friend. How can he be a minor? Just give him the beer. Josie curled her lip. You don't look like an adult either. Except for your face, of course. After dealing Foggy a blow, Josie gave Luke and Selena 2 bottles of Corona. She had only said that because she liked Luke's soft-looking face. Otherwise, nobody in Clinton would care if Luke drank or not. Just like that, the 5 of them chatted and talked about the unprecedented event at the firm. As he listened, Luke suddenly said, what you're saying is that what most of them want to do is fix up their places, right? Foggy took a sip of his whiskey. That's right. Luke rubbed his chin. Wouldn't it be better to help them find a cheap maintenance company? Foggy shook his head. That's impossible. There's no cheap maintenance company in New York. Just repairing a door costs at least $200. That isn't cheap. Luke said, then, what if we set one up ourselves and find a few locals? Both Foggy and Matt were confused. Locals? What did this have to do with the locals? The locals also had to make money, and wouldn't do charity work. Luke said, the fact is that a maintenance company needs to make money in order to keep running and hire workers, so the prices can't be too low. But we can cut costs in these 2 areas. Foggy said, tell me about it. Luke said, we can hire some locals as interns and then bring in skilled workers from outside. If we don't focus on making money but purely on hiring people, we can cut down a lot on maintenance costs. Foggy shook his head. That's impossible. Even if we hire someone, it won't be cheap. Luke chuckled. I know 2 candidates. They can be interns. They're also very familiar with transporting and unloading construction materials. Foggy didn't understand for a moment, but Matt's expression changed. You mean Charlie and Rackle? Luke nodded. That's them. Also, we can talk to Temple and Rackle's mother about this, and get them to come in as community volunteers. It just so happens that this is a charity foundation. Matt and Foggy frowned and gave it some thought. It was because Charlie and Rackle were minors that Luke was making this suggestion, since hiring them might cause trouble if they didn't do it right. Once this thing started, it would be a major project. If their law firm was going to step out, it was even more important to consider these legal issues. This was different from when Luke had caught the 2 boys and put them to work. That had just been a verbal agreement and had been paid in cash. Luke wasn't afraid of the 2 boys suing him. Foggy thought for a moment, but still hesitated. Will that work? Luke took another sip of beer and said unhurriedly, Charlie and Rackle were responsible for transporting trash and construction materials during the renovation. I only gave them $20 an hour. Foggy and Matt were lost for words. Of course they knew that. Temple had mentioned it to them. At a regular maintenance company, the hourly wage for interns, even unskilled ones, wouldn't be less than $50. The workers themselves couldn't make that much money, and most of it was taken by the maintenance company. Thinking that, Foggy and Matt found the suggestion interesting. Luke said with a smile, also, Foggy, didn't you say that you know a friend who does maintenance work? He was the one who taught you how to fix Elena's water pipe. It would be good if you can find a few suitable workers to help those families save money. Foggy scratched his head. Is that so? That's indeed worth considering. Luke continued, Charlie and Rackle will be temp workers. Oh, right, I saw 7 or 8 of them last time. Their leader seems to be called Hudson or something. These kids don't seem to have anything to do. Why don't you contact the adults in their families? Maybe they need this part-time job too. Foggy and Matt were both stunned. At this point, they finally understood. What did Charlie, Rackle, and Hudson have in common? Firstly, they were all minors in Clinton. Secondly, they had all had an eye on Luke's new home. What a big heart. Foggy and Matt couldn't help criticizing him inwardly. But Luke's proposal was indeed feasible. If it succeeded, nobody would lose anything. At most, the kids who were loafing around would get a taste of physical labor. Also, this was a proper job with pay. Was that a bad thing for those kids? Definitely not. It was just like how most children didn't like to study, but was studying a bad thing? Many people only realized that studying was good when they grew up. It was just that children didn't really enjoy it. Luke didn't mind that Foggy and Matt knew about his little scheme. This was an open conspiracy. In any case, he had already given them the money. He was the one paying people to work, so he didn't feel guilty at all. That charity foundation and $2.3 million were things he had set up with a genuine identity. Luke had long used the police's missing person information to come up with a bunch of unimportant aliases. Each alias would be abandoned after they were used once or twice. He wasn't afraid of being investigated at all, so he would go straight to the casino to wash clean his dirty money. To put it simply, he just needed to switch this cash for chips under this alias, lose a few rounds, then switch the chips back to money. As long as the alias was registered as a taxpayer, it was legal income. He couldn't use this method with his real name, nor was it suitable for one alias to deal with large quantities of money, as that would draw too much attention. But it wasn't a problem to use a bunch of genuine aliases to wash clean some money as backup. They didn't have much money in their accounts, ranging from $1 million to $100,000 or even $10,000. Luke had been using these aliases to rent cars and accommodation or book plane tickets when he was out on personal missions. This donation had been a last-minute idea. He had donated money to the California Earthquake Fund under an alias before. In any case, he probably wouldn't be able to use up all this money in his lifetime. But after meeting Foggy and Matt, he felt that he could use this indirect approach to do good. You could certainly hire lawyers to help the poor, but you couldn't guarantee how professional they would be. It was true that pro bono legal services existed. When they said on TV, if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you at government expense, that was the court forcibly assigning the cases to various law firms to provide legal aid. The amount of this sort of pro bono work also fluctuated according to the number of lawyers on hand. But law firms would leave most pro bono cases to the interns to handle so that the time of real lawyers wasn't wasted. Time was precious for real lawyers, $500 an hour was expensive. Interns weren't up to that level yet, and lawyers didn't spend much effort on pro bono cases. It wasn't uncommon for people who didn't need to go to prison to be let down by irresponsible public lawyers who got them sent to prison for years. In comparison, lawyers like Foggy and Matt who were willing to provide legal assistance for free and did their best were rare. Luke didn't mind spending some money to see how long they could last. Even if they changed their ways in a year or two, they would still help many people during this period. As long as they persisted, lawyer Matt would be a teammate worth investing in. Thinking that, Luke said, "How about this? Since this is to help our neighbors in Clinton solve their problems, I'll do my part as well. For every child who contributes in the rebuilding of Clinton, I'll give their families $1,000 to $10,000. Foggy, Matt, and Karen all turned around in surprise. "Huh?" Selena interjected, "Count me in." Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay. This donation will start at $100,000. You can draw up a donation contract tomorrow and get a check from us." Karen couldn't help but ask, "That's a huge sum of money. You're not going to reconsider?" Even if it was the lowest amount, Luke and Selena still had to fork out $50,000 each. Most families in America didn't have $50,000 in savings, let alone young people like Luke and Selena. Karen was worried that they were biting off more than they could chew just to show off. Luke was amused. "Don't worry. In fact, we can pay $100,000 each. That depends on how many kids are willing to help rebuild the community." Matt's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This guy really knew how to hold a grudge. He was clearly throwing the money at the brats Charlie, Rackle and Hudson to make them do hard labor. But that wasn't a bad thing for these rascals. In their lives, those brothers of theirs would use money to lure them into joining gangs and selling drugs. Only a big philanthropist would spend money to rope them into volunteer work. Thinking that, Matt nodded decisively. "Okay. I'll draft a donation contract for you tomorrow." Luke and Selena nodded, and everybody started discussing the development plan. Luke's idea was neither brilliant nor unusual, but Foggy and Matt hadn't thought about it before. They were lawyers, not construction workers. They were already used to how big renovation companies worked. Luke's suggestion got everybody thinking. Setting it up as rebuilding the community and community service would leave a lot of room to maneuver around in. As the scale increased, they could save on a lot of costs, and residents who received the donations could also do their part. When they knew the renovations would happen, these people wouldn't mind a bit of work. Luke didn't say anything. After half an hour of drinks, he and Selena left. Foggy and the others didn't ask them to stay. Luke and Selena certainly didn't have much free time in their jobs. Being willing to fork out a huge sum of money to do good was the greatest act of charity in America. At that moment, Charlie was watching an action movie at home with his girlfriend, Claudia. He suddenly shivered. Claudia looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Charlie shook his head blankly. "I don't know. I just feel like something bad's going to happen." "There you go again. You think you're some kind of reincarnated wizard who can foresee bad luck, but you've never been lucky since you were little. If you're really a wizard, you must be the most useless one, said Claudia unhappily. She grabbed Charlie and made him cry out in pain. Hey, be gentle. Aren't you afraid of breaking me? Cordia rolled her eyes. Don't tell me you have another girl out there. It should be an old one. Rackle's older sister made eyes at you last time. Tell me, are you two having an affair? Charlie put his head in his hands. OMG, his sister is almost 100 kilos, okay? Darling, are you mistaken about my taste? I like you the most. Claudia sneered. Don't you always complain that I'm too skinny? You're always saying that they need to be more curvy. When you saw Rackle's sister the other day, you sang that song. Baby got back, that's right. Charlie shivered. I was singing to you, all right. He really had no interest in Rackle's sister, but he was interested in big butts. Rackle's sister happened to have one, hence the connection, but unexpectedly, Claudia had noticed. If she realized the truth, he would definitely be in big trouble. He could only try his best to fool his suspicious girlfriend, and he completely forgot about the bad feeling from earlier. After Luke and Selena returned home, they washed up before going back out to work. 2 hours later, Wesley had no choice but to call his boss again. Boss, Smiling Mask and Black Cat just killed the Angel of Death, Gustavo Gomez, and looted their main warehouse. By conservative estimates, the Angel of Death lost 2 tons of goods this time. Even ignoring the subsequent fallout, the loss of these goods will affect our business significantly. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, so long that Wesley almost thought the call had been disconnected. You said you would look for the fraternity last time. Is it done? Asked the person on the other end of the line. Wesley, I was just about to tell you, the fraternity rejected this mission. They said that we don't have any specific information on the targets, like their real identities. The other end of the line, what kind of hitmen are they? Can't they do it? If it was just about taking people down, I wouldn't bother hiring mercenaries. Wesley said helplessly, that's what they said. However, it didn't seem like they were being perfunctory with me. They might be in some trouble themselves. The other end of the line, I'm not the F**king boss of the fraternity, I don't care what trouble they're in. This bunch of trash, blacklist them in the future. Yes, boss. Wesley said, the fraternity rejected the mission, but recommended another platform to us. There was surprise on the other end of the line. What? Wesley, the fraternity mentioned the Continental Hotel. They said that we can directly offer a bounty there and have assassins from all over the world help us find and kill those masked men. There was silence on the phone again. Hearing that, it was possible that something really had happened to the fraternity, or they wouldn't send business to a competitor. A bounty was indeed the simplest way. Wesley hadn't gone to the Continental Hotel before this because this force wasn't to be trifled with, and had once clashed with his own side. But the masked men had been too aggressive in the last few days. In just a few days, they had taken down several of their people, which included allies, D'Amico, suppliers, Angel of Death, and distributors, Mrs. Gao. These people were clearly out to shut them down. Wesley had no choice but to bring up the taboo name, Continental Hotel, to his boss. Okay, but don't use our name. After a brief silence, there was an answer from the other end of the line. Hearing that, Wesley was relieved. If spending just a bit of money could cause the Continental Hotel and the masked men to clash, that would be too perfect for Wesley's side. In any case, both sides were hostile to his party. It didn't matter who won or lost, or if neither side won, even if they continued to clash, it would be a good thing. He hadn't thought of this before because the masked men weren't that strong and had yet to hit Wesley with hard enough firepower. It was a good opportunity to get these two unknown forces to fight each other. After hanging up, Wesley pondered. Frank D'Amico had put up a revenge kill order at the Continental Hotel early on. Once D'Amico and his son were killed, this revenge order was activated, and the bounty for their killer was 2 million each. With both father and son dead, the total bounty for the revenge order was a very attractive 4 million. But that wasn't enough. The gang of masked men was growing from strength to strength, which gave the shrewd Wesley a strong sense of crisis. The more they fought, the stronger they got, and they were also increasing in number, which was really disadvantageous to Wesley's side. He had to drag the Continental Hotel into this fight as soon as possible. Given the way the hotel did things, they would definitely hit the masked men hard. It was all that damn Batman's fault. Why did he have to be so high profile when playing vigilante? I'll kill you when I get the chance. Wesley swore inwardly. The number of masked police officers in New York was dozens of times more than before, and it was all because of Batman. In the last few months, many brats in their tweens in black capes and lousy masks had been coming out to find trouble in the name of chivalry. It wasn't good enough for Batman to be a low-profile vigilante, he had to be on TV, he was definitely a hypocrite. Once he was done cursing Batman, Wesley started to make calls to set a bounty. The next day, the weather turned gloomy again, and it looked like it was about to rain. When Luke and Selina left the house, they saw a long line of people outside Foggy's office again. There were even more people than the day before, including some hapless brats in their elders' grasp. Selina burst out laughing. See that? See that? Charlie and Rackle are over there. Of course Luke saw them. He turned the wheel and drove close to the side of the road as he greeted the 4 people who were whispering to each other not far away. Temple, Barbara, good morning. Temple turned around and smiled when she saw Luke. Long time no see. Are you going to work? Luke nodded and asked, even when he knew the answer, that's right. What are you doing? Temple said, signing these 2 up for community volunteer work. Luke looked at Charlie and Rackle with a smile. Wow, it seems you've improved a lot. Do your best. I always thought highly of you. The 2 boys said gloomily, hello, Boss Luke, Boss Selina. They couldn't change the way they addressed them even after finishing the last job. Of course, they wouldn't appear in front of Luke if they could help it. At that moment, it was unavoidable. What was scarier was that apart from Luke and Selina, these bosses, they were cursed with something that they could never escape from, a mother and a cousin. A short, fat black woman waved at Luke and Selina with a smile. Luke, Selina, thank you for last time, but why haven't you called? I want to invite you over for dinner. Luke said with a smile, Barbara, you're still as cheerful as ever. We've been very busy recently, and we really don't have time. However, I have high hopes for Rackle. He'll definitely be chosen. He and Charlie have experience with renovation. This Barbara was naturally Rackle's mother. Barbara nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. That would be great. It was like the gates of hell opening. What was great about that? Rackle was in despair. But what could he say? One was his mother, and the other was a terrifying hitman. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. As they were chatting, a car stopped on the side of the road. Foggy and Matt got out, and Foggy said to Luke, you're here. The agreement is here. Take a look and let us know if there's anything you need to change. As he spoke, he took out an agreement from his briefcase. Luke accepted it and scanned the pages one by one. He smiled. You're more meticulous than I am. This is fine. He then handed the agreement to Selina. Sign it first. Selina found a pen in the glove box, signed in the required spots, then wrote a check for $50,000. Luke signed the agreement and also wrote a check for $50,000, then gave both checks to Foggy. Foggy was stunned. Isn't that too fast? You should take the agreement back for a look. He was actually quite afraid of people who signed too quickly, because most of them didn't look closely at the contract and would start wrangling after something happened. Other lawyers didn't really care, as long as they got the money, but Foggy wasn't in the habit of swindling clients. Luke shook his head. This agreement is pretty simple. I had a good look. We still have to go to work, and can't hang around to chat. Bye, everyone. Foggy helplessly accepted the agreement and watched Luke drive off. Temple looked curious, but didn't ask anything. Barbara, however, couldn't help but ask, are Luke and Selena filing a lawsuit? Foggy hesitated and looked at Matt. Matt coughed and nodded slightly, and Foggy understood. No, they're donors, and the ones who proposed this volunteer incentive plan for rebuilding the community. Barbara was stunned. Realization dawned on Temple, and she subconsciously looked at her cousin and Rackle. At that moment, Barbara asked uncertainly, you're saying that if Rackle does volunteer work, he can get an allowance for poor families? Foggy nodded. Yes. If they're donors, doesn't that mean that they're paying Rackle and the others to volunteer? Barbara followed this train of thought and suddenly realized something. Wait, he just said that Rackle would definitely be chosen. Barbara looked at Foggy. Foggy, Rackle doing this volunteer work? Foggy nodded helplessly. That's right. Luke and Selena think highly of Charlie and Rackle's work abilities. They'll definitely get it. Charlie and Rackle's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the F***ck? This hard labor was already a done deal behind closed doors. Where was the law? Was there still a law? Looking at the two boys' expressions, and recalling how Luke had declared that they would definitely be chosen, Temple could only shake her head with a wry smile. Luke had always remembered these two brats. Looking at Charlie and Rackle's expressions, Foggy still felt the need to comfort them. Don't worry, Hudson's name is on the list as well. I called his mother last night, and he'll be here later. You can join together. I'm sure it'll make the work a lot more fun. With that, he and Matt hurried upstairs. They hadn't finished with the Charity Foundation applications yesterday, and they still had to deal with Luke's donation and volunteer recruitment today. It would be another busy day. Temple patted Charlie's head with a smile. Hey, Hudson's coming too. Happy? You said last time that Hudson should thank you or something. How could Charlie say anything now? He couldn't even protect himself at the moment. Who cared about Hudson? If Hudson wasn't afraid of death, he could choose not to come. The two bosses would definitely make him realize the error of his ways. The weather was gloomy the entire day, and it finally drizzled at night, enveloping New York in a misty rain. Looking at Manhattan in the rain, Selena took a sip of hot cocoa and exhaled contentedly before she asked, shall we continue tonight? Luke was looking at the files on the couch. He hummed and said, I said we would give Kingpin half a month. That's still a few days away. He has a big empire and a big business. He won't show up unless it seriously hurts him. Selena said, but this guy seems to be avoiding us. According to the intelligence from the police department, the important organization members we're targeting have all disappeared. Luke said, he's more tolerant than I thought. If he can really endure it. Selena asked, should we let him go this time? Luke chuckled. What are you thinking? We can eliminate his forces in New York one by one. I've always admired people who can adapt to the situation. Selena burst out laughing. Cutting flesh with a blunt knife was also a life skill. Kingpin probably wouldn't be able to hold back since New York was his main territory. Without New York, his foundation would be gone, and whether his allies elsewhere would buy what he was selling would be another matter. At 9 p.m., Luke and Selena left with Gold Nugget in the rain. They didn't use the front entrance at night, but went in and out through an underground passage which Luke had opened. In the last few nights, he had worked overtime after coming home. He opened a separate passage in one corner of the first floor which led to the sewers nearby. As the largest city in America, New York had an extremely complicated sewage system, and one could reach many places through them. The advantage of this route was that it wasn't easily targeted, whether they were coming or going. The downside was that sanitation in the sewers wasn't great. In the past few days, Luke had been sorting out a map and choosing the most suitable routes in the sewers to avoid running into those that dealt with toilet drainage and so on. The oxygen supply system attached to the armor could prevent them from inhaling the stench and methane in the sewers, and the smell on them would be removed with a special scent cleanser so that no one would be able to track them. After crossing a few blocks underground, they emerged from the sewer entrance near Central Park. These exits had been specially selected. There were no surveillance cameras and there were few people in this area. The optical camouflage on their armor could cover most of their tracks and prevent them from being discovered by onlookers. In the rain, they appeared on the west side of the park. There was an apartment building here which served as a transaction hub for Kingpin. Every day, a lot of goods were distributed from this nest. It could be considered an important wholesale channel. Given this strategic location, most of the handovers were carried out in the park, and the people in the nest could use binoculars to check if the handover site was safe. This way, they could avoid being exposed by too many traffickers coming to their door, and lower the chances of being caught by the police, which would greatly reduce the loss of illegal drugs. Unfortunately, this method was useless against Luke. He had long locked onto the nest with sharp nose, and had studied the movements of these gangsters. After this nest was cleaned up, this Central Park distribution center would be paralyzed, and the volume of Kingpin's output would drop by at least 5 to 7% within a few days. Kingpin wouldn't have his eye on this if it wasn't such a significant distribution chain. As a direct competitor to 2-bit sellers, it was a very profitable nest, and their drugs were much more expensive than wholesale drugs from other gangs. Even if they only sold 1/5 of the total volume of other sellers, their profit margin was still 15 to 20%. Goods moved very quickly in this nest and they were delivered in batches which didn't give the police a chance to catch the big fish. But was Luke someone who cared about all of that? He was only here for one person. As long as he got rid of the skilled workers and key figures in this nest, Kingpin wouldn't be able to sell any of his goods. For a big shot like Kingpin, drugs that couldn't be sold were no different from detergent. 2 people and 1 dog followed the standard procedure. Luke attacked, Selena blocked off the escape route, and Gold Nugget remained invisible the entire time. They snuck into the apartment building and removed the optical camouflage. The point of their operations in the last few days was to give Kingpin a hard time. Thus, before they broke out fighting, the 2 of them would reveal themselves and deliberately leave a few survivors. It was a clear message to Kingpin: it's us again. Cut us down if you dare. Luke, who was the main attacker, walked unhurriedly up the stairs with knives in both hands. He even hummed a song. This hit, that ice cold, Michelle Pfeiffer, that white gold. Selena, who had been guarding the back door, couldn't help but mock, "Hey, this song doesn't match V's character, does it?" As he stepped forward in time with the song, Luke replied, "In any case, there's only us, and nobody else can see me." Selena was lost for words and Gold Nugget remained silent. On the second floor, Luke threw his knives at the 2 guards at the end of the hallway. His footsteps were still unhurried as he walked down the hallway. When he passed each door, he paused slightly to get rid of the people who were hiding inside the room or lying in ambush. Luke walked to a door at the end of the hallway. He bent down and pulled out the knives from the necks of the 2 guards who were lying on the ground. With a flick of his wrists, the blood rolled off of the knives. He kicked the door open and walked in. The people inside were very vigilant. As soon as the door was kicked open, they subconsciously reached for their guns. Luke charged forward and drew arcs in the air with the knives in his hands. He zigzagged through the living room several times, and all the criminals collapsed, clutching their throats. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Before the criminal holding a gun could see what was going on in the living room, a black shadow flew over and stabbed him in the neck. In the face of Luke's sudden attack, the 16 criminals on this floor didn't even have a chance to shoot before they were killed. He put the knives back at his waist and threw the goods into the kitchen sink. Forget about the toilet. That guy just now had taken a dump in the toilet and hadn't flushed. Luke didn't want to smell it. He had already had enough of the weird smells in the sewers. In less than 2 minutes, Luke had finished dealing with all the goods. As he stood in the living room and examined himself to see if he had missed anything, his expression changed and he suddenly moved half a meter away. Clang! Pooh! The sound of glass breaking and a dull thud rang out in the room. There was a bullet hole in the window on the northeast side of the room. Luke dashed out of the room and turned into a transparent and distorted shadow in the hallway. He flew out of a window on the second floor and ran toward an apartment building on the north side. In a room on the third floor of an apartment building 200 meters away, a middle-aged man with a beard cursed in a low, French accent. He grabbed the AWP from the window and put it in his backpack before quickly going downstairs and entering the alley behind the building. The alleys here led out on all sides, and there were no streetlights or surveillance cameras. It was very suitable for a quick retreat. His car was parked in an alley outside the building. As long as he got into the car and left, nobody would be able to find him. Thinking that, he quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and placed the bag on the passenger seat. Just as he was about to get into the driver's seat, he felt something cold on his neck. The bearded man paused, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare move. "You're good at shooting, but you don't know how to pick your target." An English accent rang out behind him. The bearded man was even more shocked. His intended target earlier supposedly had an English accent. But wasn't that person still 200 meters away? "Tell me, who sent you after me?" the man behind the bearded man continued. After a brief silence, the bearded man felt a slight pain in his neck, and then a thin stream of blood flowed down. "It's a revenge order. Someone offered a huge bounty to kill the murderer of D'Amico and his son," the bearded man said decisively. "Oh, I see. Duong." The blow to the back of his head caused the bearded man's eyes to roll back, and he collapsed. Luke grabbed his neck and then stuffed him into the car. He then got into the driver's seat and left. "Beast, you and Hellhound go back first. Be careful, someone has put a bounty on us," he said over the comms. Selina simply replied, "Got it." 40 minutes later, Luke was sitting on the couch in the living room. While eating cream cake, Selina asked, "What happened to that guy?" Luke said, "He's just a local, ordinary professional hitman nicknamed Blue Eyes. He got the news that there's a 10 million bounty on our heads. He was hiding there today especially to see if we would show up. He's so lucky." Selina nodded and asked, "Where did the bounty come from?" Luke pointed at her. "Black cat." He then pointed at himself. Smiley face. He moved his finger to point at the law firm diagonally opposite him. Daredevil. Finally, he pointed at New Jersey in the northwest. A 2 million bounty each for Big Daddy and Hit Girl. Selina exclaimed, "Are they trying to catch us all in one go? Is this money from Kingpin?" Luke shrugged. According to the hitman, this is a revenge order which D'Amico set up early on at the Continental Hotel. Originally, it was only $4 million, but this morning, D'Amico's wife suddenly increased it by another $6 million. Selina tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Then is all this because of Daredevil?" Luke shrugged. "If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have clashed with Kingpin so quickly. He didn't do anything wrong." Selina asked, "Does D'Amico's wife love her husband and son that much?" Luke chuckled. "Let's see how many ambushes this rich lady will cause us in the next 2 days." Selina immediately understood. "Are you saying that D'Amico's wife is a trap?" Luke shrugged. "I can't rule out the possibility that D'Amico's wife is willing to offer an extra $6 million for the people who murdered her husband and son, but Black Cat and Daredevil never showed up at D'Amico's nest. How would she know to put a bounty on the two of them? Also, she could have quietly topped up the money, but she made such a high-profile declaration. Does she want to be buried with her husband and son? Selena nodded in agreement. After chatting, they got to work. A bounty? Luke really had to thank Kingpin. System: eliminate the drug distribution point. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 2,000. Total credit, 2,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. System: kill professional hitman Blue Eyes. Mission accomplished. EXP plus 400. Credit plus 400. Host's experience has reached 100,000, and character has leveled up to level 16. Extra stat points, 6. Host's experience, 200/300,000. Credit, 77,900. With a thought, he clicked on his character panel, and his mental strength went from 35 to 37. Luke was in a good mood. His mental strength was finally going to break through the 40 mark. Looking at the effects of 40 strength, the effects of 40 mental strength wouldn't be bad either. He had accumulated enough experience to level up in a short period of time thanks to the number of people Kingpin had. He had already hit close to 10 nests, but there were still a lot of names on his blacklist of Kingpin's forces and allies. Even if most of them were in hiding, they would come out again eventually. Thus, these experience and credit points would be his sooner or later. He cheerfully continued modifying the black Chevrolet SUV. His mental strength was about to reach a new level, and the new car was almost ready. This was really a double blessing. The next day, Luke and Selena got into the new car. Selena stretched in the passenger seat and sighed in satisfaction. This car is so comfortable. I can finally straighten my legs. Luke said with a smile, familiarize yourself with how to use it. You have a control panel there. He then drove the car out of the house. Selena pulled out a control panel from where the glove box used to be. There were many new buttons in the car that could be activated with one push. Switching to fake license plates, electronic radio silence, external surveillance, drone control, electric shocks, smoke grenades, and partial car transformations were all possible. Only Luke and Selena could operate the control panel. Fine, so could Gold Nugget. This dog had some talent in electronics, which was completely different from its sh*TTY math skills. Gold Nugget also whined in the back seat, pleased. Any criminals they arrested would no longer sit in the second row. The third row even further back was now reserved for the criminals. It was guaranteed to be comfortably narrower so that the prisoner could fully enjoy the premium treatment of being stuffed inside. They sacrificed the space in the third row to make the first two rows more spacious. Gold Nugget no longer needed to use its paws or the back of the chair to hold the tablet in place. It simply plugged the tablet into the LCD screen in front of it and could lie down to watch its drama series. Next to it was a long hidden freezer that could hold even more food and drinks. The two seats in the second row could be lowered 150 degrees to sleep on. That was for Selena. With the front seats, more consideration had to be given to safety. The seats couldn't be lowered like this, but the second row could act as a temporary bed for her. At the same time, this new car was equipped with a minor AI system that could be remotely controlled. In the future, even if the two of them needed to leave the car at the same time, they could get the car to follow them. Generally speaking, this car was similar to 007's car, except that it didn't have any missiles. Its main function was to provide logistical support. Selena and the dog head in the second row were very happy with this upgraded car. With a new car, working cases in the future would be a lot more comfortable. When they arrived at the detective bureau, they saw Dustin admonishing a bunch of detectives in the conference room. Luke and Selena went in. Dustin paused slightly, but didn't address them. After they sat down, Dustin continued, the higher-ups aren't happy with our progress. We haven't caught any big fish yet. Do you think you deserve your pay? Are you waiting for those vigilantes to kill them before you collect their bodies? The meeting room was silent. None of the detectives said anything. Although the mission to capture and take down D'Amico had only come down yesterday, the Detective Bureau had enough information, so it indeed wasn't right that they hadn't caught any important members after a day. Worst of all, it wasn't just the Detective Bureau that was investigating this case. The 30th Precinct, where D'Amico's nest was located, was also investigating it. As the king of their territory, they did much better than the Detective Bureau. They caught key figures of 2 gangs in one day and were currently trying to dig out the gang's big fish. Under pressure from the competition, Dustin could only scold the detectives, including Luke and Selena, for 5 minutes before he told them to get lost and get to work. Although they were scolded, nobody was unhappy. Dustin didn't single anybody out, which meant that he was just telling everybody to work hard. Everyone got the same treatment, even Luke and Selena, Dustin's loyal supporters, were scolded. As the saying went, don't worry about scarcity, but about uneven distribution. It was the same when they earned their keep, it was the same when they were scolded. The veteran detectives didn't think anything about being scolded. For detectives, a thick skin was a must. Luke and Selena followed Dustin into his office. Closing the door behind them, Luke said to Dustin with a smile, "Boss, did you work overtime last night? You're too angry." Dustin didn't have to put on a face anymore. He said helplessly, "What can I do? These cases recently are practically gift-wrapped for us. If we don't grab this credit, what will the higher-ups think of me? What will those sly old detectives think of me?" Luke and Selena naturally understood. Dustin had to demonstrate his work ability to the higher-ups. At the same time, he had to demonstrate his ability to grab credit to the people under him. A subordinate who couldn't help his superior fix a problem was unqualified. A superior who couldn't fight for credit for his subordinates was also unqualified. But this was on the premise that his subordinates could nab a big fish quickly, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. When that happened, Dustin wouldn't be blamed for his subordinates' incompetence, but he would be hindered if he wanted to take control of the Detective Bureau as soon as possible. Luke chuckled and gestured at Selena. Selena took out a stack of files from her purse and put them on Dustin's desk. Dustin flipped the cover open and asked, "What's this?" Luke said, "A little something about the D'Amico gang." This information was a personal product, and was mainly about D'Amico's underground agents. Damon and Mindy had fought D'Amico for so many years, and they knew more about his gang than the police did. Coupled with Luke's analysis, he came up with this intelligence. However, D'Amico's nest had only been wiped out the night before, so Luke couldn't take this out beforehand, and could only give it to Dustin today. Dustin didn't say anything else and quickly skimmed the information. Less than 10 seconds, he gave a light exclamation and flipped through the files. Luke, however, said, "Boss, you can take a look at the files later. You can arrange assignments for everybody else, but we won't participate in the operation." How does that sound? Dustin thought for a moment and frowned. "There's no need for you to give up the credit." Luke spread his hands. "Boss, what the two of us lack is time and experience." Dustin slapped his forehead. For a moment, he had forgotten Luke and Selena's history of extreme contributions. They were forever waiting for when they could be promoted. In LAPD and NYPD, one could only request a promotion after working a number of years. For example, a police officer had to work as a detective for 2 to 3 years before he could apply to become a sergeant. The subsequent ranks of lieutenant, superintendent, and deputy superintendent basically required 2 to 3 years of work before a promotion could be considered. In LAPD, Luke and Selena's connection was Tony Stark, and they were under the director's supervision. They racked up overwhelming contributions, yet their positions as detectives were only adjusted by 1 level. If Luke was directly promoted to sergeant, he would definitely become well known in Los Angeles or even America. Countless people would repeatedly study his past achievements. Standing out wasn't something Luke would do. Holding the stack of files, Dustin let them go. This information proved that Luke and Selena weren't goofing around on the job. Now that Luke had given him the credit, what else could he say? They had been colleagues for a year. Apart from important cases which had to be handed to them, he never gave them any instructions. Even when he knew that Luke and Selena were slacking off, he never said anything. Since he couldn't use promotion as a reward, he could only show these two key individuals some favoritism. Reading the files, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, of all the people who've ever worked under me, this is the most valuable pair." After using the intelligence to keep Dustin busy, Luke slipped away with Selena. This intelligence was actually another step forward in increasing the pressure on Kingpin. D'Amico was dead, but there should still be a few key leaders who were alive. As long as they could make money, they would help Kingpin distribute the goods. The death of their boss didn't affect the remaining members of D'Amico's gang much. Without D'Amico to take the profits, they could make a fortune in a short period of time. The main task right now was to continue putting pressure on Kingpin. Luke didn't want to waste time on the small fry, leaving it to his colleagues wasn't a bad choice. He wasn't some superhero who fought alone. As a detective, he had the support of tens of thousands of NYPD colleagues. Driving the new car, Luke took Selena to Nassau County. When they reached their destination, Selena looked at the brand new titanium phone company signboard on the 18-story building and asked, "Is your lab in the phone company?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "Of course not. The lab and the phone company operate separately in every respect, but I'm the major shareholder." As he spoke, he drove the car to an old 5-story building 200 meters away. From the outside, it looked like a factory or workshop. Luke drove the car into the underground parking lot. The security guards at the entrance heard the sound of the scanner on the metal gate. The indicator light turned green and automatically activated the gate. They didn't go forward to check. Luke drove the car into a parking space and the gate closed automatically. They got out of the car. There was a special elevator not far away. Luke scanned the elevator with his fake phone. They got in and went down. The employees and researchers could move around on the upper 5 floors of the lab, while the lower 2 floors were Luke's private lab. Apart from him, nobody else had access. The truth was that the company's employees, and the garage, the elevator, and the 2 floors underground, didn't exist. Even if someone tried to force their way into the underground lab, they would be subdued by the defense measures inside, and Luke would be informed to handle it. The elevator opened into a separate and sealed space. Luke put the fake phone in front of the scanner again, and the heavy alloy door finally opened. In the spacious room, bright lights lit up one after another, and a gentle female voice rang out. "Welcome, sir." Luke hummed. "Sponge, it's been a while. How are you?" A gentle female voice rang out. "Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well here." Luke said, "Record the lady next to me. She has first-tier access to the lab." "Yes, sir." The woman's voice rang out. "Recorded." Selena was curious. "Is she an AI program too?" Luke nodded. "Yes. You can ask her anything you want to know. We'll be here more often in the future. It's our second home." Saying that, he was about to leave. Gold Nugget whined. "Luke, what?" Selena walked leisurely to the living area on the side. "It's asking, what about its authorization?" "Luke, Sponge. Record this dog as second-tier access." Gold Nugget whined. Luke said, "First-tier access is mainly for use of the test equipment. So, have you memorized the multiplication table?" The dog turned around decisively and followed Selena to look at the new place. Luke curled his lip. "There's no challenge in getting rid of a super bad student like you." Putting Gold Nugget aside, Luke walked into the lab on the side and checked the equipment. Only 60% of the equipment he needed was here, the rest had either been ordered or were temporarily out of stock. But he would never have enough research equipment. Even if the equipment wasn't old, most of the equipment here would be outdated in 5 years and would still need to be changed regardless. So, Luke wasn't in a hurry. Buying them one after another was still fine. 20 minutes later, he activated the virtual screen and got ready to work. There was suddenly a burst of, "Oh, yeah," and, "Come on, baby." He looked over with a dark expression and saw Gold Nugget jumping around in a panic because it wasn't familiar with the facilities here. A few seconds later, it was Selena who turned off the virtual screen in the living area, and she shrugged. It wanted to watch a drama. Recalling the almost life-sized characters on the virtual screen, Luke sighed. "Do you have to make it so big? You can shrink it down a little. Also, you can shut out the light and make the living area soundproof, plus there are wireless earphones. There's no need to use the external sound system." Selena laughed, then rubbed the dog's head angrily. "I told you not to mess around. Hear that? Go to the side and shrink the image and put on the earphones to watch your drama." Gold Nugget did as she said. Looking at the situation, Luke shook his head with a smile and closed the door to the lab. He then lowered the transparency of the window and got to work. The hitman who appeared yesterday had revealed that there was a bounty on them, so Luke decided to postpone the cleanup operation. He had just leveled up but had yet to reach 40 mental strength. When his mental strength reached 40, he would need another day or two to get used to it. Also, he was New York's local bully. Only an idiot would rashly start a war without knowing the hitman's numbers and strength. Intelligence came first before any operation. So, it was better for him and Selena to take a break for the next few days, and take advantage of the time to use the lab facilities to improve their equipment. After a busy day, Luke received a call from Robert after dinner. After trading greetings, Robert asked, "How are you doing in New York?" Luke didn't think much of it. "It's fine. The boss has our backs, he's NYPD's first deputy commissioner, and my colleagues aren't stupid enough to pick a fight with me. It feels pretty much like in Shackleford." Robert said, "You sure are confident." Having lived with Luke for more than 10 years, Robert had a deep understanding of his personality. It wasn't his habit to talk big or brag. If he said it was fine, that meant that Luke was doing well in NYPD. After confirming that, Robert got down to business. "Here's the thing. I contacted my old friends about the security company you mentioned. 2 of them said that they could come, but the person whom I think is the most important and suitable is missing." Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "You suspect something happened to him?" Robert said, "A little. When I quit back then, I completely cut off all contact with these old friends of mine. But when I contacted the others, they said that they had no news on this person. Apparently, he quit completely." Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "Do you need me to find him?" Robert said, "Our information back then was confidential, and we didn't talk details, but I know that his family is in New York, and he probably has a wife, a son, and a daughter. You might be able to find him through NYPD. If he's doing well now, you don't have to bother him." Luke smiled. Robert was worried that his old comrade might not be doing well. "Okay, I'll try." "What's his name?" said Luke. Robert said, "Back then, we usually called him Francis Stronghold, but that's definitely a fake name, so." Luke wasn't too surprised. He asked casually, "What were you called?" "Robert, Gray Rabbit." Luke immediately understood. Robert Grayson sounded a little like Rabbit Gray. But Robert's old comrade's name didn't necessarily follow this pattern. Military code names could even be the name of your ex-girlfriend's father. No regular person would be able to guess the reason behind the names. "Anything else about him?" asked Luke. "He should be around 35 years old, but I'm not sure," Robert said. "He's the sort who likes buzz cuts. Appearance-wise, he looks a little fierce, and his face is shaped like a trapezium." "Luke, Is he better looking than you? Robert was silent for a moment, as if a little angry. Nonsense. I'm much more handsome than he is. Luke pondered for a moment, but didn't dare ask if Francis was better at fighting than Robert. Hardcore straight man Robert would say, what's the use of being handsome? I can beat him up easily. Looking at it another way, it was possible that a certain someone had been beaten up by Mr. Francis before, which was why he would haggle over being better looking. Luke said, that works too. You probably don't have his picture. You can have Catherine draw a sketch and fax it to me. Robert snorted and said, he doesn't have a good temper and he's very cautious. If you're found out, you can give him my code name. Luke said, okay, I'll have results in a few days. I'll let you know then. Robert nodded and said, you. Be careful. I saw the news. There've been a lot of major cases in New York recently. Don't rush into every situation. Luke said, yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Luke casually inputted the details about Mr. Francis' stronghold into his database for Little Snail to do a search. It wouldn't take more than an hour for there to be results, and he would just need to filter them after that. Walking out of the laboratory and into the living area, he saw Gold Nugget lying in a corner and watching an explicit scene on the huge virtual screen. Luke had no energy to complain about the dog head's weird hobby. He could only ignore the two people tumbling around on the screen. He said, how long have you been watching? Be careful not to go blind. Gold Nugget didn't even move its head as it whined. Luke said, fine, you'll never go blind. What's Selena doing? Gold Nugget wagged its tail and pointed at a door. Luke stopped bothering the dog and opened the door. Selena was sweating profusely inside as she fought 3 simple human combat robots. These combat robots had sturdy structures, and there was cushioning on their chests, abdomens, and legs to ensure that the fighters' hands weren't easily injured. Even with Selena's current strength, it was still hard for her to deal with these 3 combat robots which divided the labor evenly and took turns going forward to fight her. Luke observed for a moment before he said, order, stop attacking. The 3 robots immediately stopped moving and stood still. Selena hastily withdrew a few meters away as she broke out of the encirclement. She sat down on the floor and couldn't help but shout, what the hell is this? Aren't they all better than Daredevil? Luke shook his head with a smile. You're underestimating that idiot. If he had your physique, he could deal with 2 combat robots easily. Of course, you can do it too if you had his exceptionally sharp senses. Selena lay limply on the floor with her limbs splayed. But there's only one Daredevil. Can your robots generate their own energy? Luke nodded, then shook his head. They're not that smart. In a complicated environment, it's very easy for someone to restrain them, then destroy them. Secondly, their functions haven't been sorted out yet. Charge them for 10 minutes, and they can be used only for up to half an hour. They can only be used for training for now. If he could produce an arc reactor, he could solve the energy problem, but Luke wouldn't use such a sensitive item on a low-level robot. He then walked over and picked Selena up. Go take a shower. We'll spend most of the time here for the next few days. Don't be too anxious. Selena said, wait, you fight 1 round with them. I want to see. Luke said with a smile, is that necessary? Selena, however, insisted. I want to see what the gap between us is like. Luke put her down on the fitness equipment on the side and said, you might despair. That being said, he still walked to the center and ordered the 3 robots, order, active extreme combat mode. The 3 robots immediately moved. Compared with when they were fighting Selena earlier, they were much faster, and their arms and legs whistled as they swung them around. Selena was shocked. There's also this mode. Luke only moved twice and the hands and legs of the 3 robots brushed past him. He whirled around and chopped at the necks of the 3 robots. The 3 robots immediately turned red and stopped moving. Selena asked, "What does that mean?" Luke returned and said, "In extreme combat mode, they will unleash their full combat ability. However, they mimic humans, so they automatically enter standby mode when they receive lethal attacks. In the regular training mode which you were using, they will continue to attack unless they run out of electricity or are ordered to stop." Selena was enlightened. "What if you broke them?" Luke said, "There are only 3 of them for now. There's no time to make anything better. If I break them, what will you play with? Don't tell me you want to go back to hitting targets." Selena shook her head decisively. With such strong and tireless robots in mock battle situations as her opponents, she felt that her strength was improving rapidly. She didn't want to hit those dead targets. "How much strength did you use just now?" she asked again. Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The difference in strength is too great. For me, it's just a matter of knocking them out with one punch. It's as easy as a boxing champion knocking out an ordinary person with just one punch." Selena was a little depressed. "Doesn't that mean I can only take 2 punches from you?" Luke was amused. "If I don't pull out my trump card, it'll be hard for me to deal with you and Gold Nugget in your complete form. Can you really not use Gold Nugget's power when you really need it?" Selena snorted. "You don't have Gold Nugget. Why are you so strong?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't have Gold Nugget, but he had Daddy's system. They were all cheaters. At most, it was a difference in levels. Of course, Luke wouldn't underestimate Selena. Selena was now capable of holding her own. She just needed time to build up her confidence. Where did that confidence come from? Naturally, it came from beating up people. The stronger the person she beat up, the more confident she would be. "So, girl, you have to work harder in the future." The next day, Luke called Robert. "I've done a rough check. There are more than 1,000 men in New York who fit your description. You better get Catherine to give me a sketch, or I'll have to send you all the photos." Robert said, "I'll get Catherine to draw it tonight. Keep the photos for yourself." He then hung up. Luke chuckled and went out for a spin with Selena. It was drizzling in New York today, and the temperature outside was below 10 degrees Celsius. When the occasional cold wind blew, it was even colder. There were fewer people on the streets, and the traffic jam wasn't as bad. Luke drove past various targets. The surveillance cameras in the new car searched for suspicious people. Even at a cursory glance, he could tell that there were people who were acting abnormally near the gang's nests. Some key locations still had windows open on this rainy day, and there were cameras inside spying on their targets. These suspicious people and locations could only belong to those less skilled hitmen. A truly skilled hitman wouldn't make so many low-level mistakes. However, there were a lot of these small fry, and there were at least 6 or 7 suspicious targets. The revenge bounty had only been posted yesterday, but there were already so many people today. A large number of players would probably arrive on the battlefield in the next 2 days. Thinking about the big meeting that would take place in New York in 2 nights, Luke smiled. What was a hitman? A hitman had to have taken at least 1 life in order to be called one, and the number of people he killed was proportional to his level. A top hitman in the industry couldn't be considered as such if he didn't turn it into a big business. He had long since deduced that according to the system's rules, hitmen were villains, and the number of people they killed represented the amount of experience and credit points the system assigned to them. Killing someone without a legitimate reason, or killing innocent people even with a legitimate reason, couldn't escape the system's pronouncement of villainy. How many of these hitmen who were coming for money would show mercy to innocent people? Luke felt that if there really was such a conscientious hitman, he would accept a deduction of his credit points. So, these killers weren't enemies in his eyes, but a bunch of elite and even boss monsters. Thinking that, he was in a good mood and couldn't help but hum a song. They told him, "Don't you ever come around here." Selena glanced at him and didn't say anything. For the past few days, this guy liked to hum whenever he was free. He was in a good mood. She thought he was probably happy that he had gotten the lab he had been longing for. Luke had always liked to fiddle with mechanical things, including armor, portable equipment, drones, cars, and motorcycles. Not only did he make new stuff, he also specially restored some antique and old mechanical objects which he displayed at home. This hobby made him look like a nostalgic middle-aged man. Men were kids who never grew up. Selina didn't dwell on it and asked, "Are we going to continue investigating the environment around the targets in the afternoon?" "No, I'm going to look for an acquaintance." Luke shook his head and said casually, "Call Wade Wilson." The car phone immediately started to dial the number. Selina was stunned. "Why are you looking for that cheap person?" Listening to the ringing tone, Luke said casually, "He's a New York tyrant and a mercenary. Do you think he won't know about this 10 million deal?" Selina thought that made sense. It wasn't that she was stupid, it was just that Wade's despicable behavior had left a deep impression on her, and she had the urge to take out her gun whenever she heard his name. The phone rang and there was no response. Luke smacked his lips and said, "Send Wade a message. Tell him that his old client wants information from him. It'll cost $500. The car program did as Luke instructed, but nothing happened. Selina chuckled. Few people could show Luke up, Wade was quite unique. Luke wasn't angry. He didn't usually get angry with others, let alone with a cheap person like Wade. Send him another message. Tell him that if he doesn't return this call, I'll take 30% of the reward Wayland gave him last time as a commission, he said again. In a New York apartment in New York, Vanessa, who was watching TV with Wade, picked up the phone and said, "It might be something important." Wade lay lazily on the couch, one hand groping her leg. "I need more rest. That last assignment was exhausting." Vanessa smiled and then stepped on his face to kick the lazy guy away. "It's been months. Haven't you had enough rest?" Wade refused to let go. "Darling, don't tell me you don't know why I need to rest." Vanessa rolled her eyes at him and opened the message from the unknown number. After taking a look, she threw the phone to Wade. Caught off guard, Wade was hit in the nose by the Nokia brick. He groaned in pain. "Ah, my face. I need my looks to earn a living." Vanessa said, "Your old client is looking for you. He said that if you don't call him back, he'll take his commission for Wayland's assignment." Wade covered his face and snorted. "Dream on. Nobody can take money from me." When he saw Vanessa's half-smile, he quickly added, "My money is your money." Vanessa was both angry and amused. She couldn't help but pinch his cheek. "Have I ever wanted your money?" Wade immediately shook his head. "No, you're the one raising me nowadays." Vanessa said helplessly, "All right, hurry up and call him. Didn't you say that you want to have a Christmas party? If you don't have money, are you going to make your friends drink tap water?" Reading the message on his phone, Wade said, "It's Christmas. It's my favorite. It belongs only to the two of us. I won't call anyone. Even if they come, they have to bring their own drinks." At that moment, he finally saw the two messages. Stunned for a moment, he tilted his head and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but click his tongue and immediately call back. Vanessa was curious. For Wade to proactively contact them, were they really an old client? Or did he owe the other party a lot of money, like, a commission? Wade noticed her expression and mouthed the words, "Big man." Vanessa understood. No matter how much money he got from his clients, they were only two kinds of people to Wade, big and small. Then, she saw Wade smile obsequiously. "Hey, Boss Luke, it's been a while. Do you need me for something?" In the car, Luke said with a smile, "Mr. Wilson, it wasn't easy to get through to you. Am I disturbing you?" "Of course." Wade's hand was still on Vanessa's leg as he mumbled to himself, but he immediately denied it. No, no. That information fee. Luke said, it's inconvenient over the phone. Let's talk when we meet. Wade was delighted. Ah, Boss Luke, I'm back in New York now. If you want to meet and talk in detail, you might have to cover my travel allowance. I won't ask for much for the plane ticket, just business class and a 4-star hotel. I was at the Four Seasons Hotel last time, and it was terrible. The toilet leaked, and I couldn't sleep well for days because of the dripping. Just nice, he could take Vanessa to Los Angeles for a free pre-Christmas holiday, and they could go to the beach to enjoy the sun. He was already making plans in his heart. In the car, Selena couldn't help but curse this cheap person. Luke, however, was calm. He could be angry with anyone, but never with Wade. That would only torture him and make Wade happy. He simply interrupted him. Mr. Wilson, I'm in New York. The best would be a double bed in the room, the round kind so that I won't fall off when I roll around. What did you say? Only after that did Wade shut up in surprise. I'm in New York. So, Mr. Wilson, you don't have to take a luxury business class flight tonight, nor do you have to stay in a 4-star hotel. You can sleep in your own bed and get a good night's sleep, said Luke slowly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, also, if you don't work harder, Mr. Wilson, you'll have to settle for the minimum $500 for the information. Wade's face fell and he was full of regret for the missed jackpot. That's too bad. That's great. Fix a place and time, and send the details to me. Preferably before 7 tonight in New York City Center. I don't plan on taking a plane back to Los Angeles to meet you there. Luke chuckled. Only when the money is in your pocket does it belong to you, right, Mr. Wilson? Wade, okay. Luke hung up. Selena finally complained, how did this guy survive until now? Is it only because he's surrounded by people with hearing disabilities that he hasn't been killed? Of course, he didn't become such a slag in one day, Luke said unhurriedly. It takes 20 to 30 years to become a super cheap person. This can also be considered an innate talent. Selena laughed out loud. I want to know how many of his classmates wanted to kill him when he was in school. And the teachers. Luke said, he might have been expelled way before that. Wade's message came very quickly, Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children bar, 7 p.m. Selena's lips twitched when she read the long name of the bar and saw the word school. Don't tell me this really is the school Wade went to. Isn't he afraid of being cursed by God? Luke said indifferently, you should trust that cheap people aren't afraid of being cursed, because too many people curse them. At 6:30, Luke and Selena left in their old car. It was now grayish-black and looked even more unremarkable. The license plates had also been changed out for fake ones. Luke and Selena were still dressed like hip-hop young adults. They were also wearing caps, sunglasses, and masks. Luke and Selena found the old bar in Harlem and entered. The moment Luke stepped inside, he felt a sense of familiarity. This place was similar to the bar in Los Angeles where he had met Wade. The smell of alcohol, cigarettes, sweat, and vomit filled the air in the rundown bar. All the customers were fierce-looking, and looked like the kind that should have long been sent to the electric chair. They went to the counter and asked for a bottle of Coke each. There wasn't anything unusual looking about the bartender with the long hair, buck teeth, and black-rimmed glasses. However, the price of a bottle of Coke amply demonstrated how much of a scam this bar was. Perhaps it was because Luke and Selena weren't dressed like the others here. Luke stuffed 2 $20 bills into a glass jar on the counter and asked, "Is Wade here?" The bartender glanced at him. "Which Wade?" Luke pondered for 2 seconds. "The cheapest and most shameless one." The bartender said, "He hasn't been here in days. Supposedly he's gotten obsessed with a black woman as big as a hippo, the 400-pound kind." Luke and Selena were lost for words. "Is your mouth related to Wade's?" At that moment, someone sat down at the counter. If you spread fake news about my wife again, do you think I won't blow up your fake alcohol? The bartender snorted. Then you can only drink water. The man threw a $5 bill into the bartender's cash register. Give me your fake whiskey blend. The bartender didn't move. $25. The person said, who told you to slander my wife just now? $5, or I'll take $25 from your money jar. Helpless, the bartender poured a glass of whiskey, which was just a thin layer of amber liquid in a glass half full of ice. He then slammed the glass down in front of the man. Wade, take it easy. Don't get drunk and go back to the wrong house and bang the wrong wife. It was Wade. Hearing that, he gave the bartender the middle finger, then ignored him. He smiled and said, "Boss, we meet again. What business do you have this time?" Luke took a sip of his Coke. Someone posted a huge bounty yesterday. You know about it, right? Stumped for a moment, Wade immediately said, I know. You're not asking me for information on those masked men, are you? I can't help you with that. Those masked men are all cuties. I love them. They're the ones who fill this city with a cheerful and lively air. Of course, Wade wouldn't say that after watching Batman's video, even he had gone out with a mask on with the fancy name of Executioner of Justice. Of course, once he sentenced the bad guys, all their money went into his wallet. He had a good habit of not wasting anything. However, he didn't want to cosplay Batman. Batman was indeed very strong, but he was the strongest Wade, who was no weaker than anyone else. So, he bought himself a dark red suit to show that he was different from Batman. In fact, he felt that there were too many people cosplaying Batman on the streets, and the black armor was too ordinary. It didn't match his unique temperament and figure at all. But one night, when he went out to act heroically, he ran into a few guys wearing similar dark red clothes who were abducting little kids. He was furious at that time. He drew his sword and killed those kidnapping the asterisk stars before dumping them in the river. Not only did they wear similar dark red clothes, they also had long swords on their backs. Except for the slightly looser dark red clothes, these bad guys actually looked similar to Wade. Wade, who felt that he had been tricked for no reason, was naturally ruthless and killed the enemy. After this encounter, Wade made a painful decision. In the end, he added a few bits of black to his battle uniform. For example, the eyes of the mask were now black. The red and black ensemble and his now tight-fitting suit finally helped Wade escape his counterfeit crisis. So, when Luke mentioned the masked men, he decisively expressed his opinion. He was one of the masked men. How could he help Luke catch these comrades? Unless he paid more. Wade was delighted. This time, he had to make this big shot pay more. Luke said, "No, I want to know more about the hitmen." "So, you have to give me a price that I can't refuse," Wade said almost at the same time. He was stunned. "What did you just say?" Luke took another sip of his Coke unhurriedly. "I won't force you to hurt those cute masked men. I only care about the hitmen." Wade was lost for words. What the hell? Only then did he remember that although vigilantes weren't popular with the police, hitmen were undoubtedly more suitable targets. The person in front of him happened to be a police officer. He just didn't know why the LAPD police had come to steal NYPD's job. But that had nothing to do with him. Luke took another sip of Coke and shook the bottle in his hand as he watched the liquid fizz. Investigate each hitman, and look especially at how dangerous they are. Each person will be $100 to $1,000. That little? Wade couldn't help but cry out. Luke chuckled. This is an information fee. I only want information on their appearance, body build, background and aliases. I'm not asking you to kill them. Wade listened and calculated in his heart. The huge bounty this time would attract at least hundreds of hitmen who wanted to get rich, and some of them were definitely very powerful. He didn't need to investigate everything about the other party, like where they were staying. As long as it was something he heard, he could just report it to this big man. He might even be able to increase the information fee. If several dozen were too few, couldn't he just make up over 100 fake reports for this big man? That way, he would get tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking that, he smiled and said, "Isn't that too low? Boss, how about increasing it a little?" Luke said, "You think it's too little? Then calculate my commission from last time. In your line of work, it should be 10 to 30%. I'll take a middle value of 20%. Last time, you earned at least 7 figures. I'll calculate at the lowest amount of $1 million, so 20% is 200,000. Wade subconsciously questioned, "Isn't half of 30% 15%? Luke raised an eyebrow. "So, you're going to give me 150,000? Hearing that he now suddenly had a 6-figure debt, Wade decisively raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I think the price you're offering is very reasonable. I can't wait to get to work. It's a deal, baby." With that, he finished the glass of whiskey in one gulp and ran off. Holding his Coke, Luke stood up and said to Selena, "Let's go." The bartender not far away suddenly said, "I can also provide you information. How about using the price you mentioned?" Luke chuckled. "Aren't you afraid that Wade will come after you?" The bartender snorted. "He's good at killing people. When it comes to looking for information, he's a lot worse." Luke hummed and looked at the customers in the bar. "You're not going to sell me their information, are you?" The bartender shrugged. "If it's possible, of course I don't mind, but the people here probably don't have any hitman credentials. Otherwise, why would they hang out here to drink?" Luke asked, "How long do you need?" The bartender said, "You can come the day after tomorrow." Luke nodded. "Deal." He was about to leave. The bartender stopped him again. "Wait. Luke, The bartender said, "You're new, so I have to accept a deposit. Remember, it's a deposit." Luke tossed a roll of cash into the glass jar. "Then you have to work harder. Don't run out of even the deposit." Watching Luke and Selena, the bartender took out the roll of cash from the glass jar and placed it under the counter. "A client whom Wade can curry favor with is indeed very rich," the bartender murmured. Luke had given him the standard $100 super roll, which contained $2,000. In their line of work, a deposit was 50% of the amount, but only those with good credibility and ability could get it. Ordinarily, it was 20% first. In other words, Luke had put aside $10,000 for him. This was a rare big deal. Thinking that, the bartender quickly walked behind the counter and picked up the phone. Just as Luke arrived at the lab, Robert called him. "Check the fax, I sent you the sketch." Luke hung up and looked at the fax that had just been sent over. "Little snail, compare this image with the suspected targets in the database. Let me know if you find anything." After giving the instructions, he looked at the sketch and mumbled, "Really fierce looking, but he has the aura of a big shot." He was probably more popular than Robert. The man in the sketch had small eyes, a big nose, a trapezoid face, and short hair. He had a cold expression and a strong body. Yes, it was a full-body sketch. After examining the sketch for a moment, Luke smiled. "Catherine's drawing skills have improved again. She's pretty good." Putting the sketch into his inventory, he added 2 more points to his mental strength to make it 39. Looking at the number 39, he said expectantly, "I'll be able to taste 40 tomorrow." As Luke and Selena went home to rest, Manhattan was especially lively at night. There were people in many high vantage points in Clinton and Harlem. Every now and then, a couple of people would trade a look through their binoculars. In the beginning, they could still maintain a tacit understanding. They were all professionals who had come for the 10 million bounty. Few of them wanted to waste their time on other professionals. But as two hitmen saw each other by chance through their binoculars, a case of confirming it's my arch-nemesis happened. There weren't many good-tempered hitmen, so they decisively started shooting. After a series of intermittent gunshots, a man fell from the 5th floor and hit the street. Soon, the patrol cars arrived. The resident who called the police mentioned that the victim had a sniper rifle. When the operator heard the call, he thought that the other party was joking. There were a lot of people in America with guns, but those with high-end sniper rifles were either fanatics or professionals. Soon after the patrol officers arrived, they reported the situation to headquarters. The victim was dressed in black and was fully equipped. It was expensive, but not in the style of the police or the military. Coupled with the SIG SSG sniper rifle, it was clear that this wasn't just some collector or fan. These people would only enjoy their gun collection at home. They would only shoot them a few times at the shooting range, and wouldn't climb to the roof of their apartment building in the middle of the night to shoot the breeze. As the police entered the battlefield, the scene gradually turned chaotic. Finally, after the second pair of vengeful killers started fighting and accidentally injured a police officer, NYPD exploded like a cat that had been poked in the butt. Not only did a large number of patrol cars rush to the crime scene in Harlem, even helicopters were deployed to investigate the rooftops in an attempt to find suspicious people. 2 ESU, Emergency Services Unit, SWAT type in New York City, teams also arrived, ready to go to war with the professionals. Most of the hitmen chose to retreat. There was no reward for killing the police, and their target was nowhere to be seen. They had to be crazy to mess with NYPD. As they ran, the hitmen didn't forget to curse 18 generations of the two battling killers. Wasn't it good to earn money quietly? Why did they have to fight and kill? What pig teammates, they deserved to die. At the same time, in a dark 6D unit in a 6-story apartment building not far away, a middle-aged man in sunglasses frowned and thought for a moment, before he put down his gun. He slowly stuck his head out the window and observed the police cars on the street below. He scratched his head in frustration. Would there be police officers everywhere tomorrow? Thankfully, the location that the police cars were racing to was over 200 meters away, or he didn't think he would be able to sleep. He smiled bitterly in his heart, and it didn't show on his face. He sat down in an armchair in a corner and leaned back. He put his right hand on the coffee table next to him, still holding his gun. A moment later, his breathing calmed down. The next day, Luke received a call from Dustin. Come to the department for a case. He went out alone today, and Selena and Gold Nugget were left in the lab. Selena had been out at night too much recently, and she needed to adjust herself to deal with the upcoming operations. She wasn't Luke. She didn't have the motivation of the system's experience and credit points, and naturally didn't treat bad guys as experienced monsters. It was necessary for her to rest. When Luke arrived at the police department, he received 2 homicide cases from Dustin. The homicides had happened last night in Upper Manhattan. Both victims had a lot of professional equipment on them, and one of them had a sniper rifle. Thus, this case was more important, but Dustin wasn't willing to let anyone else investigate it. After analyzing the files which Luke had given to him yesterday, he had found several leads on D'Amico's underground connections. Today, the entire detective bureau was preparing for a major operation. He simply handed the case to Luke for him to investigate first. After the detective bureau's major operation was over, Luke could either hand the case back or continue investigating it. Luke didn't care either way. This sort of case looked important on the surface, but didn't have any obvious merit. Even if a heavily regulated weapon like the sniper rifle was involved, it was just a routine investigation and not urgent. He decided to take a stroll in the city and bring some food back for the 2 gluttons. Thinking that, he drove to Upper Manhattan. After wandering around the 2 crime scenes from last night, he looked at a building not far away and smiled. It was a 5-star hotel and where D'Amico's wife was staying for the moment. The 2 victims had been less than 500 meters away from the building. Recalling the equipment and injuries on the two victims that were listed in the information from Dustin, Luke realized that they were probably hitmen who were here for the 10 million bounty. But for some reason, they got into a conflict with someone else and died here. The 10 million bounty target hadn't even appeared, and these hitmen were already in a hurry to eliminate their opponents. The thought flashed through Luke's mind, but he immediately shook his head. As long as they were professional hitmen, they wouldn't shoot until they spied their target. Most people wouldn't move until they received a deposit. The astronomical bounty this time was a special case. Without a deposit, they would be even more cautious. If they wanted to steal the bounty, they had to at least find the target. But that was just the best hypothetical scenario. As long as the number of participants increased, there would always be weird players who lacked logical thinking. Of the types of criminals caught by the police, there were a lot of brainless ones. It was like a person putting a paper bag over their face to rob someone, and when they didn't have anything to put the money in, they used the paper bag. There were also robbers who put boxes over their heads, but in the end, they couldn't even see where they were going, and dropped their guns and ran away. These weirdos would always refresh a person's understanding of how moronic people could actually be. There was no stupidest, only even more stupid, which was the best description of these weirdos. If there were too many idiots, there would always be a few who would go off to kill someone. Perhaps these two victims and their opponents were these sorts of idiots. Thinking that, Luke drove to a nearby Shake Shack. He had been working at home for the past few days, and he wanted to slack off today. There was still 2 hours before lunch, but there was a long line outside the place. Luke wasn't surprised. He popped a lollipop into his mouth and lined up at the back. After the heavy rain last night, New York was sunny today. Although the temperature was still less than 10 degrees, the cold and damp feeling was gone. The sun shone down on the queue, and everyone was clearly in a good mood. Luke relaxed and enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. It just so happened that there were two girls in line behind him. It was cold in New York, and they were wearing thick jackets but short skirts which exposed their bare legs. The two girls were also above average in terms of appearance. They were well dressed, and coupled with their youthful and cheerful temperaments, they were quite eye-catching. Luke didn't notice them at first, but the girls noticed him. After whispering to each other for a moment, a tall and slim girl took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luke had already heard them, and wasn't surprised at all. Of course, the two girls were still rather reserved. They simply chatted with him and didn't pass him slips of paper right away. Luke didn't mind interacting with other people during his free time, especially when the two girls were pretty remarkable. The three of them talked about everything from the weather to burgers, clothes and school life. 20 minutes passed unknowingly, and there were only two people in front of Luke who were waiting to order. If everything went well, he could finish ordering in 10 minutes and get lunch in half an hour. At that moment, his fake phone rang. Luke sighed helplessly and smiled apologetically at the girls. He immediately took out his phone for a look, then turned his head to the west. This was an urgent message from the police front desk which had been automatically recorded by the car radio. Just now, someone called the police and said that there was a large-scale gunfight happening 2 blocks away. The identities of the gunmen and the number of people involved were unknown, but dozens of shots had already been fired. If it was just one person calling the police, it might be a prank. But a lot of calls were coming in from nearby that were saying the same thing. The front desk had promptly called for nearby police officers to check the situation and prevent a large number of innocent casualties. This was Manhattan. Even if there were fewer people in Upper Manhattan, it was still the busiest center. Luke put his phone back into his pocket with a bitter smile. It seemed that the takeaway today was going to fly away. He apologized to the girls and broke into a run. The tall girl quickly said, "Hey, it's almost your turn." Luke said helplessly, "It's an emergency. I can't wait." He suddenly paused, then took out a card and 5 $100 bills from his pocket. "Nikki, call me later and I'll give you the order." Please help me order. I'll come back later, okay? Before the tall girl, Nikki, could say anything, several $100 bills and a name card was stuffed into her hands. Then, Luke quickly got into the SUV and drove away. Hey, you, she raised her hand to stop Luke, only to see that the SUV had already turned at the intersection and was out of sight. Stunned for a moment, she looked at the other girl. Monica, doesn't he trust us too much? Both girls looked at the $500. Monica hesitated for a moment, but still reminded her, didn't you say that if you like him after having a chat, you'll get his number? Nikki was conflicted. This isn't how it works. This makes me feel like a delivery man. Monica reminded her again, but he's still waiting for you to call him and tell you his takeout order. Stunned, Nikki immediately took out her phone and started dialing. Monica rolled her eyes. Look at you. If he really asked, you would immediately send yourself over as takeout, right? No, there's a charge for takeout, you might even have to pay the cab fee yourself. Luke said a few words of thanks and said that he would be back in half an hour. He then asked the car system to send a takeout order to Nikki. On the other side, Nikki looked at the takeout order and then looked at the money in her hand. She suddenly felt that it wasn't a lot of money, and might not even be enough. The cashier asked the two girls, "What would you like?" Nikki stepped forward and handed over the phone. Calculate the total price of this list first. The cashier was a little surprised, but still nodded and placed the phone next to the cash register as she started to tally it up. Looking at the amount of food, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you really want this much?" Monica said decisively, "A friend asked us to help order this." The cashier found the answer reasonable and continued calculating. She said, "Are you having a class gathering? This is enough for 50 people." Nikki and Monica looked at each other, and it was Monica who said, "Probably, yes." A moment later, the cashier raised her head. "That's a total of $493.50. Are you sure you want these?" Nikki nodded and handed over the $500. She was glad she had enough. When she saw the takeout order earlier, she was really afraid that she would have to empty out her pockets. But the strange thing was that she was only afraid that she didn't have enough money, and didn't think about buying less or not buying at all. Monica was the same. Luke didn't feel guilty. He had gotten an idea just now. While using mental communication, he also tested the effect of elementary pheromone control. But Nikki had also whispered to Monica that if she liked him, she would ask for his phone number. The three of them had chatted happily just now, and it seemed that she would ask for his number. Luke usually turned down this sort of request. It actually wasn't easy to get his private number. If it was business, he would only give out the number for his work phone. He had two private numbers. The first one was reserved for family members and acquaintances, and there weren't many acquaintances. They were at most old colleagues like Dustin, Elsa, and Elizabeth, or slightly more familiar acquaintances like Jenny and Elena. The second number was for those whom he had personal contact with, but wasn't close to. For example, Takagi, Wayland, Jennifer Perry, and Shira. Since he had asked Nikki for a favor, it was naturally a personal matter, and he gave her his second private number. Compared with the work number, it was easier to get through to a private number or for him to reply personally. Given the number of people Luke had interacted with in the past year, he didn't have the time to answer everyone's calls. Most calls would automatically be transferred to the message bank, and Luke was selective in who he replied to. He directly ignored courtesy calls or those who called for no reason. In that sense, this deal wasn't a loss for Nikki. After making sure that he would still be able to get lunch for his family, a distracted Luke finally pulled up a map of the location of the gunfight. Ever since Luke came to New York, he had been working on filling in this real-time map of New York map whenever he was out in the car. But he had only driven through this place twice, and the gunfight hadn't taken place on the main street, but on a narrower street behind the residential buildings. At that moment, he arrived at the crime scene. he parked the car and got out. Looking around, he noticed that many people were looking at the 5th or 6th floor of the apartment building. He quickly walked into the apartment building and pulled out his badge. It was an old apartment building with a spiral staircase at the back of a small reception hall. Luke quickly went up, and he could hear the vague sounds of talking upstairs. After listening for a moment, he frowned. The suspects didn't seem to have left. They were still talking upstairs as they rummaged around. From the bits Luke could hear, he could sense that they weren't as cautious about shooting as gang members in New York City Center. Instead, they were a little unbridled, and one of them even mentioned something like, carrying out official business. Luke went up to the 6th floor and took out a small mirror for a look at the top of the stairs before he dashed down the hallway. In order not to make any sound, he reduced his speed significantly, but he was still very fast. In less than 3 seconds, he was in front of the apartment unit at the end of the corridor. A middle-aged man was holding a gun in front of the door. He was about to turn around, when he felt something tighten around his neck and something cold pressed to the back of his head. Alarmed, he couldn't make a sound. The hand on his neck was so strong that he could only gasp for air. Luke, who had caught the man, frowned and pulled him back several meters. Then, he paid attention to Unit 6D at the end of the hallway while he listened to the conversation in Unit 6B. He asked softly, "Who's in the room?" The middle-aged man felt the grip on his neck relax slightly. He could finally make a sound. He subconsciously asked, who are you?" However, the middle-aged man was smart enough to keep his voice down. "Luke, NYPD." This was something that he had to declare. Although he had switched the order and pointed his gun at the man's head first, he still declared his identity in the end. The middle-aged man was clearly stunned. "NYPD?" Luke asked, "Tell me, who's inside?" The middle-aged man suddenly yelled, "DEA. We're DEA agents. My badge is in my chest pocket. You can take a look." Unit 6B suddenly fell silent. Luke frowned, his gun still pressed to the back of the man's head. He loosened his grip on the man's neck and searched his chest for a badge. With just a glance, he knew that it was real. But whether these DEA agents were real or fake remained to be seen. It would be even more troublesome if they were genuine agents. Sensing the grip on his neck relax, the middle-aged man immediately said, "We're on a secret arrest mission. I'm Blaze Bolton. My colleague is inside." His voice was still very loud. Luke narrowed his eyes and vaguely understood what was going on. Someone in the room finally said, "We're from the DEA." "Who's outside, Blaze?" Blaze quickly said, "It's a police officer from NYPD." While he was speaking, Luke had already put his gun away and retreated to the stairs. He didn't trust these DEA agents at all. Finally, a man stuck his head out of the door and looked outside. After confirming that Blaze was the only one at the door, he craned his neck and looked at Luke. "Dude, what are you doing? It's not good to point a gun at a colleague." Luke smiled, unperturbed. "I'm sorry, but I received a notice of an intense gunfight here. You didn't show me your badges." Even so, he still had his gun aimed at the door of 6B. The man's expression clearly didn't look too good. Luke could also see the panic on the man's face. Someone behind him was quietly telling him what to do. Activity picked up in the room again. After he spoke, Luke walked a little further down the stairs so that most of his body was covered. He then took out his phone and called HQ's information center. Luke gave his identity and police officer number, then explained the situation. HQ said that the patrol officers would arrive in 5 minutes at most. There was a lot of activity in the room, and Luke's sharp hearing and brain synapses were constantly picking up information from the sporadic bits of conversation. "What about this bag? Malky, bring it out later. If they notice it, tell them that it's illegal drugs we seized. And here? How are you going to explain the kid's body? Figure it out yourself." "Huh. 5 minutes later, 2 patrol cars arrived. Luke showed the 4 NYPD patrol officers his badge and told them what was going on before he led them to 6B. The patrol officers stood on either side with their guns in hand and shouted, "NYPD, listen up. Put down your weapons and show us your IDs. Otherwise, we have reasonable grounds for treating you as suspects." After a brief silence, 4 people finally walked out. They weren't holding guns, but only because they had put them back into their holsters. Each person had a DEA badge on them. On the badge was an eagle in an octagon with its wings spread. It was clearly different from the NYPD badge. A patrol officer checked their badges one by one and nodded at Luke. Luke wasn't surprised. These DEA agents were real, but as for what they were doing here, only they themselves knew. Luke more or less knew, but there were some accusations that couldn't be made without solid evidence. As the patrol officers spoke to the DEA agents, Luke walked into the room. There was a body of a short and fat man lying near the door, but the 6 bullet holes in his back and the long trail of blood he left from crawling over the floor were very strange. Avoiding all the blood, Luke took 2 steps forward. At the end of the hallway, on the right, a young girl had also been shot in the back. Luke silently took 2 steps forward and looked into the bathroom on the right. A woman was soaking in a bathtub with headphones on. There was a huge hole in her chest, and the water in the bathtub had turned red with blood. There was also a huge red stain on the ground. Luke sneered inwardly. Why would a woman who was listening to music in a bathtub need to be shot in the chest? Even SWAT wasn't that rough with terrorists. After a few glances, he took a few steps forward, and another body appeared at a fork in the hallway. Luke's face darkened. It was a little boy who was at most 4 or 5 years old. At that moment, he was already dead. Except for the man at the door, the 3 people who had died here were unarmed women and children. Were these DEA agents crazy? This was New York, not Juarez, Mexico. How could they kill people here? Pausing for a moment to determine the direction from which the boy had been flung out, Luke entered another room. It was a complete mess. There were bullet holes everywhere. These didn't come from just one gun. This should be the source of the intense gunfight that had been reported to the police. There was the body of a man in a floral shirt at the door. His scent indicated that he had a fair amount of contact with the DEA. This was probably their man. There were 5 victims in the apartment. The man who died at the door was probably the owner, and the woman in the bathtub was his wife, while the young girl and boy were their kids. Scanning the room, Luke's gaze fell on a photo. It was a photo of the dead girl and the boy, but a figure had been cut out from another photo and stuck in between them. It was a 12-year-old girl. As Luke observed the room, a middle-aged man in a beige suit looked at him with a smile. "Detective, this is our case." Luke looked at him, and this time, he didn't even put on a polite smile. He simply said, "2 minors have died here." Was the DEA handling this case like a terrorist attack or a massacre? The man's expression changed. "What do you think drug dealers are? Devout believers, just praying in church every day? They'll take out their guns and kill you at any moment." Pointing at the body of the man in the floral shirt at the door, he yelled, "One of my men just died, and you're already making sarcastic remarks. Oh, right, see this? That fatty even ruined my new suit." He then gestured at his left shoulder. He had indeed been shot. However, Luke could tell that the man had only been grazed by 1 or 2 bullets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move his left arm. He nodded. "As long as you're happy." He then turned around and left. The man's mental condition and the smell on him clearly indicated that he had just taken drugs. Luke had seen a lot of scumbags and dirty cops, but it was rare to see a scumbag like this one. Big Nick and his men from the Los Angeles County Police could be considered good people compared with this guy. At the very least, Big Nick and the others didn't take drugs, much less kill 4 or 5-year-olds. Taking drugs on a case and killing people, it would be strange if this person wasn't a psycho. Walking out the door, Luke's gaze paused for a moment on the door of apartment 6D on the right. He said something to the patrol officer before he went up the stairs to the rooftop. A moment later, he came down and drove off. When he returned to Shake Shack, he saw the two girls standing there with two big paper bags each. Looking at the time, Luke slapped his forehead. 40 minutes had passed, and he had missed the meeting time. He got out of the car and quickly walked over. Nikki and Monica saw him too. They wanted to wave, but realized that they couldn't. Luke approached them and apologized. "I'm sorry I'm late. Sorry for the trouble." Nikki simply asked, "You done with your thing?" Luke nodded. "For now." "Oh, right, give those to me." Saying that, he took the 2 bags of food from Nikki. Monica curled her lip. "Shouldn't you take 1 bag from each of us?" Luke said with a smile, "Didn't you say that you're good at sports? You're good at running, swimming, wrestling, and basketball. You should take a few more bags." Monica rolled her eyes at him angrily. "But it should be fair, right? I support gender equality." Luke shrugged. "So, if you're strong, you should do more. If I had 3 hands, I would definitely help get one of your bags." Monica said, "You're only saying that because you don't have a 3rd hand, right?" Luke chuckled and opened the car door. He quickly put the bags of food inside and then took the bags from Monica. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. "Where's your lunch?" Nikki and Monica subconsciously looked at their empty hands and came back to their senses. "Crap, I forgot. We only bought yours." Luke smiled and held open the back door. "It seems I have to treat you. Ladies, please get in." In less than 10 minutes, Monica was sitting on a mat in the park and eating a mushroom cheeseburger. Her voice was muffled as she said, "You're really good at talking. You make eating fast food on the grass in the park sound even better than a 3-star Michelin restaurant." Eating a beef burger, Luke said with a smile, "When I was in Los Angeles, I never thought that sunlight was precious. Sometimes, I even complained that it was too bright. Now that I'm in New York, I feel that it's worth giving up man-made buildings to enjoy nature's beautiful scenery." Nikki was curious. "You're from Los Angeles. Did you just come here for college?" Luke said, "I grew up in Texas. I'm here for work. If I don't work, I might have to become a cowboy in my hometown." Neither Nikki nor Monica believed him. Luke didn't sound like a cowboy at all. The 3 of them chatted and ate lunch. After lunch, Luke asked the girls what their plans were. It was the weekend, and they were out doing window shopping. They didn't have to hurry to any other destination, so Luke didn't have to drive them anywhere. They said goodbye. After Luke drove off, Monica turned around and left with Nikki. "Let's go. We said we would go shopping. I haven't seen the underwear I need yet." While she was being dragged away, Nikki looked back reluctantly. "It looks like he doesn't have any feelings for me." Monica smiled when she heard that. "Didn't you get his number?" Nikki said, "You got it too. But he doesn't act like those guys who chase us. When I asked him when he would be free to come out and play, he actually said that he's very busy and has to work overtime even at night. At his age, why would he need to work overtime every night? He's not a nerd. Isn't that a rejection?" Monica rolled her eyes. "Forget it. I'm sure that he has absolutely no intention of pursuing me, because I'm not the type he likes. But you still have a good chance. At least, he wasn't rejecting you when he said that." Hearing that, Nikki was curious and grabbed Monica's arm. "How do you know?" Monica said, "Because I suspect he's from a rich family." Nikki was stunned. "Huh?" Monica said, "I'm not familiar with his SUV model, but can an ordinary student afford that? Secondly, he's using a titanium phone. It's a style that hasn't even been released on the official website. It's very likely that he ordered it directly from the factory. I can't tell what brand his clothes are, but the workmanship and material are very good. They might be custom-made. The sunglasses are a new model which Gucci released in the first half of the year. They're worth more than $1,000. Saying that, she looked at Nikki with a faint smile. Would someone like that work as a delivery driver? He might be learning to run the business from home. Nikki was surprised. Why didn't I notice anything? How are you so observant? Monica pinched Nikki hard, causing her best friend to cover her back in pain. What are you doing? Monica said, you still have the cheek to say that. When you were eating just now, your eyes didn't leave that handsome face. Could you see anything else? You also kept talking over me. I was almost bored to death. What else could I do? Nikki was lost for words, but she came back to her senses. She immediately retorted, you looked at his car, phone and clothes, and you have the cheek to criticize me? I didn't even pay that much attention, you cheap person. Ah, pot calling the kettle black. You want to get beat up again, right? Monica was furious. The two girls laughed and bickered on the street, and for a moment, they threw Luke, the instigator, aside. After Luke got into the car, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. If it wasn't for that light-hearted conversation with the two cheerful girls suppressing his mood, he really felt like going out immediately to kill those dirty DEA agents, especially the leader. Pull up the information on Norman Stansfield, he said. The system swiftly displayed a profile on the control panel. Read out his work history. Check the number of complaints he's received and the reasons for them, he continued. The car system immediately started reading out Norman Stansfield's profile in a gentle female voice. This Norman was the middle-aged man in the beige suit who had been at the crime scene. He was also the leader of the DEA team. Listening to the man's history, Luke sneered. As a senior DEA agent, Norman Stansfield had received a lot of complaints. Excessive use of force wasn't rare for DEA agents. A DEA agent without such complaints was definitely a fake. But there had been several disputes between Norman and NYPD, because his team had accidentally killed the family members of drug dealers. Thus, Luke stopping him today had been the umpteenth time. Generally speaking, Norman Stansfield wasn't a big deal, but the DEA behind him wasn't easy to deal with. NYPD's pissing contest with the DEA didn't end there. Luke understood why. Just like how the DEA couldn't demand NYPD to hand over their officers, NYPD couldn't demand that the DEA hand over Norman. Unless the culprits were caught red-handed, the higher-ups played a game of compromise. It was impossible for two big law enforcement units to fall out over one or two subordinates. Luke had resisted the urge to kill Norman and the others because he didn't want to poke the hornet's nest. He just noted this Norman in his little black notebook, but put him at the very top of the list. He had no patience for such scum. As he mulled over the issue of Norman, he returned to the laboratory. As Selena and Gold Nugget ate, Selena could still sense the displeasure in Luke's expression. What happened? Luke didn't hide anything. He told her about how Norman's DEA had charged into a drug dealer's house and killed his family. Selena stopped. This person killed kids. Luke nodded. The trafficker's daughter was only 16, and his son was 4. The DEA doesn't even care. Selena suddenly felt that the burger in her hands was tasteless. Luke said, the family won't bother since they're already dead, that's probably what he thinks. Selena was silent and just looked at him. Luke glanced at her. What are you thinking? We are good NYPD detectives. Selena blinked. So. Luke picked up a cheese fry and stuffed it into his mouth. So, whatever the New York vigilantes, inspired by Batman, want to do is none of our business. Selena nodded in satisfaction and took a big bite of her burger. I think the legend of Knee Breaker can also appear in New York. Luke shook his head. No. Selena, huh? Luke said, go look for Sponge for resources on studying torture. She'll give you everything you want, to injure but not kill someone, seriously injure and kill someone, or to kill someone slowly, it's all there. It's always good to learn more. Selena was surprised. Why didn't you mention this before? Luke finished another burger. I didn't want you to dirty your hands with those scumbags. Selena gave an oh and continued eating. After lunch, Luke got busy. After preparing for half an hour, he lay down on the bed in the medical room and activated all kinds of monitoring and life support equipment. With a thought, the mental number on the system panel jumped to 40. Almost instantly, it felt like electricity was shooting through his head before it quickly turned into a more complicated feeling. Luke, who was giving himself this electroshock therapy, felt as if his head had become a huge battery that was discharging electricity. His head felt numb and painful, and tears came out of Luke's eyes after a while. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he had lost control of his tear glands from the intense stimulation. Luke finally cried out, "Arg, it really is still so dangerous." With elementary self-healing to protect him, he had already done all sorts of tests on his body. If it were anyone else, it might have been considered self-harm. Luke, who usually came out of a case completely unscathed, had actually been through a lot of fights. He had taken a lot of bullets, and chose to turn them into tests of their various calibers and functions. This kind of bittersweet feeling absolutely wasn't something that an ordinary person would ever experience. But the pain from gun and knife wounds were simpler. What Luke was experiencing now was compounded pain. A few minutes later, an even odder and more uncomfortable phase began. As his mind grew stronger, Luke's consciousness, which had always been stable and clear, gradually turned blurry. All sorts of small fragments of consciousness appeared and disappeared just as quickly, making his head feel like it was a carnival playground. His memories were no longer clear here. It was a dream, yet not. He was in a mess right now. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into a kaleidoscope which was spinning wildly and which he couldn't escape. It felt like a nightmare. Only the monitoring equipment in the medical room stood silent guard, ensuring that his life wouldn't be in danger. An hour later, Luke suddenly woke up from this chaotic and torturous state. Almost instantly, his chaotic consciousness returned to normal, as if someone had pressed a button. FCK, it's finally over. He subconsciously shook his head to make sure that he wasn't dreaming before he said, "Osiris, how's my body?" "Sir, on one occasion, your brain temperature was abnormally high. I used a physical cooling technique to control it. All other vitals remained within a bearable range." A calm male voice came through the microphone on the side. Osiris was an existence that had nothing to do with the other AIs. Most of the time, it only existed in a few computers in Luke's inventory. Its main task was to analyze Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget's physical stats. When combined with Luke's modified medical mechanical arm, it could be used as a surgeon or a nurse. Of course, Osiris didn't have any fieldwork experience, this doctor role was more risky. Luke didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and felt the familiar sensation of leveling up. The strongest effect which the system had was on transforming the brain, and it was also the most difficult one to endure. The transformation would happen over a few days, but it was already no longer unbearable. On the contrary, Luke's mind was clearer than ever. After feeling it out for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't suffer for nothing. Without any huge gains, most people would stay away from the pain of leveling up. But the greater the pain, the more obvious the benefits. After a simple test, Luke confirmed that elementary telekinesis and elementary annihilation had been enhanced exponentially. He didn't have a test subject for mental communication, but Luke could sense that operating it was a lot easier and it had become significantly more practical. He didn't want to move for the time being, and lazed in bed as he had Osiris raise the upper half of the bed before he pulled up his data from earlier for a look. The most dangerous thing about this level up was when his brain temperature increased rapidly at one point. But Osiris used ice to cool him down, so he was naturally safe. After lying down for another hour, Luke put Osiris and the medical robotic arm back into his inventory and destroyed everything on the bed before he returned to his room to take a shower. Wearing a loose and comfortable hoodie, he took out a bottle of guarana from the fridge and took a sip. He sighed in satisfaction. This feels too great. Gold Nugget, who was watching HBO on the side, turned its head to give Luke a baffled glance before immediately turning back around. Sometimes, the fiend liked to sigh. There wasn't anything strange about that, watching dramas was more important. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the evening. For once, Luke went to personally make dinner himself. He had been too busy recently, and the smart kitchenware was basically responsible for cooking. However, Luke felt that he needed to use cooking to adjust his mood for now, to prevent him from being too excited. Humming softly, he busied himself in the kitchen. When the dog heard the sounds of chopping, its ears twitched, and its attention was instantly diverted. Was the fiend making dinner? It dashed to the kitchen door and looked at Luke in disbelief. Luke naturally knew it had come. Without turning around, he asked, "Is there anything in particular you want to eat tonight?" Gold Nugget's eyes widened even more. It could even make a request. How many days had it been since it had gotten this treatment? It immediately fled. Luke didn't think much of it. The dog head had definitely gone to Selena to discuss the dishes. A few minutes later, Selena grumbled as she wiped her hair, "Hey, it's just dinner. Why are you so excited? I haven't even dried my hair yet." Walking up behind Luke, she looked at the ingredients and said, "Pork ribs, beef sirloin, streaky pork, tenderloin, prawns, green peas, carrots, and celery. There must be braised pork, sweet and sour pork, or barbecued pork. Fry the pork ribs with garlic. Anything else?" Gold Nugget was unhappy and whined. Selena said, Okay. Luke, it wants the sad rice." Luke, okay. Of course, that sad rice was some nonsense he had simply cooked up, saying that it could make people cry when they ate it. Actually, it was just Yangzhou fried rice with barbecued pork and onion. If Chinese chefs saw this combination, they might really be depressed and shed sad tears. It was just a joke. Actually, it was Gold Nugget who came up with this combination. It liked this dish because it looked good and took more effort to make. It wasn't easy to get the fiend to generously do things for it, so it naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. In any case, the other dishes were ready, and it would have a share. Selena said, "Just let it be. All it's been doing recently is watching TV or scolding people online. You don't have to worry about it." Luke didn't think much of it. Isn't watching dramas and being a keyboard warrior two of life's great pleasures? With these two hobbies, happiness is always easy to find. Gold Nugget nodded vigorously, feeling that the fiend's words had hit the nail on the head. Watching dramas was to savor life along with the characters, and it was fun to be a keyboard warrior and harangue people online. One had to create their own enjoyment. Selena was still too young to understand anything. Condemning the young woman inwardly, the dog head happily returned to the living room to continue watching its show. After complaining about the dog, Selena asked, "Why are you making dinner today? You weren't in a good mood at lunch." "Wait, did the two girls ask you out tonight?" Luke chuckled. "Even if they dared to, I wouldn't dare go. Both of them are only in high school. You know I have rules." Selena was lost for words. Luke had a lot of self-control. To use his own words, he was usually too busy to go out and play with little girls. "Fine, keep it to yourself." She was about to leave. Luke stopped her. "Wait, take this out. The two of you can eat this first." He took out the new snack for today, which had been kept warm in the oven, and piled them up like a small mountain. Selina was curious. Huh? Is this baked fish? Why doesn't it smell like fish? Luke turned around and handed her a bowl. He said with a smile, "It's taiyaki. It's actually a dessert made from flour, and there's chocolate and red bean paste in it." Selina nodded and picked up the bowl. She was abruptly dumbfounded. The bowl which Luke had placed in her hands tilted and almost fell. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and grabbed the bowl. He shook it a few times so that the taiyaki which had tilted to the side settled, and none of them fell out. "What's wrong?" He looked at Selina strangely. Selina's eyes were wide open as she stared into Luke's eyes. Her mouth was open, but she didn't react. He realized that she was even holding her breath. Frowning, Luke suddenly realized something. He slapped his forehead and said, "Gold Nugget, come here." Gold Nugget immediately scuttled over. Luke said, "Combine with her first so that she returns to normal. The two of you can then try out the new snack after that." Gold Nugget didn't say anything, but a golden slime emerged from Dollar's body and stuck to Selina's calf before it disappeared. Selina finally came back to herself. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but yell, "Luke, what did you do this time? What happened to your eyes?" Luke smiled bitterly. "Okay, bring me my sunglasses. I'll be wearing them for the next 2 days." Selina thought for a moment and asked, "Is it like last time?" Luke said, "Sort of. It'll be fine in a couple of days." Seeing that Luke wasn't going to say anything, Selina stopped asking and went to his room to get him his sunglasses. Only then did Gold Nugget separate from her. It returned to Dollar and whined. Selina pushed the dog head away. "Wait, let me take a look." Looking Luke in the eyes for a moment, she frowned and shook her head. "No, you won't be able to cover it with these sunglasses this time. It's best if you wear pitch black or tempered ones." Luke was stunned. "It's that obvious?" What happened just now had happened before when his mental strength reached 20. With the boost in his mental strength, the anomaly in his eyes would directly affect the person he was looking at. Caught off guard, Selina had been snared once again and was frozen to the spot. But her situation was even worse this time. She had to rely on Gold Nugget to neutralize the effect of Luke's mental attack. She observed his eyes for a moment, and seemed to fall into a daze again. Luke could only turn his head. "We'll do it this way at home for now. I'll go out and buy a pair of sunglasses tomorrow." Selina nodded but didn't move. Luke said helplessly, "You and Gold Nugget can go and eat the snack. It seems anxious." Selina said, "Okay." Holding the bowl of taiyaki, she turned around and left obediently. Looking at Selina, who looked like she had lost her soul, Luke put his hand to his forehead. "Last time, my eyes only returned to normal after 3 days. Don't tell me it'll take longer this time." It was a little troublesome to wear sunglasses all the time, and he would have to take them off in formal situations. He could only avoid going to the police department for the next 2 days. Thinking that, he gave himself 3 more days off. After dinner, which was much quieter than usual, Luke went out, or Selina would watch him from the couch the whole night. She couldn't control it. Firstly, she was curious herself, and secondly, Luke's powerful mind was like a magnet that forcibly drew her attention. It just so happened that he had some ideas he wanted to test out, so he just went out to do so. Tonight, he was only wearing an ordinary gray hoodie and black jeans. At night, he was half invisible. It wasn't until midnight that Luke returned to the lab and recorded the experience of using basic hypnosis and mental communication. The weather remained fine in New York the next day. Except for slightly more clouds which dimmed the sun a little, the weather was still sunny. Luke didn't go out in the morning. He stayed in the lab and waited for his body to adapt to the sudden increase in mental strength. Selina went out with Gold Nugget to buy a new pair of sunglasses. She put it on him and nodded in satisfaction. The bluish-purple lenses completely covered his eyes, and she wouldn't be distracted again. It wasn't a bad feeling, but it wasn't convenient to be stupefied every now and then. At most, she would make him take off his glasses to look at her for a while when she wanted to rest. That was the practical thought she had. At 7 in the evening, they drove to Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children bar again. This time, the bartender was very proactive. "What do you want to drink?" Luke asked. "Your treat." The bartender smiled. "Of course, you have to pay." "Boss, you don't need me to buy you 2 bottles of Coke, do you?" Luke looked up at a bottle of wine in the corner of the bar. "I can accept that bottle." The bartender quickly shook his head. "That belongs to a customer. I don't dare give it to you." Luke looked away. "That's true. It's a 40-year-old Macallan whiskey. Your bar probably doesn't serve that sort of thing. Also, that half bottle is the only genuine thing in this place." The bartender shrugged. "It seems that I don't need to introduce the drinks here. Let's get down to business." He then took out a piece of paper and put it in front of Luke. Luke glanced at it. There were almost 50 to 60 names on it. "How much?" asked Luke. The bartender tapped the bar with 2 fingers. Luke took out a thick paper bag and threw it onto the counter. "Take it." The bartender was stunned. He didn't expect Luke to be so straightforward. But he wasn't slow. He quickly picked up the paper bag and counted the 2 stacks of $100 bills. After confirming that the amount was correct and that there were no fake bills, he took out a briefcase from the counter and placed it in front of Luke. "It's all here." Luke looked at the briefcase and then at the bartender. "I've already given you the money. Let me confirm one more time, is this what I want? I don't want to waste time on the wrong target." The bartender nodded calmly. "Of course. My reputation has always been good." Looking at his expression, Luke nodded with a smile. "Very good. I like law-abiding people. You can ask Wade. I'm always generous to law-abiding people." "Right, how should I address you?" "You can call me Weasel," said the bartender. Luke nodded and picked up the briefcase. Selena followed him and they disappeared from the bar. Looking in the direction in which the 2 of them disappeared, Weasel felt uneasy. Thinking for a moment, he dialed a number. "Wade, who's your big client?" Wade was busy and said vaguely, "Who? Also, what does it have to do with you? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get lost." Weasel said, "I'm talking about the young man named Luke, the one with the hot Latin American girl." Wade paused and asked suspiciously, "Why are you asking about him?" "Weasel, I just made a small deal with him." Wade suddenly understood and was furious. "F***CKU, you dare steal my business?" Weasel said, "You wouldn't have been able to dig out most of the information I gave him." Wade said, "Isn't that still stealing my business? $100 a person. You stole at least 50 of them from me, right?" Weasel was lost for words. "I only gave him information on 54 people, and 10 of them are super hitmen whom I casually wrote down. How is that stealing 50 of your business? Are there only 4 people on your list? Then, I'll give you $400, and the mission will be transferred to me. How does that sound?" While he said that, he mumbled to himself that with Wade's talent in mathematics, he shouldn't discover the problem. As expected, Wade, who wasn't good at primary school math, didn't notice. "Get lost. You want to send me away with $400? He already had a list of more than 20 people. If he found a few more people to make up the numbers, he would be able to ask for $10,000. Why would he only get $400? Weasel said, "Cut the crap. I don't care how much your information can be sold for. I'll give you 20%, okay?" Wade, 50 to 50. Weasel said, 70 to 30, 70 for me, 30 for you. Wade, 80 for me and 20 for you. Weasel said, I'll take 70 and you take 30. Forget it if you don't want it. Wade, deal. After redeeming some of his future losses, a pleased Wade asked, so, what do you want to ask? Weasel said, he said that he's a law-abiding man who is generous with his clients, but it sounded like he was threatening me not to give him fake information. You really gave him fake information? Wade cursed inwardly. He had wanted to do it himself, but someone had beat him to it. It wouldn't be good for him to do it now. He said unhappily, how can you do that? If you gave him fake info, what about mine? Weasel said, didn't you take 30%? You also have a hand in it. Wade said, then we'll need to revise the split. Weasel said, bye. Just pretend that I never called you. Let's call off the deal, okay? Hearing that, Wade immediately shouted, wait, wait. We're all friends. Let's talk slowly. If you want to split the money, hurry up. Weasel gave Wade his strongest threat. Wade said, okay, okay. What are you afraid of? Don't you give out fake info all the time? Are you afraid that he'll kill you? Weasel hesitated for a moment before he said, when he said that last sentence, I felt a sense of danger. What exactly does he do? Wade said, you're not scared of the police, are you? Weasel was lost for words. You're doing business with the police. Wade, he's an LAPD cop. Why can't I do business with him? Weasel was stunned. LAPD? Then why is he in New York? How would I know? I'm not his wife, Wade said casually, and his own wife immediately stepped on his face. Wade pressed down on Vanessa's foot to avoid being hit again. Anything else? I'm hanging up. Weasel asked, he won't go crazy, will he? Some police officers didn't have clean methods. Wade thought for a moment. He's reasonable, and very generous. He means what he says. They talked for a while longer before Weasel hung up. Frowning and thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed. He's just a young man. Why am I so nervous? He's not from NYPD. He can't control me. Weasel wasn't scared of NYPD himself, but his bar could easily get in trouble. Generally speaking, he wouldn't do business with NYPD people. It would be best if everyone minded their own business. Thinking that, Weasel put aside his anxiety about selling fake info and happily locked the $20,000 into the safe behind the counter. In the car, Selena flipped through the stack of files. Are we going to look for people based on this? Luke hummed in acknowledgement. Although most of them might be unreliable, the rest are still a little useful. Selena clicked her tongue and shook her head. Most of the people here are ordinary. They don't look like they're worth $1,000. Luke said, it's fine. I've always been a law-abiding person. Since I've given him the money, he has to solve the problem. If he can't solve the problem after taking the money, I can only do it another way. Selena was intrigued. How are you going to deal with him? Luke said, give him a chance. Maybe he wants to be a good person too. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to be a good person. He mumbled inwardly. When the time came, Luke didn't mind taking a leaf out of Daredevil's book. Lawyer Matt only needed to cover his face. There was only one way he got information, and he didn't have to pay for it. While Luke was thinking that, Lawyer Matt happened to be fleeing in a sorry state at that moment. Matt, who wasn't as well informed as Luke, finally came out again after his injuries were basically healed. He was in a good mood following the community reconstruction and volunteer campaign. He decided to come out and do a crime sweep, and see if he could cause trouble for Kingpin. After beating up two groups of hooligans who were robbing women, Matt returned to a roof and crouched down to listen to everything that was happening in every corner of the city. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Ha, I found you, Daredevil. You're mine. The voice came from a building 100 meters away. Matt subconsciously turned his attention in that direction, and heard the faint sound of clicking metal. His heart tightened. That was a gun. Recalling the man's mumbling, he immediately did a flip and fell into the shadows at the edge of the roof. Bang! What sounded like an extremely clear gunshot to Matt echoed in the night sky. There was now a small hole in the ground where he had been crouching. Matt could even clearly feel the bullet shatter and scatter along with the cement debris. As someone who was used to observing the world with his ears, even he was surprised. Sniper rifle. He clearly heard the guy who had fired the gun pull the bolt back and reload. Most people who used sniper rifles were professionals. The gang members whom he usually beat up couldn't compare. For most people, automatic pistols were more practical than sniper rifles, including gang members who often handled guns. Matt immediately raised his guard, but he was confused. Why was a sniper looking for him? Was it Kingpin? But he had been looking for Kingpin for a long time, and the most unlucky thing he had encountered was the siege by 8 ninjas. A professional sniper had never appeared before. Hit the wrong person. That was impossible. The person who had fired obviously knew Daredevil well, and had quickly confirmed his identity and fired decisively. Matt's thoughts spun. Under the cover of the roof, he moved to the other side and quickly descended the stairs. He wanted to catch this guy and ask him what was going on. Keeping an eye on the sniper, Matt took a detour through the alley behind the building, before he crawled through a window on the second floor and headed straight for the roof. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the rooftop and listened to the noise around him. He slowed down and silently leaned over the sniper's back. When he was 3 meters away, he suddenly lunged forward and pressed down on his opponent, punching him in the ribs. His attack was very sudden. The enemy, who had been lying on the edge of the roof, was caught off guard and was hit by a series of heavy punches. Cracking sounds rang out as 4 or 5 ribs were instantly broken. The sniper wanted to curl up in pain, but Matt pinned him down and he couldn't move. He could only scream. Matt didn't hold back. He smashed the man's face against the edge of the roof with one hand, and didn't stop with the other as he punched the man's joints. He didn't stop until he heard the bones in the man's hands crack again. He grabbed the man's hair and pulled his ear to his face. He asked in a low voice, "Who told you to kill Daredevil? Speak." The sniper was in so much pain that he couldn't even breathe. How could he answer the question? Matt adjusted his body and pressed it against the edge of the roof. He didn't have a target tonight. He had plenty of time to pry open the man's mouth. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and holes exploded in the sniper's head and chest. Matt also felt his hands turn wet and sticky. Alarmed, he pulled up the sniper's body in front of him. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and the bulletproof vest the sniper was wearing made muffled sounds, but Matt retreated from the rooftop unscathed. Another sniper. Matt felt that something wasn't right. The first 2 shots just now definitely weren't to kill the sniper he was holding. The real target was still Matt. They had just been slightly off. The 2 shots which followed proved Matt's speculation right. The second sniper was indeed after him. Matt quickly went downstairs again to catch the second sniper and ask him everything. He didn't believe that a third sniper would appear later. At that moment, Luke was driving past Harlem and about to turn east to return to the lab, when he heard a few gunshots. Selena heard them too, but didn't think too much of it since the gunshots were a little far away and only rang out once or twice. It was a common occurrence in New York at night. Luke, however, frowned. The rhythm of the gunshots was quite interesting. Thinking for a moment, he stopped the car. A moment later, 2 drones flew out from the back of the car to investigate the situation on the ground. Selena was watching the screen on the control panel while Luke took out his tablet as they handled a drone each. "Got it," said Selena. The drone she was controlling, which had flown south, sent back an image of people shooting from 2 rooftops. As Luke recalled the drone which had flown north, he looked at the feed on her side and suddenly said, "Doesn't the target look familiar?" Selena looked at the man who was hiding in a dark corner, especially the black hood on his head, and immediately understood. Daredevil? Luke put his hand to his forehead. I forgot to remind him not to wander around outside for the next 2 days. Lawyer Matt had just recovered from his injuries. If he came out now, he would be easily hunted down, and Luke would lose a lot of experience and credit points. Luke didn't think that an ordinary hitman could kill Matt, it was more likely that Matt would injure them severely. After saying that, his attention returned to the surveillance feed. Selena said, "Are these hitmen here for the bounty? This sniper is quite professional. These two don't look like they're in cahoots, or it would be bad luck for Daredevil." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Have the police department send someone to clear the area. Stay in the car and keep an eye on the surroundings." As he spoke, he took out a bulletproof vest from the weapons box and put it on before he got out. On this side, 2 hitmen were chasing Matt with precision rifles. Just as Matt was about to look for the second sniper's escape route, a third opponent really appeared tonight and almost killed him with 2 shots. Matt could only avoid the attack for now. These 2 people clearly knew about Matt and kept a distance of dozens of meters between them, not giving him a chance to fight in close range. Worst of all, although they weren't partners, they had formed a pincer attack on Matt. No matter who Matt wanted to attack, it was easy for him to fall into another person's shooting range. They were quite professional. However, they were also wary that the other party would kill them after they killed their target, and take the bounty. While Matt's situation didn't get worse, he was still trapped by the 2 rifles and couldn't fight back. At that moment, Luke was already in place in an alley on the side of an apartment building based on the direction indicated by the drone, his gun sticking out at an angle. When a shadow flashed past the alley, Luke opened fire with his Glock. Pa! Pa! One of the hitmen collapsed. After this first kill, he grabbed the man's rifle and quickly went up the apartment building. From a window next to the stairs, he aimed at another hitman. Bang! 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 Luke, F***, didn't hit him. The hitman whom he had fixed his eyes on suddenly lunged forward and dodged behind a car. 3 shots hit the ground where the man had been standing. The target wasn't within an easy 10-meter range of being shot, but 100 meters away from Luke. When the bullets crossed this distance, the other party suddenly moved and naturally dodged them. This person wasn't a noob. He was at least an experienced professional. Luke's 3 successive shots instantly alerted the hitman, and he hid behind a car. Luke quickly went downstairs and tossed the sniper rifle back on the body. He had full confidence that he could close in on a lone hitman and kill him instantly with a pistol. From the image transmitted by the drone, the hitman who had dodged his triple shot had gotten up and rushed into a nearby alley, and was chasing after Matt. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. There were even more of this sort of people among hitmen. Killers who knew when to let go were always the minority. The person in front of him was someone who had been blinded by money. Luke liked people like that the most. Because he didn't need to waste any effort looking for them, they would pop up right in front of him. A warning from Selena suddenly rang out in his earpiece. There are a lot of suspicious cars and people approaching from Upper City and East Harlem. There are more than 10 of them. I'm guessing the other hitmen have sensed something. The number of participants will probably increase later. Luke looked at the simple electronic map projected on his sunglasses, which showed yellow street lines, 2 green spots that were him and Selena, and a dozen red spots that were moving in from all directions. This was naturally from the reconnaissance drone that Selena was controlling. Staring at the red spots, Luke's thoughts whirled as he quickly caught up with the hitman in the alley. This hitman, who would throw his life away for money, wasn't slow, but it was Luke who was chasing him. Just as the hitman was about to step out onto a small street from the dark alley, he felt a pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Luke carried him back into the alley. A moment later, a distorted, transparent shadow was crawling up the side of a building. Of course, it was Luke. Just now, he had thrown the body of the hitman into his inventory and kept the man's rifle, while he took out the Big Dipper armor, which had the greatest stealth effect. Although it hadn't been part of his plan, Matt himself had jumped out as bait. Luke might as well change his plan, and thus chose an identity to carry out this operation. The transparent shadow hung silently behind Matt like a ghost in the night. A while earlier, just as Matt discovered that the two killers who had been chasing him had stopped moving, a car sped over from a side street. Nerves stretched taut, he immediately sensed the driver raising his gun. Matt decisively hid behind a car on the side of the road. Pa! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, creating a series of bullet holes in the side of the car. Before Matt could heave a sigh of relief, he realized that the driver had thrown away his empty pistol and replaced it with a new weapon, an MP5K. Matt couldn't help but smile bitterly. What the hell was going on? Were these people crazy? They fired at him the moment they saw him. Had he offended someone important besides Kingpin? With that in mind, he turned into a side street ahead of time to avoid the gunfire. However, he clearly heard the man's footsteps as the latter got out of the car. This determination was once again beyond Matt's expectations. Matt was about to counterattack and catch the man to ask him what was going on, when he heard a bang in the distance. Someone fell from a roof not far away. Frowning, he immediately gave up on the idea of a counterattack. The person who had fallen was similar to the others. He was fully kitted out, and was also probably gunning for Matt, but had been killed by a sniper. Was he so valuable that these killers would kill each other in advance? Luke, who had been mistaken for a killer by Lawyer Matt, had already picked up the gun from the first hitman. He looked at the red dot on his lenses and started moving again. Now, unless he personally took Matt away, the surrounding hitmen would pounce on him. Luke didn't think it was a good time to meet Lawyer Matt. Given Daredevil's personality, he definitely wouldn't be able to accept Luke's killing methods. But Luke was basically done with the evildoers, and a few were crippled. The hitmen tonight were all finished. He didn't have time to discuss with Lawyer Matt whether killing was the right thing to do. It was better to shoot secretly and do good anonymously. Matt wasn't able to escape smoothly. The hitmen who arrived one after another were all elites and veterans. These people completely crushed Matt in terms of numbers and weapons. This was the first time Matt, who had always used short sticks as a weapon with low lethality, was being beaten up by a group of big men with modern firearms. The combat skills that he was so proud of couldn't be used at all. These people seemed to know his background and fired from a distance, not giving him a chance to get close. Matt was only wearing ordinary clothes and couldn't risk being shot. He could only move around in various dark corners, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, he also discovered that when he was surrounded several times, hitmen in a certain direction would suddenly fall, and an escape route would appear again. The gunshots all sounded the same to the others. For Matt, however, he knew that it was the same gun which killed those killers every time. Someone was helping him. But what he found strange was that the original owner of the gun was probably a killer who had been chasing him and had attacked him several times. Why had he suddenly changed sides? Exhausted from running, he didn't have time to lock onto this turncoat killer who was very far away, nor did he have time to think about this person's goal. He could only keep running for his life. Luke scratched his head. These hitmen were crazy. In just 10 minutes, more than 20 people had arrived. Even though he killed 5 hitmen in a row and several times helped Matt escape being trapped, Matt still couldn't escape. "How long until our men arrive?" he asked Selena. Selena said, "The nearest patrol car will take 3 minutes." Luke was helpless. Now, 20 professional shooters were chasing and trying to intercept Matt. Lawyer Matt was also a regular guy. He would be killed in 1 or 2 shots. On the other hand, these hitmen weren't a team. They were spread out in all directions and were highly vigilant and professional. It was impossible for Luke to get rid of them quickly. "Why are you running around without a bulletproof vest?" Luke couldn't help but curse the lawyer inwardly. But it wasn't very nice to roast Matt. After all, Matt didn't know that there was a bounty on him. He thought that his opponents were gang members. Luke didn't want him to die, so he could only give up on the idea of earning experience and credit points. Making up his mind, Luke put the gun away in his inventory and jumped down. Matt was in trouble again. 5 more killers attacked him from all sides, and the occasional gunshot chipped the wall around him. The killers were shooting more frequently, but they had blocked all escape routes, so Matt could only hide in a corner. The killers were moving closer and closer. Matt's room for escape was shrinking and he didn't have a lot of time. What should I do? Matt thought, and his ears worked as hard as they could to find a way out. Suddenly, his ears twitched. The gunshots of a killer in the south stopped. Matt heard the sound of bones breaking, and then the sound of rushing wind approached him. Matt was horrified. This person could fly. He subconsciously left the corner and started running. Bang! 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 After 4 gunshots, Matt grunted and rolled on the ground, cursing inwardly. A bullet brushed past his thigh and tore out a chunk of flesh. He was already very lucky. These killers were all using guns. If the bullet had hit him, a big hole would immediately appear in Matt's thigh and he would lose his mobility. But the bigger danger came from the person who was flying over. As long as this person was here, Matt wouldn't be able to escape even if he wasn't injured. Even Matt couldn't help but feel helpless. Was he going to die here? Bang! 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 The 4 killers launched a second round of attacks which washed over Matt. Pooh! Pooh! After 2 dull thuds, Matt felt himself being lifted up and moving quickly. He was stunned. The 2 bullets just now had hit the person who had flown over. The man protected Matt with his body, and the other 2 bullets missed because the flying man picked up Matt, leaving him unharmed in the second round of attacks. In the end, Matt wasn't an ordinary person. He quickly asked, "Who are you?" Luke rolled his eyes. "I operated on you last time, and you're injured again this time. You really are an idiot." Matt immediately understood. "Puncher." Luke said, "Why are you still asking if you already know? You must have been shot silly." In just 2 sentences, they covered dozens of meters and disappeared behind an apartment building. A minute later, Matt frowned and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Luke said, "This place stinks, but it's safer than being attacked by a bunch of people, right?" Matt could only nod. He couldn't do anything about his keen sense of smell. It was also for this reason that he rarely crawled around in the sewers like a mouse. He preferred to stay on the roofs than crawl into the sewers. Not only was the air there good, it made long surveillance with his hearing easier. 2 minutes later, the torture was finally over. Luke dragged him out of the sewers and into a room in an apartment building. Entering the room, Luke found a first aid kit and cut open Matt's pants to check his injuries. The bullet had only brushed past Matt's thigh and hadn't lodged in his leg, which was lucky. Luke quickly cleaned and bandaged Matt's wound. The side effect of such efficient actions was that it hurt like hell. Matt couldn't help but grunt as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Luke, however, didn't let him go. While cleaning his wound, he didn't forget to mock him. "It's good that it hurts now. If you really die, you won't feel pain anymore. I don't know what you're thinking, but you still dare to come out when there's a bounty of 10 million on you. There are at least 100 hitmen in New York waiting for a walking treasury like you to appear. Even though Matt was grimacing in pain, his attention was still caught by the words. A bounty? I heard that Frank D'Amico's wife put up a bounty in revenge because you and your partners killed her husband and son. The reward for the 5 masked men, including you, is 10 million, Luke replied. Matt, huh? Luke said, what? Don't you have any sources? You don't even know such a big thing. New York is full of hitmen waiting for you every night. Matt finally came back to himself. But I've never killed anyone, much less have a partner. Luke shrugged. I don't know. In any case, that's what they say about the bounty. Why don't you explain to D'Amico's wife that you're innocent and ask her to cancel the bounty? Matt, I would be crazy to do something so stupid. After pretending to be ignorant, Luke said casually, I heard that the initial bounty was only $4 million, and the target was the person who killed the father and son. But the wife suddenly added $6 million the next day, and listed you, Smiley Face, Black Cat, Big Daddy, and Hit Girl as the targets. Matt's mind whirled. Are you saying that someone made her put me on the bounty list? Luke said, only you would know what's up with that. Maybe you secretly teamed up with your masked friends to kill the D'Amico father and son. After a brief silence, Matt shook his head. I don't have any friends, and I don't know them. Luke nodded. I thought as much. He wears a mask, but you wear a cloth head covering. He's invulnerable, and you get hurt easily. I think your friend won't be so stingy as to not give you any protective gear. Matt smiled bitterly. Even with that kind of armor, I can't use it. It'll affect my movements. Otherwise, it'll be easy to get a bulletproof vest. Luke snorted. The point is that you're poor. Don't you know that some high-quality materials can be bulletproof and won't affect your movements? Although, $100,000 for a set isn't cheap. Now that he knew this, where could he buy clothes made from these high-quality materials? Luke finished up at that moment. He casually tossed all the bits and bobs into the first aid kit and said, this is my safe house. You can rest here. You can leave when you're ready. As he spoke, he took out a prepaid phone and placed it on the table next to him. Keep this phone on you. I'll contact you in 2 days. Matt, thank you. Luke waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry to come out. Those hitmen have gone crazy. If you don't want them to take your body for money, you should take a break. Matt said, but this problem still needs to be sorted out, right? Daredevil still had to protect Clinton, and it was impossible for him to hide forever. Luke chuckled. Do you think you're the only one who's good in New York? Are those masked friends of yours deaf and mute, and don't know how to snoop around? Since this isn't your doing, do you think they won't deal with it? As he spoke, he slapped Matt's wound, and the guy groaned in pain. Young man, you can't be too brash when doing good. Learn from your masked friends. Saying that, he walked out the door with the first aid kit. Matt watched him leave and relaxed. As for those masked friends, he wasn't in the mood to argue about them. He could tell that Puncher was deliberately using them to mock him. He had taken the blame for whatever they did. What was even more unfortunate was that he didn't even know that he had become a scapegoat. He had crashed into the hitman's trap and almost died. He really needed to reflect on it. If he had been a little more cautious and asked around first, he wouldn't have been attacked without any warning. Next time, he would definitely look for an informant first and ask about the situation before he appeared. Lying alone in the safe room, Lawyer Matt reflected on his mistake, while Luke returned to the battlefield through the sewers. When he came out of the sewers, he changed back into his clothes and got into the car waiting at the alley entrance. Our vanguard has arrived. The hitmen are retreating, said Selina as she moved to the passenger seat. Luke hummed in response. What did Dustin say? He said he already made the call. We can report in tomorrow, said Selina. Relieved, Luke stepped on the gas and returned to the lab. When he got home, he saved the video footage from the drone in the database, and also had Little Snail scan the stack of information which the bartender Weasel had given to him. After he came out of the shower, Little Snail reported a piece of good news. "Sir, 7 of the profiles you gave me matched the targets from the drone footage. 4 of them are tagged rookies, 2 are weaklings, and 1 is bunker. Luke was helpless. This was the original classification method used by Weasel. Perhaps using these terms made the bartender feel he was cool. "Let me see who the bunker is," he said casually. Little Snail immediately pulled up the virtual screen. Luke chuckled. This guy was the hitman who had avoided his triple shot. He indeed had professional marksmanship, and he was clearly much better than the others. Of course, Luke had punched this bunker player in the back of the head, and the man was now cold. Making himself a cup of tea, he sat back down on the couch in the living area. Find out who were the hitmen who appeared tonight. Also, show me the files on the 6 rookies and weaklings. Looking at the descriptions of the hitmen in Weasel's info pack, and comparing them with the drone footage, Luke basically understood what Weasel's labels meant. Hitmen who were labeled as rookies were either newbies or didn't have any achievements. Hitmen who were labeled as weaklings had been in the business for a while, but hadn't completed enough assignments or they weren't up to scratch. As for the hitmen who were labeled as bunkers, they were probably veterans or even famous figures. However, in the list which Weasel had given to him, Luke didn't find any hitmen from the fraternity, including Mr. X, who was dead, or any of the ordinary ones from the textile factory. He didn't know if it was because nobody from the fraternity made money at the Continental Hotel, or because Weasel had limited intelligence. After all, famous assassins from the fraternity were even more of bunkers than the guy whom Luke had just killed, unless Weasel had a higher ranking for them. At that moment, Selena came out of the shower and sat down on the couch. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, she asked, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "First of all, Weasel gave me some useful information, so I won't take care of him for now. Secondly, his info is all on ordinary trash, worth at most $10,000, so I'll take care of him." Selena burst out laughing. "Why do you have to deal with him?" Luke took a sip of tea. "Because I gave him $20,000 without hesitation. If I don't want him to give me even more rotten information next time at a higher price, I have to leave a deeper impression on him. He's much more shameless than Wade." Selena was surprised. "More shameless than Wade? No way." Luke said, "Okay, that's only when it comes to a job. Wade took the money, and he will at least get the job done. As a middleman, Weasel isn't that self-aware." Selena recalled how Wade had protected the Cohen sisters on the motorboat. She had to admit that although he was shameless, he had professional work ethics. "What do we do next?" she asked. Luke said, "Go to work, investigate cases, eat and drink. We have to give these people time to show up. Daredevil just happened to jump out. I'm sure they're very excited." Selena agreed. Big Daddy and Hit Girl were on vacation. Luke had already notified them about the bounty, and told them to take a break for several months. Selena and Luke had been waiting to catch the big mastermind behind everything, but he hadn't shown up in the last 2 days. Of the 5 targets, only Daredevil, who had recovered from his injuries, had come out after the bounty was issued. In 2 or 3 days, these hitmen would only become more active in searching for their targets, and wouldn't leave. In fact, if Matt hadn't shown up, Luke would have shown his face in the next couple of days and then retreated swiftly, as continued motivation for the hitmen. Now that lawyer Matt had jumped out and been shot, there was naturally no need to take this step. After chatting, one went to work and the other went to train. Not long before, while Matt was being hunted down by the hitmen, someone was on the phone in an apartment building in Harlem. "Stan, they said that there's something wrong with the goods from last time. They want to talk to you in person." "What's there to talk about?" "If they want to buy, buy. If not, they can get lost." Norman Stansfield rummaged through his place as he spoke. Where's my Beethoven record? The person on the other end of the line smiled bitterly. Stan, you have to come. Otherwise, they'll take 10% of our stock to make up for what we lost last time. How long has it been since the last deal? Norman paused for a moment. The money for the goods, that's the rule. Malky, tell them that if they don't want to die, just quietly hand the money over. On the other end of the line, Malky looked at the gang members who were already holding their guns. Feeling bitter, he covered the receiver and said, he doesn't sleep very well. He gets angry when he's woken up. Relax. After barely appeasing the drug dealers, Malky walked to a corner of the room, removed his hand from the receiver, and said in a low voice, Norman, Internal Affairs has already informed us that they'll be investigating us. We can't cause any more trouble right now. Otherwise, we're all finished. Pausing for a moment, he continued, listen to me. Come over and solve this problem. Then, you can take a few days off. That'll be good for everyone. Norman, who was in pain from the gunshot wound on his arm, was about to curse, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, these guys were getting more and more disobedient. He should go and take a look. If they kept talking, he would kill them like that short fatty, Lando. With that thought, he relaxed. Killing them would be good. It would be simple and straightforward. In any case, this wasn't the only place that could produce the goods. Thinking that, Norman took out his gun and drove to Harlem. 20 minutes later, he entered a room on the bottom floor of an apartment building. One of the criminals wanted to search him, but Norman grabbed his finger and twisted it. This is my new suit. Get lost. There was a crack, and the criminal screamed and retreated 2 steps. Everybody frowned. But after a brief silence, the leader waved his hand, and his 4 subordinates put down their guns. Norman approached him. All right, Gusman. I'm here. Say what you want to say. Gusman said coldly, Norman, we heard that you killed Lando's family. Norman smiled a little maniacally. Why? You want to avenge him? Gusman shook his head. No, it doesn't have anything to do with us how many times he dies. But I heard that it was because he swallowed your goods that he was unlucky. Is that right? Norman said, yes, but I didn't kill his entire family. His daughter happened to be away, and I couldn't kill her. Gusman didn't look happy. Lando made a deal with you, but in the end, he swallowed your goods, and the 99% purity we wanted turned into 90%. Norman, don't you think that's a little coincidental? Norman still had that strange smile on his face as he said, money for the goods, and accounts settled on the spot. That's the rule. I sell several tons of the goods every year. No one has ever dared play tricks with me. How many times have you bought the goods from me? Don't you understand that logic? Gusman gritted his teeth. Norman, we've been doing business for 7 to 8 years. I didn't check them one by one because I trust you. Are you going to trick me like this? Norman said, maybe you heard the news and wanted to make use of this opportunity to extort money from me. You said it yourself, I've never cheated you. Why would I cheat you this time? Gusman said, Norman, don't play this game with me. Last time, it was 10 kilograms, and you shortchanged me 10%. I must get an extra kilogram today, or there's no negotiation. Norman tilted his head and looked at him. Do you want to die like Lando? Gusman's face darkened. Are you threatening me? Norman snorted. I can crush a bunch of drug dealers like you with 1 foot. I'm just telling you a fact. If you don't want to die, shut up. Do you know how many drug dealers I've killed? That lame Fleck, that Baldy Joyce, and that sledgehammer Colt, I killed their entire families. Look, I'm still alive. Gusman trembled. He wasn't scared, but angry. The Baldy that Norman was talking about, Joyce, was his cousin. His entire family had died. Gusman had always thought that it was an enemy who had taken some sort of revenge on his cousin. Because disaster had befallen the entire family, most people had thought it was the work of gang members, but it turned out it was Norman. Thinking quickly, Gusman wavered between killing Norman and saving his business. All 5 members of Norman's team were here. If he wanted to take action, he would have to kill all 5 DEA agents. He couldn't afford the DEA's revenge. Looking at his expression, Norman smiled. He unhurriedly took out a metal box that was 1/3 the size of a palm from his chest pocket. He shook it next to his ear and listened to the slight rattle. Opening the box, he took out one of the 7 or 8 capsules that was inside and popped it into his mouth. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and twisted his shoulders. His face flushed, and the pain in his left arm gradually faded. He lowered his head and looked at Gusman. "Give me the money, or I'll find someone to kill all of you." Gusman's anger, which had initially almost been suppressed, exploded. "You!" Suddenly, a series of sirens rang out, and they swiftly closed in on them. Stunned, everybody looked out the window. Gusman slammed the table and stood up. "Norman, are you selling me out?" Stunned for a moment, Norman smiled disdainfully. "What a bore." One of Gusman's lackeys couldn't help but whisper in his ear, "Boss, he wouldn't call the cops if he was playing dirty." Gusman's hot head cleared a little, and he felt that he had overreacted. At that moment, Norman said again, "Forget it. A fool like you should die as soon as possible. I'll send someone to your place tomorrow to kill you and your 2 daughters." Gusman finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore. The voice in his head suddenly grew louder. He roared, "F***CKU. Go to hell. Kill him." With a bellow, Gusman drew his pistol and fired at Malky. Malky, who had turned his head to persuade his boss, Norman, to stop provoking the other party, didn't have a chance to react before he collapsed. Gusman's sudden outburst caught everybody off guard, all except Norman. He seemed to have seen through everything. With a strange smile, he suddenly drew the revolver that was at his waist. Pa! 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 6 shots were fired at Gusman. Gusman, who had been the first to shoot Malky, was 1 step too late. He only had time to shoot Norman in the stomach before the 2 of them collapsed. The clash between the 2 bosses was like a fight in a Western cowboy movie, stunning both sides for almost half a second. Then, everybody cursed and reached for their guns. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 Gunshots and screams rang out, and the smell of gunpowder filled the room. 10 seconds later, everybody in the room collapsed. The room suddenly fell silent. Both the gang members and the DEA agents twitched and moaned weakly. Only one person slowly got up. Looking at the people lying around him, Norman suddenly burst out laughing. "Damn it, all of you deserve to die." After saying that, he staggered and leaned against the wall. "Mine, all this is mine. The money and the goods are mine. Ha 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 ha." A moment ago, a line of patrol cars was hurrying on its way to a gunfight in the upper district. Someone in the car in front yelled over the comms, "You don't have to pick me up, I bummed a ride." Saying that, he looked at the patrol officer in the back seat who had a bitter smile on his face. "Sorry, buddy. My car just broke down and is in the repair shop." What could the patrol officer say? He knew the guy in the front passenger seat. Many New York police officers had heard of him, and this patrol officer was no exception. The guy had even gotten him involved. The officer said, "Just call me Kenny, Sergeant John McClane." John said, "Okay, Kenny. When we get there, look for a place to hide. Don't be a dumbass and stand in the middle of the road, understand?" Kenny said, "We've learned how to deal with a large-scale gunfight, Sergeant McClane." John's expression didn't change as he curled his lip. Then how many times have you been shot at? Do you know how many shots a person can take without dying? Kenny, okay, I'll hide. As soon as he said that, they heard a burst of gunfire. John subconsciously looked to the left and raised his hand. There's a gunfight here. Behind that apartment building. The patrol officer who was driving immediately turned the wheel and charged into the side street. He drove around the apartment building, and the 3 police cars behind him followed. 10 minutes later, John walked out of the apartment with a confused expression. Touching a small camera on his chest, he took out his phone and made a call. "Boss, I have a bit of a problem here." Dustin reluctantly looked away from Jennifer. "Speak." It hadn't been easy for him to find an opportunity to slack off for a night. "Damn John." Lawyer Jennifer smiled and pinched his face, before she walked to the bathroom. Looking at her swaying steps, Dustin swallowed and his usually steady heart skipped a beat. But there was bad news in his ear, which made his heart thump. "I found a bunch of bodies here. 4 DEA agents, 6 suspected drug dealers, and 1 senior DEA agent named Norman Stansfield." "What's going on?" Dustin's attention promptly turned away from the gap in the bathroom door and Jennifer. John looked around before he spoke quickly in a low voice. Listening to John's report, Dustin got out of bed and put on his clothes. A few minutes later, Dustin scared Jennifer, who threw the shower gel at him. He gave her a kiss and said that he had a case to take care of before he ran out of the apartment. Jennifer was stunned for a long moment before she shook her head helplessly. "That's work." Of course, she didn't blame Dustin. It wasn't the first time Dustin had run out halfway. Lathering on the shower gel again, she murmured thoughtfully, "What's the case this time? I wonder if we'll get it." As soon as she said that, she shook her head. "What am I thinking? That Reyes woman won't let me get a big case so easily, unless she wants me to take the blame." That night, NYPD was in chaos, but Luke and Selena were already having sweet dreams. In the morning, Dustin summoned Luke to the police department. Looking at Luke's cool, brand new sunglasses, Dustin looked out the window. The light was bright, but there wasn't a lot of sun outside. "Your sunglasses aren't bad. Did you just buy them?" he asked casually. Luke said, I suddenly felt like switching to cooler glasses." Dustin said, "All right, let's get down to business. Do you remember Norman from the DEA? I paid him a special visit the night before last." "How can I forget?" Luke muttered inwardly before he nodded. "That crazy-looking senior agent." Dustin sighed. "John arrested Norman last night. There were a bunch of drug dealers and a few agents from Norman's team at the crime scene. All of them are dead, and only Norman was heavily wounded." Luke was surprised. "The DEA is that fierce?" Dustin smiled mockingly. "They are indeed fierce. They got the news very quickly and took Norman away." Luke said, "Then, this has nothing to do with us, right?" Dustin looked outside the office to make sure that nobody was standing there, before he said in a low voice, "But John gave me a camera with footage of Norman's deal with the drug dealers, and how everything turned south. Why is there such a thing?" Luke exclaimed softly in shock, but he chuckled inwardly. That digital camera wasn't cheap, it had cost almost $1,000. Dustin nodded slightly. "John found it at the scene. I'm guessing that the drug dealers wanted to capture the transaction to blackmail Norman. Who would have thought the negotiation would fail, and this thing would fall into our hands?" Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Dustin dropped his pen and loosened his tie. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't know what to do. John really knows how to make trouble for me. He was just bumming a ride off a patrol car after getting off work, and in the end dropped this hot potato in my lap." Thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. "Boss, you're out to get Norman." Dustin looked outside the office again before he said, "I had someone investigate Norman yesterday. He has someone high up in the DEA in New York. Otherwise, his position in the DEA wouldn't be so steady given how many fingers he has in the pie. Luke rubbed his forehead. So troublesome. Then, let's throw out the footage. Dustin asked, to whom? Luke chuckled. For the credit, we should definitely think about our big boss. Dustin's eyes flickered and he fell silent. That was actually his intent, it was just that he was a little reluctant. In the video, Norman personally admitted that he sold several tons of illegal drugs every year. Norman had been a senior agent for 5 years. If they really investigated this case, they would definitely be able to hook a big fish. But that was exactly why Dustin was cautious. Norman was the tool of some big shot in New York's DEA. He sold several tons of illegal drugs every year, the big shot would have to be brainless if he didn't know about it. A brainless person couldn't become a big shot in New York. Also, Norman had sold so many illegal drugs. Where did the money go? Norman wouldn't be able to eat such a big piece of cake himself, the only person who could eat it was that big shot. Or rather, the group of people whom the big shot represented. Since these people dared to deal with drug dealers for so long, it wouldn't be hard for the drug dealers to find a few underlings unafraid of death to get rid of anyone who wanted to expose them, and it definitely wouldn't involve these people. Hence, the video could only be given to Luke's boss, NYPD's first deputy commissioner, Brad. Only this big shot could withstand the pressure from the DEA. Thinking for a moment, Dustin sighed helplessly. That's the only way. He was ambitious and also had a righteous attitude. If possible, he really wanted to investigate this case thoroughly. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Brad wouldn't support him blowing such a high-level case wide open. Dustin's boss was more like a methodical creature, in the face of such a big matter, he would only consider the benefits. Justice? What was that? Could you eat it? In other words, Dustin couldn't investigate the case on his own, and would have to ask his subordinates for help. It was a very serious case, and he had to use his own loyal men. But if the enemy retaliated, his subordinates would definitely be implicated. He had the courage to take the risk himself, and Luke and Selena probably wouldn't be afraid. But what about Elsa and Elizabeth? One was getting along in years, and it hadn't been easy for her to switch to an administrative position, it wouldn't be hard for her to be promoted to captain before she turned 40. The other was young and capable, and might be an improved version of Elsa in the future. He couldn't drag all his old subordinates into the gutter just because he had his own thoughts. After seeking an opinion from Luke, the subordinate whom he valued most, Dustin gave up. If he really investigated this matter, some calamity might kill the others even before 2 days had passed. Only Luke and Selena had the ability to protect themselves if they worked the case. But judging from Luke's attitude, Dustin knew that he had no intention of investigating. Dustin didn't think that Luke was a coward. The DEA wasn't the Ellsworth family, it was one of the most violent organizations in America. Compared with the Ellsworths, who used political methods, the DEA was better at thoroughly taking care of problems with their own hands. For the sake of this drug smuggling case that involved several tons of illegal drugs, the DEA would have no qualms using this method. Making up his mind, Dustin immediately chased Luke out. After they left the police department, Luke and Selena parted ways. Selena and Gold Nugget drove off. She was going shopping. She had barely taken a break since she came to New York. Since Luke had clearly said that he wanted to rest for a few days, she chose to take a break. Luke, on the other hand, was going to take a cab back to his place in Clinton to see if lawyer Matt was at work today. He was in luck today. A cab just happened to stop next to the road for its passenger to get out. Looking at the man in the suit who was vomiting on the ground, Luke opened the door and got in. He said with a smile, "Clinton area. Also, please keep this plane under 50 kilometers an hour." The driver in the front seat turned her head. "Hey, going to Hell's Kitchen is extra." "Wow, who's this?" "Oh my God, am I hallucinating? Kid, hurry up and tell me if that's the case. Listening to the rushed and clear words in that sing-song tone, Luke took out $100. Okay, I'll pay you $100 for the fare first. The driver laughed and stuffed the money into her pocket. As she drove off, she didn't forget to say, "It's definitely you from how generous you are. I've been driving a cab for so long, and those who are generous aren't as young as you, while those who are young aren't as generous as you. More importantly, no one's as handsome as you." Luke was amused. "Long time no see, Belle. How've you been this year?" The driver was Belle, the racing queen whom he had met when he first came to New York. Luke had been using her elementary driving all this time, which was especially suitable for city pursuit. Belle was also delighted. "Not bad. Are you here on a business trip again?" As she spoke, she kept looking at him in the rearview mirror. Thankfully, Luke had asked for a speed of no more than 50 kilometers an hour, which was like driving a toy car for Belle. Luke smiled again and took out his second personal number. Putting the card in the cash tray, he said, "I've been transferred to NYPD. You can call me if you need anything." Belle exclaimed, "Oh my God, you transferred to New York? When was that? Why didn't you contact me? I didn't change my number." Luke quickly interrupted her. "It happened not long ago. I just got settled in. It hasn't even been a few days since I started work." Belle stopped nagging. Work was always the most important thing. Why did she have such a good impression of Luke? It was all because he was young, handsome, and generous. They had just met, and he had already paid a fare of $100 before catching up with her. How could Belle not be happy with money and to chat with an old friend? Delighted, Belle drove even slower. Otherwise, with her driving skills and the car's performance, she could reach Clinton in 10 minutes. "Why are you going to Hell's Kitchen?" After chatting for a while, she finally remembered this point. Luke said, "My new place is there." Belle's hands couldn't help but jerk, and the steady car shook. "What? Why are you living in such a crappy place?" "Hey, if you don't have the money, you can come to our place. The lease for the single unit is about to run out, and I can ask Jesse to delay the rental payment for 2 months. Luke could only appreciate her enthusiasm. "Belle, I just gave you $100 for the ride." Stunned for a moment, Belle couldn't help but slap her forehead. "Fine, I'm an idiot. You probably don't lack money, or you would have taken the subway or the bus." Luke said, "But thank you for your concern. I live in a nice place. Don't worry, I'm a police officer." Belle's expression changed when she heard the second half of his words. "Hey, it's because you're a police officer that I think it's dangerous for you to live there. The Irish, Russians, Mexicans, and bikers there aren't friendly to you cops. The patrol officers don't even dare enter Hell's Kitchen at night." Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. The Irish gang? It seemed they had been crippled. The Russian mob? They were basically gone after the explosions. The Mexican cartel? Luke still had more than 2 tons of goods in his inventory from the Angel of Death, and he had to find the time to throw them into the ocean. Biker gangs? He hadn't seen them recently. "Belle, your intelligence needs to be updated," he teased. Belle was stunned. "About what?" Luke pointed at himself. "I have insider information. The people you mentioned have all disappeared." Frowning, Belle thought for a moment and said, "That's right. I forgot that a lot of gangsters died there recently. The gangs in Brooklyn and Queens are all talking about it." Luke asked, "Oh. Are they planning to enter Hell's Kitchen?" If that was the case, that would be great, he thought to himself. Belle shook her head. "No. They said that thousands of gang members died there recently, that Hell's Kitchen has reopened and the ingredients are gang members. Only a lunatic would dare enter. I reckon if they want to enter, it'll have to be together in tens of thousands." Luke smiled. That was true. As the chef, he had to be cautious and conscientious. Stewing and stir-frying in turn, he had to do his best to turn these chives into experience and credit points. As they talked, the car arrived. Even though Belle deliberately slowed down, she was still much faster than a regular cab driver. Call me when you need a car, okay? Belle gestured at him. Luke made an okay gesture. Don't worry. I'll definitely call you if I have extra pay. Belle rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but laugh. That was the best thing about talking to smart people. Looking at Luke's back, she said, come over for dinner in a few days. Jessie misses you too. Luke simply waved his hand, but he mumbled to himself, Jessie. What if he thinks that I'm here to steal his sweetheart? That would indeed be a test of his mental fortitude. When he arrived at the law firm, it was still very lively, but the long queue from a few days ago had disappeared. When Luke entered, a young African-American girl was running around with all sorts of files and documents in her hands, chattering non-stop to the clients in the office. The girl was the first to notice Luke. She stopped working and jogged over. Are you here to apply for the community service? Come with me. Stunned for a moment, Luke shook his head with a smile. I'm here for Foggy and Matt. The girl didn't stop. She simply turned around and said, only Mr. Foggy is here. Mr. Matt isn't here today. Luke gave an "oh." He had expected that answer. If Lawyer Matt was a little stronger, he should be at home now licking his wounds. If he was a little more careful, he might still be hiding in Luke's safe house. Then I'll go find Foggy, he said casually and walked to his office. The girl quickly said, wait, Mr. Foggy is very busy. You have to wait in line if you want to talk to him. She quickly looked at the dozen people in the office. Luke was amused. But I'm not here on business. The girl said helplessly, you still have to line up, or else. Listening to their conversation, the people in the room glared, as if wary of their competitors. There would always be people fighting over whatever was free. Luke chuckled inwardly. He said, then can I look for Karen? The girl said, okay, I'll call her for you. She then ran into the office. Soon, Karen walked out and greeted him with a smile. Luke, you're here. Luke nodded. I'm here to check on the situation. Karen nodded quickly. Let's talk inside. It so happens that Foggy's looking for you. This time, the people in the room didn't react as much. Although Karen was only the receptionist here, she actually served as the secretary. A lot of the applications had to go through her, and nobody wanted to mess with her. Someone who had been rude to Karen last time had been beaten up that very night, and had been given a stern warning not to delay everyone's money-making. What Karen held was related to many people's future income. Whoever destroyed someone else's livelihood had to be beaten up. After Luke entered, Foggy quickly wrapped things up with the old couple in front of him and had Karen send them out. When they were alone in the room, Foggy asked, do you want something to drink? Luke said, there's no need to be polite. How is it? Too busy. Foggy scratched his head. It can't be helped. I've already hired 2 girls to do odd jobs in the name of community service, but that only reduces Karen's workload. No one can help with what Matt and I have to do. Despite knowing the answer, Luke asked, where's Matt? Foggy said, he didn't notice that he caught a cold last night. He's sleeping at home now, and won't be here until tomorrow. Luke could only sympathize with Lawyer Matt. He might really have to pretend that he was fine tomorrow and work overtime at the law firm. However, working as a lawyer was better than working as Daredevil. At the very least, he wouldn't get shot on the streets. Looking at Foggy's expression, Luke said with a smile, just tell me what you want. You're not a girl. You need me to chat you up. Scratching his head awkwardly, Foggy handed him a file. This is the community service plan you proposed. There's a little problem. Luke took it and flipped through it quickly. Those kids don't want to come. Foggy said, they really don't want to come. The problem is that their families want them to come, but we've received more than 50 applications in just 2 days. This will be a little tricky. Luke quickly understood. He and Selena had donated $100,000 to an average of 50 families, and each family would receive less than $2,000. Although they talked about starting at $1,000, even at the minimum hourly wage for 8 hours a day, each person had to be paid $1,500 to $2,000 a month. It had only been a few days, and there would definitely be more people who wanted to join. If there was too big a disparity between the number of applicants and the number of volunteer positions on hand, this good thing might become a bad thing. Foggy wasn't an idiot. He had sensed the potential trouble ahead of time and wanted to discuss it with Luke. Luke asked, "How many people do you think will apply in the end?" Foggy said, 120 to 150, but we only expected 25 to 30. Luke nodded and took out a checkbook and a pen. He signed a check and put it on the table. I admire people who are willing to work to change their fates. Later, have Karen make another copy of the agreement. I'll sign it. Foggy looked at the number on the check and said awkwardly, "That's too much. 100,000 will do." The figure on the check was 200,000. It was agreed that community volunteers would receive a family allowance. On average, each family would be able to get around $3,500. If there were more people, the amount would be lower. 3,000 was enough. Only a minority ever got high wages, which could also motivate everyone. Now, the firm had an income of $50,000 every month. Foggy and Matt had already discussed that if they saved up for the next 2 to 3 months, they could squeeze out 100,000 from the amount. That way, there would be more than enough to hire 100 volunteers for the community reconstruction project. If most of the applications were approved, it wouldn't be a big problem, because those who had been approved would automatically maintain order during the community reconstruction, and the small number of people who weren't selected wouldn't be able to cause trouble. But when Foggy said that he didn't have money, Luke took out another 200,000. Foggy felt like he was exploiting someone else's kindness. Luke didn't care. He simply called for Karen as he scanned the list of applicants. Karen came in and looked at Foggy inquiringly. Luke, however, said, "All right, stop dawdling. Have Karen print out the agreement. I still have something to ask you." Seeing Luke's attitude, Foggy could only say a few words to Karen. The secretary looked at Luke in surprise and quickly left the room. Luke flipped through the information on the applicants and found a list of names. He put it in front of Foggy and said, "Charlie, Rackle, and Hudson are all here. But I want to ask, what about the kids who were with Hudson that day? I'm very optimistic about them. Can you underline their names in red?" "Foggy, isn't that too much? You dare fork out 300,000 just to deal with those half-grown kids? Crazy. Ruthless." Those were the only adjectives Foggy could think of. Saying it so openly like that, this was Luke's one small request in exchange for his donation. If those kids could be pulled in as manual labor, they had to be. Otherwise, even if Luke didn't say anything, Foggy would think that he hadn't done a good job. $300,000 was enough to pay a professional hitman to take a dozen lives, but Luke was using it for 10 kids. It was an irresistible offer. Looking at Foggy, Luke shrugged. "We have to give these kids a chance to walk the right path again instead of robbing, selling drugs, and becoming drivers in a few years. As a donor, I'd rather watch them work as laborers than take out my badge and handcuff them." Hearing that, Foggy raised his hands in surrender. "Okay. I promise I'll try to make these kids take things seriously." Luke nodded. If they can learn something from this community reconstruction, they'll be able to support themselves in the future. It doesn't matter if the workers you hire are mediocre, but try to choose people who are willing to teach them. Also, the time frame for the reconstruction and community service can be extended so that they have enough time to learn. Foggy was full of admiration. You just don't want them to get through it quickly. Do you really need to be so ruthless? In his heart, he subconsciously gave Luke the label, "Don't mess with him." Even though Luke was definitely a good guy, the way he dealt with people was too pointed. It would probably be more painful for those kids to work as laborers for a month or two than for them to be shot. After all, they could brag to their friends about how tough they were. How were they supposed to brag about being manual laborers? Were they supposed to brag that they could carry bricks? Karen had already printed out the agreement. They already had the template for this thing. Apart from the donation amount and signature, it was basically the same. Luke went through it briefly, signed it, then got up. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Call me if you have any more questions." Karen sent him off at the stairs, and Luke didn't make her continue downstairs with him. When he went downstairs, the young African-American girl snuck over and asked in a low voice, "Karen, who's that? He looks quite handsome." Karen turned around with a smile. "His name is Luke. He just moved here, and he lives in the building across the street. Charlie didn't mention him to you?" "Claudia, it seems that Charlie is keeping a lot of secrets from you." Claudia was stumped for a moment, before she suddenly made the connection. Her mouth dropped open. "He's the Luke who caused me and Charlie to be roped into the volunteer work." Karen made a zipping motion across her mouth. "It's good that you know. Of course, you can share it with Charlie." She then went back into the office. This girl was Charlie's girlfriend, and she was only 15. Charlie had been thrown into this reformation camp, this reconstruction team, by his mother, while Claudia's father had pushed her into it. Since the law firm had been too busy recently, Foggy had called 2 girls over to work as Karen's apprentices, including Claudia. This couple could be considered to be going through, for better or worse, together. After staring blankly for a long time, Claudia was finally roused by Karen calling for her. She ran into the office, mumbling to herself. This was part of the assassin couple whom Charlie had mentioned. Did the guy watch too many movies? Was he crazy? The young man just now looked more like a high school student. He did look more mature than an ordinary high school student, but, an assassin? Claudia snorted and confirmed again that her boyfriend's mysterious premonition was just a mental delusion. If Luke was a killer, wouldn't Charlie be the king of killers? For the next 3 days, Luke and Selena slacked off even more. They didn't even report in at the police department in the morning. Of course, while Luke was adapting to his mental boost, he didn't waste his time, and made arrangements for the operation they would be carrying out. In addition to her own training, Selena also had to sort out the information on the hitmen, which included the information from Weasel, the bartender, and alerts about the suspicious people whom Luke's intelligence system had been monitoring in the city recently. In this regard, the system could only come to rough conclusions. Selena would still have to do the final screening. At the same time, there finally were some leads on the old comrade whom Robert had asked Luke to look for. But this person wasn't among the 1,000 names which Luke had put together previously. After comparing Little Snail's sketch with the 1,000 or so people, Luke compared it with all the targets in the police department's database. A few days later, he found a match from a case. It was a shooting that happened more than a year ago. The man was shot in the head and sent to the hospital. That was all the information said. There were no other leads on this old comrade. The information only said that he was discharged not long after. There was no follow-up on the shooting, only a simple explanation that it was a gang fight. Following some clues in the files led Luke to the Metropolitan General Hospital which the old comrade had been sent to. In fact, many of the victims from the shooting back then had been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Unfortunately, doctors were as busy as lawyers and detectives. Even using his identity as a detective didn't help Luke. The doctors he questioned simply said a few words about what happened that night, and said that they couldn't remember much, before they left in a hurry. Luke had no choice. It was unrealistic to ask the ER doctors to stop and slowly recall everything. If Luke had the mental faculties of an ordinary person, he, too, might not have much of an impression if someone asked him about a particular case from over a year ago. He had also confirmed with mental communication that the doctors weren't lying. Since he couldn't find anything, Luke could only leave. He thought it would be better to check the files at the police department. When he rounded a corner, he almost collided with a person who was in a hurry. Luke dodged, then smiled at the person. "You're busy, Temple." It was Charlie's cousin, Temple. She was a nurse, but had been resting at home for a while previously. Seeing that it was Luke, she smiled. "Hey, Luke. Are you here on the job?" Of course, she knew Luke's identity as a detective. Luke's heart thumped. "It's a small matter. Can I take a bit of your time?" Temple said bluntly, "I just got out of the OR. Let me use the bathroom first." A few minutes later, they talked in a corner. Hearing Luke ask about the victim from the shooting more than a year ago, Temple nodded and said, "I participated in the rescue as well. The victim you mentioned left a deep impression on me." Luke asked, "Why?" Temple said, "Because the papers for his surgery weren't signed by a family member, and his identity wasn't verified. In the end, two men in suits signed an agreement to cancel the operation. If it wasn't for how tenacious he was, he would have died that night." Luke frowned. "Who are they?" Temple shook his head. "I was too busy saving people back then to pay much attention, but they're most likely from some agency. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to sign an agreement to cancel the surgery." "Who was the chief surgeon?" he asked. Temple said, "Dr. Albert Carter, but he just left for a medical conference in Europe and will only be back in a week. It isn't rare that it's not the family members who sign the documents, so he might not remember much." Luke said, "Thank you for your help, Temple. I won't waste your time." Temple shook his head with a smile. "You recruited Charlie into the renovation team again. I really don't know how to thank you. You and Selena must come over for dinner when you have the time." He nodded with a smile. "Sure. Call me when you're free." After saying goodbye, Luke drove to Robert's old friend's home in Queens. A moment later, he frowned. It had been a long time since anyone had entered the house. Thinking for a moment, he went around to the back of the house and easily opened the back door before he entered. There were still a lot of things in the kitchen that hadn't been put away, such as cutlery, kitchenware, chairs, and towels. He entered the living room through the kitchen. It wasn't in a mess, but it wasn't tidied up either. It was as if the house had entered a frozen state after the owner left, and no one had ever returned since then. Frowning, Luke walked over to the photos in the living room. This was a habit for many people. If they were young, it would be couple photos. If there were kids, it would be family photos. Of course, there might be photos of grandparents and close friends. The photos in this house weren't that complicated. There were 4 people, a man and a woman, and 2 children. This situation matched Robert's description. It was very unlikely that this person just looked like his old comrade. When Luke saw the other photo, he knew that he had found the right person. It was a photo of the man in an official military uniform with a middle-aged white man. It looked like a more formal occasion. There were only 2 people in the photo, but the thing they were holding together was particularly eye-catching. It was a medal. Luke looked at the medal. It was probably a Navy Cross, and the middle-aged man looked familiar. Thinking for a moment, he more or less recalled who this person was. He did a search on his phone for a moment, and compared the photo with the middle-aged man in the photo. He mumbled, "This guy seems to be doing better than Robert." The Secretary of Defense personally awarded him a medal. Luke took all the photos and walked around the house before he left. He was certain that nobody had been in the house for a long time, at least not for a month or 2. There were a bunch of notices and ads that had been pushed under the front door. The earliest one was for the day after Robert's old comrade was admitted to the hospital. As Luke drove, he couldn't help but mutter, "Frank Castle, exactly where did you go?" That was probably Robert's old friend's real name. At least, that was the name the man in the house used. When he returned to the lab, he gave all the photos of Frank Castle's family to Sponge to do a search for leads. A moment later, he got the result. Looking at the 3 medical records from Metropolitan General Hospital and the police department, Luke was absolutely certain that something was wrong. Frank Castle and his family were all sent to Metropolitan General Hospital on the night of the shooting. All 4 of them had been shot, and the time on their medical records was close together. This proved that they had probably been attacked when they were together. But in the files of the hospital and the police, Frank Castle was only listed as John Doe, and his injured wife and children weren't mentioned at all. This was highly unusual. Of course, the victims' relationships had to be investigated and recorded for future investigation. It was very likely that someone had tampered with the hospital and police files and erased a lot of necessary information. Luke narrowed his eyes and looked at the simple case report and the glaring John Doe on the virtual screen. He couldn't help but sigh. Robert had personally said he wanted to know how his old friend was doing, and if there was a problem, Luke should do his best to help. Luke didn't want to tell Robert that the man's family was dead and he was missing. That would definitely be unpleasant. He only hoped that this Frank was still alive. That way, he could still give Robert an answer. That was one more thing now that Luke needed to pay attention to. But this matter couldn't be rushed. In a metropolis like New York, which had millions of people, it would take luck to find a person who had disappeared for more than a year. Compared with ordinary people, Luke could use his identity as a detective to look for clues. Also, he had a multifaceted AI system. There were already more than 100,000 cell phone users in New York, and most of them were loyal F2F users. Perhaps one day, Frank Castle would appear in the photos and videos they uploaded. This was the most reliable method that Luke could think of. That night, Luke and Selena went to Sister Margaret's bar again. Wade informed them that they could get the information. This time, Wade was at the front of the bar and talking to the bartender, Weasel. When Luke and Selena sat down at the bar, the bartender gave them 2 bottles of Coke with a smile. On the house. Luke smiled and threw 2 bills into the glass jar. Business is business. I'm a man of principles. Stunned for a moment, Weasel didn't say anything else. For some reason, he felt uneasy when he heard Luke's words. Wade didn't waste any time. He simply took out the files and pushed them to Luke. Luke asked, "How much?" Without any hesitation, Wade raised a finger. Luke took out a paper bag from his backpack and pushed it to Wade. "Count it yourself." Saying that, he opened the files, then chuckled. Wade was too busy counting the money to notice. Weasel, however, asked casually, "What, did you find someone interesting?" Luke said, "Yes, he is indeed interesting." The last name on the list which Wade had given to him was actually Darius Kincaid. Wade probably didn't know that Luke didn't just know Kincaid, but had also left him a contact number last time. Kincaid had left a message for Luke a while ago, saying that Sonia was pregnant and that they were waiting to welcome the birth of a new life. Luke didn't think that an old man in his 40s would abandon his pregnant wife and come to New York to cause trouble for the masked vigilantes. Besides, Kincaid never accepted such jobs. Laughing inwardly, he looked at Wade. "Is the deal done?" Wade had finished counting the money and put the paper bag into his chest pocket. He nodded with a smile. "Okay. Weasel, give me a dry martini." It was so easy to earn big bucks. Feeling the thick wad of cash against his chest, he was delighted. Luke took a sip of his Coke. "Weasel, let us now talk about our last deal." Both Weasel and Wade were stumped. "Huh? Luke took out Weasel's file from his backpack and pushed it forward. Take a look. After a brief hesitation, Weasel accepted it and opened it. Wade also leaned over curiously. In less than 2 seconds, he exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Several people had been stamped in red with "missing." Luke and Selena simply enjoyed their coke and the expressions of the two wretched men. Weasel only looked at a few pages before he flipped to the list of killers at the very top. There were more than 20 names on it. He looked at Luke. "What is this?" Luke said unhurriedly, "Like I said, I'm a man of principles. So, if you want 20,000, I'll give you 20,000. I asked you if there were any problems with the information, and you said you were fair in your dealings. What do you think you should do?" Weasel frowned. "The deal is done. No refunds. If you had any questions, you should have asked them when you got the information. If you think there's a problem, don't buy it." Luke tapped the Coke bottle lightly. "I believe I asked if I could find my targets with this information. You said yes." Weasel said, 54 people, 12 of whom have already appeared. If that's not enough, what else do you want? When did I ever guarantee that it was 100% correct?" Luke chuckled. "Of the 54 people, 25 of them don't even have any achievements. As for the other 10. Mechanic, Enforcer, Judge, and White Phantom. Hee, did you just simply throw in these nicknames from urban legend? Do you think my time is worthless?" Weasel pulled a long face. "If you're not satisfied, go buy intelligence from someone else in the future and see if they can fulfill your requests. Goodbye." Luke sighed and sent a text message. He then put his phone away and drank his Coke. Weasel was unhappy. "Didn't you hear me? You can go now." Luke gestured at the Coke in his hand. "I paid for it. Are you sure you want to drive me away?" Weasel's lips moved, and he finally swallowed the "yes" he was about to say. Something didn't feel right. This young man's attitude wasn't normal. He had paid $20,000 for information that was half fake, but he wasn't angry at all. Too many people bluffed or held grudges against Weasel. He had been in this business for years, and could easily tell the difference. Weasel hesitated. A few minutes later, Luke's phone rang. He picked it up and said something before he looked at the door. Soon, 2 people walked in. When they saw Luke waving at them from the counter, they smiled and sat down. Luke said, "John, Joe, what would you like to drink? It's on me today." John McClane was still wearing his floral shirt and thick jacket, and still looked as lazy as ever. Joe Lambert was wearing a loose suit. He didn't have a tie on, and his shirt wasn't buttoned properly, revealing his chest hair. Coupled with his robust physique and American Indian features, he looked wild. Weasel said nothing. He could tell that these 2 guys weren't easy to deal with, but there were too many of these sorts of guys in this bar, and he had never been afraid of them. John and Joe asked for iced whiskey and beer. While Weasel hesitated, Luke threw a $100 bill into the glass jar. "What? You're not doing business anymore?" Weasel's mind whirled, but he still started serving the alcohol. Everything was fake, but the $100 bill wasn't fake. John drank the whiskey as he chatted with Luke. Pfft. He suddenly turned his head and spat out half a mouthful of whiskey. Joe sipped his beer calmly. "What's wrong? Throwing up after drinking too much last night?" John wiped his mouth and didn't answer. He looked at Luke suspiciously, only to see him smiling. Looking at the whiskey in his hand, John said hesitantly, "Luke, this isn't a surprise for me, is it? This isn't funny at all." Luke shrugged. "No, the whiskey here has always been like this." John was stunned. Joe also sensed that something was wrong. He sniffed the whiskey and chuckled. "It looks like whiskey, but that's it." At that moment, Luke took out a few $100 bills and threw them into the glass jar. "Here, give us all the liquor that you have." Weasel didn't move this time. Luke raised an eyebrow. What? Are you discriminating against us customers? Don't blame me if I make a complaint. Weasel frowned and looked around, but could only serve the alcohol. He more or less understood that Luke was looking for trouble. If he drove them away, they could really lodge a complaint against him. Nobody here took the law seriously, but this was New York after all, not the Wild. The basic rules of society had to be followed. 10 minutes later, John and Joe were having a great time. This doesn't smell like oak, but it does smell like rubber. How magical. Here, taste this one. It's plastic tequila. I've never had this in my life. Huh. This looks like it was mixed with detergent. Pfft, what's this? Why do I feel like I'm drinking toilet cleaner? Wow, so you've drunk toilet cleaner before. No wonder your mouth looks like a toilet bowl. You're the one who should drink the toilet cleaner since your mouth stinks like a toilet. Weasel's face darkened, and Luke and Selena smiled as they watched the two middle-aged men spout nonsense. Feeling that something was wrong, Wade got up to slip away, only to be stopped by Luke. Wait a moment. It'll be good for our future cooperation. Wade was conflicted for a moment, before he gave in to the power of his big client's money. After being a mercenary for so long, he naturally knew that something else was going on. If they didn't meet, he could completely ignore the calls. At most, he would say that his phone was broken. If he messed around after they met, then they would fall out. The $10,000 in his pocket hadn't even grown warm in his hands yet. If they fell out now, he might lose Luke, this big client. The one thing he didn't want to fall out with was money. After John and Joe were done, Luke said, "Let's get down to business." The smiles on John and Joe's faces disappeared, and they no longer paid attention to the strange drinks. Luke said, "Do you remember what I told you in my text?" John glanced at Weasel and smiled casually. "Is this the guy who wants to scam you?" Joe looked at Weasel as well. "He really is a repeat offender. None of the alcohol is real." John coughed. "The beer you drank should be real." Joe chuckled. "Something worth $5.99, how can he jack up the price? Add water to it? That isn't even worth the labor." Weasel's lips twitched. He was lost for words. That was indeed the case. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't a big difference in the price of beer, he would indeed have used fake alcohol. John turned his head and looked at Luke. "What do you want to do? Do you want him to go to prison or take him back and teach him a lesson?" Luke shook his head. "We're law-abiding citizens." I heard that you have old friends at the ATF." John didn't think much of it. "Not very close, but maybe a few I can call." Luke pointed at the fake alcohol in front of them. "They should be in charge of this, right?" John scratched his receding hairline. "I'm familiar with the ones who deal in weapons and explosives, but I can call them." Saying that, he took out his phone and made 2 calls. He hung up after a few sentences, and looked at Luke. "How far do you want to go?" Glancing at Weasel, Luke said casually, "If possible, get your friend to prepare a notice to close down the business. Issue it to this Sister Margaret's bar tomorrow morning." John repeated his words to the person on the other end. Looking at them, Weasel hesitated. He had people in the ATF, and wouldn't be scared by Luke's empty words. Luke and the others didn't leave. They continued drinking Coke and beer and chatting. Less than 5 minutes later, Weasel's phone rang. Looking at the number, his heart skipped a beat. He walked away and picked up the call. The person on the other end said, "You stinky rat. You don't want to do business anymore. How dare you provoke the detective bureau?" Weasel lowered his voice. "What happened?" The person on the other end of the line said, "My boss just told me that if I can't solve your problem tonight, I'll be dealing with your bar tomorrow." Weasel said, "Your ATF doesn't answer to the police department." The person on the other end said, John McClane, the person who made the call, have you never heard of him? Can you afford to piss off this jinx? Listen to me, call him quickly and resolve this matter, or I'll have to personally issue you a suspension notice tomorrow morning. He then hung up. Weasel put his phone away and took a deep breath. He turned around and walked over to Luke. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. Okay, the problem is with me. I'll refund you everything. How does that sound? Luke shook his head. I'm a man of principles. So, you can keep the money and give me 100 of the real deal. Weasel smiled bitterly. How can I get you so many? Luke said, I believe you have the ability. Good luck. Saying that, he called out to John and Joe, and they got up to leave. Wade, who had been watching silently, suddenly said, Wait. Luke looked at him. Wade was reluctant, but he said, Well, there might be some mistakes on the list I gave you. Luke smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It's fine. We're old friends. Consider this payment for introducing Weasel to me. Wade was delighted. Ah, that's great. Boss, you can look for me next time you want to get to know someone. Luke nodded. Of course. Wade, on the other hand, didn't notice Weasel looking at him strangely when he listened to their conversation. Very good. It turns out that you lured these villains to me. Just you wait. On the other side, Luke and his friends walked out of the bar and chatted as they walked 200 meters. They found a middle-class bar that clearly had better standards, and they went in. They ordered more drinks. John and Selena didn't ask why Luke was dealing with Weasel, nor did they ask what deals he had made with Weasel and Wade. They were all seasoned detectives, and all of them had informants. The detective bureau had a lot of work, and few people were interested in poaching cases from someone else. The bar was much quieter than Weasel's, and the four of them sat in a quiet corner. Luke waited for the alcohol to be served before he raised his beer and clinked it with John and Joe's. Sorry to trouble you two today. It would have been hard for me to deal with that deadbeat without you. I owe you one. John shrugged. It was just a verbal threat, it's nothing. Even though he said that, Luke didn't believe him. To get the ATF to put pressure on Weasel, John also had to call in a favor. Whether the suspension notice was issued or not depended on how big a favor it was. After the pleasantries, John said in a low voice, Luke, what do you think about the Norman case? Pondering for a moment, Luke said frankly, the boss asked for my opinion, but I didn't take it. John was surprised. Are you scared of Norman? You really don't want to investigate this case? Luke fell silent. John glanced at Joe. They drank in silence and didn't press Luke. Thinking for a moment, Luke shook his head. I don't want to get involved. John asked, what's the problem? He didn't think that Luke was a coward. Luke sighed. There'll be people who think we're being nosy if we investigate this case. Don't forget that there's someone above Norman. John and Joe looked at each other and nodded. You mean? Luke took a sip of his beer and said, now, they have Norman. As long as we investigate this case, this person will either commit suicide or go missing. Then, what reason do we have to continue investigating? John and Joe shook their heads with bitter smiles. They were old detectives, and naturally knew what Luke was getting at. Looking at them, Luke said, doesn't anyone in the DEA know what Norman is doing? There must be a lot of people who do. If Norman dies and someone else becomes the captain, nothing will have changed. Looking at John's gloomy face, he said with a smile, enough, it's not like we're counting on this to get promoted. The most we'll be able to dig out is that New York's drug prices have risen by 5%. In 2 months, it'll be like nothing happened. John took a sip of his alcohol and said unhappily, why do you have to be so reasonable about it? I have nothing to say. Luke gestured at the four of them. Because we're only police officers who work cases, not big shots who sit in the office. If you really want to deal with Norman and the others, then transferring the case to the IRS makes more sense. But do you understand the accounts and reports? Everybody looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Most of the time, internal problems were much harder to resolve than external enemies. Passing over the heavy topic of Norman and the DEA, the four of them talked about the other police departments. One of the patrol cops said that he saw the boss treating a beautiful woman to a meal at a high-end restaurant. What? He can't have any lady friends if he's the police chief. That's not it, but I always thought that he would be married by now. I thought so too, but he really only has lady friends. The next morning, Weasel called. The suspension notice, which hung high above his head, was mighty pressure. The truth was that Weasel could still make a net profit of $10,000 to $20,000 a month from his fake liquor business even after paying all the necessary expenditure. $200,000 a year wasn't a small amount. His broker business would definitely be affected if his bar was suspended. He would lose at least $50,000 a month. After receiving the call from his ATF friend last night, he was full of regret, but not because he gave Luke the wrong information. It was already customary for him to deal in half-truths. Compared with his fake liquor business, this was already very professional of him. Weasel regretted not figuring out the other party's background before swindling him. Looking at the information he had gotten from his acquaintance in NYPD, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luke Coulson had just been transferred to NYPD in November, and was currently with HQ's Detective Bureau. Needless to say, this young man and John McClane were colleagues. Weasel didn't know why Luke had asked John for help, but John, the Jinx, had indeed come to help the young detective. Compared with Luke, John McClane was the real deal. Even though this man had never been promoted higher than a detective for so long, many big shots owed him favors. Otherwise, Internal Affairs would have long recommended that he quit his job. Weasel was a businessman, not a tough guy. He could not get along with others, but he couldn't not get along with money. Thus, he chose to compromise without any hesitation. At the very least, the $20,000 was his. He comforted himself with that fact. After Luke and Selena entered the bar, which wasn't open yet, Weasel took out a file. I put together a proper list last night. Including the previous batch, it's a total of 68 people. This is all I can do. Luke didn't look at the file. Pondering for a moment, he said, "You should know brokers in New York in this line of work, right? The kind who are well informed and take a little longer to do the job." Weasel hesitated. Luke didn't think much of it. He tossed him another paper bag. Weasel caught it and opened it without hesitation. It was another 2 stacks of $100 bills. But this time, he wasn't as happy as the first time he took the money. "What's this?" Luke said, "I'm a man of principles. Business is business. I think the info is worth the money." Holding the paper bag, Weasel was conflicted for all of 2 seconds before he decisively knelt down in front of this tycoon. Old Tony. It's an Italian restaurant on 144th Street in West Upper Manhattan. He's been in this business for decades. Although he doesn't do much, he's very well informed. Also, he's not from the Continental Hotel, so he should be easier to talk to. Luke nodded in satisfaction. He liked people who talked for money. As long as he sorted them out first, it would be easy to communicate with them in the future. Okay. Happy cooperation. He then prepared to leave. Weasel quickly said, "About the suspension notice." Luke didn't turn around. "It wasn't printed. So, I hope you have a good day." Weasel smiled bitterly. If he hadn't given Luke the information he wanted just now, the bar would have been in for an unpleasant month. Thankfully, this matter was resolved. "I would be a son of AB*TCH if I ever do business with you again." Weasel swore inwardly. But the heavy paper bag in his hand was very solid. Forget it. At most, he would double the price the next time he sold Luke info. It would be fine as long as the info was real. A certain person only hesitated for one moment, between being a son of a b** and money, he decisively chose money. In this world, who had never been cursed as a son of a b** before? Luke returned to the lab, and he and Selina were going through the new information they had when Sponge sent an alert. "Sir, urgent news on Norman Stanfield." Luke hummed and said, "Throw it up." A virtual screen appeared not far away, but it was a live feed. Looking at the bright golden DEA letters on the door, Luke knew where this was. This was the building where the DEA's office was located. Not the whole building belonged to the DEA, but the entrance did. On the screen, Norman was holding a middle-aged man at gunpoint as he roared with a deranged expression, "How much have I done for you? How much have I made for you? Do you know how much pressure I feel when I help you sell several tons of illegal drugs every year?" Selina exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this info too explosive?" Luke chuckled and poured 2 cups of latte in the kitchen. Selina took one and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you in too good a mood?" Her latte even had a flower pattern in the shape of a cute foam heart. She would never believe that Luke wasn't in a good mood. Luke chuckled. "You would be happy too if you knew who Norman is holding." Selina couldn't bear to touch the heart. She put her latte down carefully and asked, "Who's he?" Luke said, "Norman's connection when he sells drugs, and also his boss, Jot Huckleson, the boss of the DEA in New York." Selina was stunned. "Why is Norman holding him at gunpoint?" He doesn't look as strong as Deputy Director Bill from the DEA in Los Angeles." Luke chuckled. "Jot has a first-class background, but he transferred to a desk job a long time ago because of an injury. Thanks to the great contributions he made when he was injured, however, his road was smooth sailing and he became the boss of New York's DEA branch." As they spoke, Jot Huckleson's expression on the screen was especially wonderful. He was a little panicked, but no more than an ordinary person. He tried his best to remain calm, but wasn't succeeding very well. What was most obvious was his, "Are you crazy?" expression, as if he was silently asking Norman the question. Unfortunately, Norman was holding him from behind and couldn't see his expression. Jot could only lower his voice and squeeze out, "Norman, do you know what you're saying? The DEA hasn't made a decision on the matter yet. You still have a chance to retire." Norman, however, burst out laughing. "Retire? You're waiting for an opportunity to silence me, aren't you? Someone tried to kill me the night I was injured. If I hadn't sounded the fire alarm, I would have died." Jot, huh? He was dumbfounded by the answer. As the person most likely to kill off Norman, Joe was sure that he hadn't sent anyone to kill him. The fire alarm that night had also been ruled a false alarm. As for Norman's claim that someone had tried to kill him, Jot didn't care at all. Norman was a drug addict. When he was delusional, he would often say strange things. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too troublesome to groom another trustworthy subordinate like this, Jot really wanted to kill Norman now. The madness on Norman's face became even more obvious. "You want me dead, don't you? Don't lie to me. What did you tell Malky? If there's an opportunity, he can take my place. Do you think I didn't know?" Haha. Jot's heart jumped. He really had said that, but how did Norman know? Malky wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Norman about it, right? What Jot didn't know was that Malky had told Luke himself. Norman observed Jot's expression from the side behind him, and guessed what he was thinking. You can't fool me, Jot. If you want me to die, we'll die together today." Jot quickly said, "Wait, don't be rash. I can help you resolve this. You just need to take a simple mental evaluation, and you'll be able to go abroad and live like a millionaire." "Why are you doing this?" Norman gave a twisted grin. "No, you didn't want me to live. If I were in your position, I wouldn't want someone who knows too many secrets to live either. So, I want you to die with me. Saying that, Norman suddenly pushed Jot to the side and shot his boss. Jot screamed and fell to the floor. Bang! 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 Two DEA agents who had been lying in ambush fired a string of bullets from their rifles. Norman fell to the floor, his gun flying out of his hands. Two agents quickly rushed forward and helped Jot up. Although Jot had screamed, he was relieved. Norman's shot had only hit his leg. Judging from the amount of blood, it probably hadn't nicked any major blood vessels. He was still alive. After signaling to the two agents not to drag him away, Jot turned to Norman. Norman was lying in a pool of blood, but he had a strange smile on his face as he stared at Jot. Countless thoughts flashed through Jot's mind, but he had nothing to say. Norman coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He mumbled, "Do you think you can hide?" "Huh, I've already sent evidence of your drug trafficking to the FBI, NYPD, the DA, and some of the most famous newspapers in America. Congratulations, Jot. You'll be going to hell with me soon. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, he heaved a long sigh, and his body went limp. Jot was terrified. Although Norman was crazy, he had never been stupid. If he was saying all that before he died, it couldn't be fake. How did this happen? Why did it suddenly become like this? What exactly went wrong? Jot fell into deep self-doubt. In front of the virtual screen, Selena's mouth was wide open as she watched the live feed. What the hell is going on? Is Norman crazy? Norman had been under strict watch since he was taken away by the DEA. It wouldn't have been easy for him to escape. Since he had successfully escaped, he could simply disappear. At the very least, he could change his identity and go to South America to live as a tycoon. Why did he come here to cause trouble for his boss? What was even more bizarre was why he had pushed Jot away before shooting him. His gun had been aimed at Jot's head just now, and he could have killed him easily, but he had given the others a chance to shoot him. Luke sipped his coffee leisurely and didn't answer Selena's questions. Even if he was the one who knew everything. The truth was that the first day he met Norman, he had seen him again that night. Even Norman's lackeys met Luke that night. But Luke hadn't been there to catch up with them. The effect of 40 mental strength was so obvious that Luke didn't want to waste it. As the saying went, good things didn't happen overnight. He had written down the names of Norman's team in his little black notebook at noon, and he used them that night as his first test subjects after his mental strength reached 40. Why would Norman's team do a deal with Gusman the day after the incident, and with the entire team present? The answer was clear. Why would Norman suddenly change his mind and let himself be called to the transaction site by Malky? Of course, only Luke knew the reason. Actually, it wasn't just Norman's team whom Luke met that night. Unbeknownst to Gusman, he had met Luke before. They had all personally experienced an inducer plus basic hypnosis plus mental communication plus mental strength. Unfortunately, Luke didn't truly have the ability to hypnotize people. As indicated by the partial learning available tag behind Kilgrave's elementary pheromone control. The only difference was that Luke's pheromone control could only be used on women, and had no effect on men. Thus, he couldn't make Norman and the others do anything that would directly endanger their lives. Like directly turning themselves in or disclosing Jot's crimes, since they subconsciously knew that they would definitely die if they did that. Luke could only target the weaknesses in their personalities and chart a path toward this spectacular show. Increasing the fury and fear in Gusman's heart and magnifying Norman's paranoid, violent, and self-destructive tendencies caused them to ignore logic, and they slowly walked down the road of no return. In fact, Norman and Gusman had always been cautious in their dealings. It was rare for the bosses to meet directly, and even rarer for them to bring their trusted lackeys with them to a negotiation. Of course, this was also Luke's doing. Both parties ignored the risks and focused on the goods and money. For both parties, the most important thing was goods and money. After all these years, these deep-rooted beliefs made them ignore the huge risks. After all, selling illegal drugs was a huge risk, and both parties were used to it, so they weren't very vigilant. In this experiment, Luke obtained information about the mastermind Jot Huckleson who was behind Norman's team. Including the fact that Norman had gathered a lot of evidence of Jot selling drugs, and how Jot wanted Malky to replace the unstable Norman. Even so, if he wanted to make Norman kill Jot, it could easily rebound and trigger Norman's will to live. Thus, Luke donned his optical camouflage armor and created what Norman thought was an assassination attempt, and successfully activated the signal for mutual destruction. Norman was narrow-minded and an extremist. As long as Luke strengthened the ideas of revenge and mutual destruction in his heart, Norman would most likely follow this road to its dead end. After spending the most time and effort on Norman, Luke finally pulled the big fish behind the scenes, Jot, out of the water and onto the shore. With the live feed and the evidence which Norman had put together, it would be a problem if there was nothing wrong with Jot. Besides, it wasn't that there was nothing wrong with Jot, but that it was a huge problem. Also, he was now experiencing Norman's plight. Because of this scandal, it wasn't just the victims and competitors who wanted him dead, but also his partners and subordinates. As long as Jot's mouth was pried open, his men and accomplices wouldn't be able to escape disaster. The easiest way was to make Jot, a key figure, commit suicide or disappear. Thus, this DEA big shot could only go to prison or run. A drug trafficker from the DEA wouldn't survive long in prison. As for running, Luke thought that was even better. Finishing his latte happily, Luke went to work in high spirits. Selena continued to read files in the living room and looked at the untouched heart-shaped flowers in her coffee cup from time to time. On the other side, Wade made $10,000 in cash and bought Vanessa some clothes that would be fun for both parties. He spent 2 days happily. That night, he and Vanessa were reading a book on the couch. The silence was suddenly broken. Do you think the author has a screw loose? Why did he let Drake Storm die? And with a hole in his head to boot? Vanessa hummed lazily. This is Cass Soul. His books always exceed your expectations. Wade threw the book away angrily. But I'm not here to see the male lead with a hole in his head. How did he die? Unless this turns into a fantasy novel, the series will end here. What kind of sh*t is this? Vanessa chuckled. I remember. When you first read this, you said it wasn't as good as Adventure Time. Wade said, of course. That's my favorite cartoon, one of them. Vanessa could only kick him. Are you sure the book isn't good? Wade stuck to his decision and nodded. It's not. Vanessa suddenly stood up. What if it's like this? She picked up the book and showed him an illustration. The moment Wade saw the woman in the picture, he curled his lip and turned his head. This woman is really ugly. Vanessa was very satisfied with his reaction. What if I want to act it out? Wade sat up straight. How? Vanessa drew circles on the illustration with her finger. Of course it's a detective roleplay. We don't have sunflowers at home, but we do have roses. We can use ketchup for blood, or maple syrup. As for this victim, it's me, of course. You play the murderer, all right? Wade was already nodding frantically. Okay, that works. Vanessa smiled. I'm going to take a shower first before I put on makeup. You can prepare the props for the rest of the case. Wade immediately jumped up and ran to the kitchen. 5 minutes will do. Vanessa waved her hand and walked into the bathroom. In the kitchen, Wade rummaged through the cabinets and muttered incessantly. Where's the maple syrup? Damn it, is that all? With ketchup? But sweeter seems a little better. Suddenly, a London accent rang out not far away. Mr. Wade Wilson, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Startled, Wade turned around and grabbed a kitchen knife. A black figure walked in from the balcony and closed the door. Looking at the person, Wade dropped the kitchen knife in his hand and exclaimed, "Smiley face." Luke put down the box and said, "As an uninvited client, you should know my official name, V." Stumped for a moment, Wade looked at him suspiciously. "Are you an imposter?" "That's up to you to decide, Mr. Wilson." Luke chuckled. "But let's talk business first." He then gestured at the bathroom behind him. "I'll be done before your girlfriend comes out." Wade was shocked. That was right. If this guy refused to leave, wouldn't he faint from blood loss when Vanessa came out? He nodded decisively. "Okay, what business? Attack him?" That was impossible. Putting aside the question of who was stronger, Wade wouldn't do such a stupid thing with Vanessa around. If he really wanted to beat up this guy who had forced his way in, he would do it when Vanessa wasn't around. Also, this was Vanessa's place. He had been freeloading here for days. If Wade wrecked another place, Vanessa would probably fly into a rage. Luke, however, gestured at the big box. "Let me show you the deposit first." He pressed down on the box and then opened it to reveal stacks of green bills. Wade's eyes widened, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "Wow." Luke said, "Mr. Wilson, I'm now formally offering you a top-level commission. Your rule is that you have to be paid 50% up front first." Wade murmured, "How much is this?" He had never seen so much money in his life. Luke said, $2.5 million. It's all untraceable, old bills. Just perfect for an idiot like you. Luke silently criticized a certain mercenary in his heart. Wade's feet subconsciously moved over. He couldn't resist the pull of the box. In front of money, he was insignificant and helpless, like all other human beings on Earth. He took 2 steps forward, and with a bang, the pile of green bills disappeared, their cute outlines hidden from view by that hateful box. Luke asked, "Now, do you want to hear the details?" Wade nodded without hesitation. 7 o'clock tomorrow night. "I want you to be in the southwest corner of Staten Island for an hour," said Luke. Wade immediately nodded. "I'll do it." He cut in quickly. At that moment, Luke finished his sentence unhurriedly. "As V." Wade nodded twice, then suddenly came back to himself. "Wait, what did you say? Hang around there for an hour as V?" Luke said, "That's right. I want you to hang out for an hour as Smiley Face who has a 2 million bounty on his head." Wade's eyes widened. "Don't tell me you're looking for a scapegoat." Luke said, "Do you think you can die so easily? Don't you have the confidence to survive?" "Of course I do," Wade said. Wait. There are hundreds of people in New York looking for you right now, and you want me to pretend to be you and die? I'm the strongest Wade, but not Superman. That's hundreds of professional hitmen, not hundreds of pigs." Luke chuckled and shook his head. "If it were a few hundred pigs, would I have to pay you $5 million? A lot of people would be willing to do it for $500. Wade was lost for words. The smiling masked man, who was also the guy who called himself V, only had a bounty of 2 million on him, but hundreds of hitmen had come for it too. Luke said again, "Also, there are only about 120 to 150 hitmen, and not as many as you think." "Wade, what's the difference?" "In any case, they're not pigs." Looking at his expression, Luke continued, "Also, these people will receive a message from you at 6:30 tomorrow night." "Wade, WTF?" Looking at his disbelieving expression, Luke said indifferently, "Now, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this job. You better hurry up. This offer is only valid until your girlfriend comes out." Wade was conflicted. His brain was desperately telling him that this commission was courting death. He absolutely couldn't accept it. But his heart was already on the box of green bills. This was a big business deal worth $5 million. He had only received 2 7-figure requests in his life, and that old man Wayland had only given him $1 million. It was nothing compared with $5 million. We don't have much time, young man, Luke casually reminded him. Wade was well aware. He knew Vanessa's habits very well. She would be out in a minute or two at most. Done. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the cash box next to Luke. Now, let me look at them again. It'll warm my cold heart. Luke, however, shook his head. You can look later. Now, I'm going to tell you the important parts of the mission. Saying that, he opened another big box on his right. Wade looked at the items inside. Is this what you wear? Luke said, more or less. You should start wearing it tonight. I left you everything you need to know. As he spoke, he closed the box again. Don't just count the money tonight. You'll only get the other 2.5 million after you complete this mission. Also, I'm only lending you this set of equipment at the last minute. You have to bring it back with you after everything's done, understand? It would be a shame if an idiot like you died. Wade wasn't in the mood to talk to him. He simply nodded. Got it, got it. You talk too much. Luke chuckled and looked at the bathroom. If I were you, I would think about how to survive first. If you die tomorrow night, this beauty will belong to another man. Good luck, young man. With that, he jumped off the balcony again. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked. As Vanessa wiped her hair, she said, Did you find the things? Her eyes fell on the 2 big black boxes in front of Wade. What's this? Where did they come from? She asked suspiciously. Wade's lips moved, and he subconsciously looked at the balcony door that was closed again. That is the Christmas surprise I prepared. Vanessa found that odd. It's already night. There's a delivery company that's still working. Wade laughed. Private delivery. Vanessa didn't really care about the delivery service. She stopped asking and looked at the 2 boxes with interest. Can you open them? Wade shook his head vigorously. What a joke. One of them was a mountain of cash, and the other was V's exclusive equipment. If Vanessa saw them, she might not be pleasantly surprised, but she would definitely be shocked. More importantly, how could he explain the origins of these 2 items? I told you, it's a Christmas surprise. The smart guy quickly came up with an excuse. Of course we have to wait until Christmas to reveal the mystery. Vanessa thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. She stopped caring about the boxes and looked at him. Where are the things you were looking for? You don't want to act out the case. Wade then remembered what he was looking for and slapped his forehead. Damn it, there's no more of the maple syrup I like most, there's only ketchup. Vanessa stepped forward with a smile. It should be fine, right? Wade said, You're my sweetheart. Something as sour as ketchup doesn't suit you. Vanessa asked, Then, do you want to go out and buy maple syrup? Wade decisively turned lazy. I suddenly feel that your sweetness can overwhelm all sourness. Vanessa asked, Then what are you waiting for? Wade said, As you wish, Miss Victim, let's start the reenactment of the case. Outside the window, it was drizzling in the winter night. Inside the house, the 2 people who were busy playing detective no longer paid attention to the 2 big boxes. At 9 in the morning the next day, a phone rang in the quiet room for a while before stopping. But a moment later, it rang again. In a daze, Wade searched the floor next to the bed and took out his phone from the pile of clothes. Hey, baby, did you forget your key again? Vanessa's voice came through the receiver. I'm at the supermarket. Didn't you tell me last night to call you at 9? You said you had something to do today. Wade, thanks, I got it. Bye. Vanessa shook her head. She knew that Wade wasn't fully awake, but she would call him again in half an hour. He was exhausted from the case roleplay last night. Thinking that, she continued picking out ingredients at the supermarket. In the apartment, Wade's phone slipped out of his hand and fell silent again. Half an hour later, his phone suddenly rang, and he sat up. Looking around blankly, Wade picked up the phone. "Baby, you forgot your key again. Do you want me to open the door for you?" Vanessa rolled her eyes. "I woke you up half an hour ago. Did you forget that you have something to do today?" Wade was still at a loss. "Huh? What thing?" He suddenly jerked. "Oh no, I was too focused on the case last night that I forgot about it." Vanessa cursed him and hung up. She was done with the wake-up call and didn't care what this guy was up to. Wade scrambled to his feet and looked around the room. "Where are the boxes? Where's my money?" A black dot suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Wade quickly ran over and saw two big black boxes in the corner of the room. Vanessa had moved them after she woke up in the morning. Otherwise, they were eyesores in the middle of the room. Wade picked up the two boxes and couldn't help but open the big box which contained the money. The box which contained the money was a lot bigger. The difference was obvious. He opened the box, and the neat rows of green bills appeared before him again. Wade picked up a handful and put it in front of his face. Ah, what bliss! He chuckled as he looked at the money, before he poured all of it out and lay down on the pile of cash in satisfaction. Finally, Wade murmured. "I'm a rich man now." Half an hour later, he finally woke up from the smell of money and focused on the other box. Wade searched the box for a moment before he cursed. "What the hell is this box? How do I open it?" At that moment, his hand touched the metal panel next to the handle, and a gentle female voice rang out. "Do you want to open the secret box?" Wade was stunned. "Just open it. Why are you talking rubbish? This stupid box. Please state the user's code name." The woman's voice continued. Wade murmured, "What the hell? Box, code name error." Wade said helplessly, "Handsome Wade. Box, code name error." Wade, okay, the strongest Wade. Box, code name error. Wade, huh? That's my code name. Are you crazy? Wait, is the person who set you up crazy? Box, code name error. Wade scratched his head. Did that guy eavesdrop on my private life with Vanessa? Box, code name error. Wade, baby. Not this. Sweetheart. Not this. Ah, it must be this. Open, Tiny Tim. Box, code name error. Wade was desperate. Don't I know what to call myself? Can you give me a hint? Box, the code name is related to the location where you accepted the mission. Wade pondered for a moment. It probably wasn't Vanessa's place, so he said, Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children. Box, code name error. Wade tried for a few minutes and even gave the wretched name, Weasel, but it was still, code name error. He angrily threw the box away. Are you crazy? Do you have to do this? If Luke were here, he would have laughed without saying anything. Serves you right, who told you to fool me with fake information? In short, he was playing with Wade. In fact, as long as Wade said that he wanted to open the box, it would automatically open in an hour. There was also a code name, but it was a random name of something which Luke had seen in Weasel's bar. Furious for a moment, Wade simply looked at his pile of money and then stuffed it back into the box. Vanessa might be back in half an hour. He didn't want her to see so much money. It wasn't that he was afraid that she would be blinded by the money, but that he didn't want her to ask him how he got it. At the very least, he didn't want her to know about the remaining $2.5 million before he completed the mission tonight. She would definitely make him give up this suicidal mission. Who would pay $5 million if it wasn't a suicidal mission? Reveling in the pleasure of moving the money, he mumbled, with so much money, I have to survive tonight. I can't have Vanessa changing husbands. Also, I can't let that guy pushing me down in the dead pool win. Dead pool. Correct code name. A gentle female voice suddenly rang out from the box next to him, and the lid slowly opened. Wade was stunned. Huh? Since when did I have such a stupid code name? You might as well call me Tiny Tim. The moment he said that, he was stumped. I think, the code name sounds nice. Can I use it in the future? Very soon, his attention was drawn to the equipment in the box, and he stopped thinking about the new code name. After he put on the smiling face mask, he heard a dull male voice. User detected. Identification verified. Welcome, Deadpool. Wade, fine, call me whatever you want. You have a new mission. Please check it immediately and look at the details of the mission as soon as possible. The electronic voice rang out. Wade was unhappy. Hey, what the hell is that sound? Can't you change it? All system functions are activated after the user receives and completely understands the mission, was the electronic reply. Wade readily agreed. Okay, where do I see that lousy mission? Hurry up. In less than 4 minutes, the details of the mission were explained. Wade was stunned. Wait, what did you just say? The electronic voice, the user requested to speed up the explanation of the details of the mission, so 8 times the speed was used. Wade, F*CKU. Did I say 8 times the speed? What's 8 times the speed? 20 minutes later, he finally figured out the details of the mission. Looking at the information and images projected on the lenses, he was shocked and couldn't help but say, holy sh*T. So, this is how a mission is arranged. I'm going to do the same in the future. He suddenly stopped talking. He probably couldn't afford the equipment, let alone plan an operation like this. If it was a regular army, this would be the staff officer's job. The details of the mission included the location of the operation tonight and pertinent information such as transportation, personnel, and terrain. Secondly, he could choose his route tonight. Wade was still a little worried. He asked the awful electronic voice if he could rearrange the route, and the answer was yes. In the end, less than 10 minutes after he made a few requests, a new operation route was set up which basically fulfilled his initial ideas. With this thing, many junior staff officers would be fired, right? Wade couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, he heard someone climbing the stairs through his earpiece. Wade didn't even need to think to know that Vanessa was back. *T. He cursed and quickly moved his hands and feet. 10 seconds later, the door opened, and Vanessa walked in. She looked at Wade, who had his head covered as he lay asleep on the other side of the bed, and shouted angrily, "Didn't you say you had something to do today? It's almost 11. Get up quickly and come eat." She then carried the things into the kitchen. Wade struggled to pull off the hood and cursed in a low voice. "This is too hard to take off. Why are you so tight?" 5 minutes later, Vanessa came out of the kitchen and saw a certain someone in shorts holding 2 big black boxes, as if he wanted to take them out of the corner. She couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead. "Are you a kid? It's not Christmas today. Do you have to take a look at them when you get up?" "Yes, sir." Wade stuffed the 2 boxes in one corner of the living room and saluted her. In fact, he hadn't been taking the boxes out, but putting them back. It was fine if Vanessa misunderstood. On this side, Wade was busy counting money, accompanying his future wife in detective roleplay, counting money again, playing with the equipment, and having breakfast that was now lunch. On the other side, Luke and Selena were already busy. V was going to make big news tonight. The news might not be on TV, but it would spread far and wide underground. There were a lot of things to consider, and Luke had to make arrangements in advance so that he could spend more time dealing with unexpected situations. However, since he had found Wade, the strongest person, who didn't care about money or life, Luke's plan was much less dangerous than before. He expected that his revenue would be even higher than before. In fact, 20 of the 30 people on Wade's list were nonsense. For example, Kincaid, who was a retired man, was on the list, which proved how unreliable it was. Luke had asked the old man over a secret communication channel yesterday, and it turned out that there were at least 8 legendary hitmen on Wade's list. To be precise, they had all left legends behind in the hitmen's circle, but it wasn't that they had gone missing for years, but that they had either retired or died. One of them, John Wick, was an acquaintance whom Kincaid had mentioned to Luke last time. He had retired a few years ago to get married. Like Kincaid, it was impossible for him to accept a mission. What was even more ridiculous was that there were a few familiar faces on the list. Redback Spider Rebecca, Mr. X, Firefox and Cross were all famous assassins from the fraternity. Who knew how Wade knew their names, but he also put them on the list. Of course, Luke knew that they wouldn't come looking to kill him, since cutting ties and internal conflict were the main themes for the fraternity this year. Mr. X had been killed by Luke himself. Could he turn into a ghost and come after Luke? Since Wade's ridiculous behavior was too outrageous, Luke smiled and gave him a black mark. Thankfully, Wade had a lot of strengths, or Luke wouldn't have minded getting rid of someone who gave fake intelligence. In his life, he had never been afraid of informants who asked for high prices. What he hated most were liars who gave fake intelligence. So, his original plan to pick off the hitman sightseeing group which had gathered in New York on his own turned into a double V plan the night before. In any case, Luke was rich. He didn't think that a mercenary who wanted money desperately would be able to resist the temptation of $2.5 million. The twofold $2.5 million was very suitable for a cheap person like Wade. Of course, he didn't plan to get Wade killed. A cheap mouth didn't deserve death. Fine, it was because Luke rarely had dealings with Wade, or he would have thought that it was better to kill off someone with such a foul mouth. Unsurprisingly, Wade would suffer a lot tonight. But it wouldn't be that easy for him to die from severe injuries. Looking at Little Snail constantly revising the action plan on the virtual screen, Luke took a sip of his tea. I hope there aren't too many smart people. If there were too many smart people in the hitman group, his experience and credit points would be greatly reduced tonight, which would undoubtedly waste his preparations and plans of the past few days. Looking at the 3 million points he needed for the next level up, Luke felt that he had to work hard. Well, Wade and Weasel, those two wretched friends, had to work harder. At that moment in Harlem, Weasel was looking at the people who were entering his bar one after another in bewilderment, and his hair stood on end. Although his shabby bar was open for business at noon, most people would choose to appear after 5. But not long after opening the door at noon today, there were strangers in the neighborhood. As time passed, more and more strangers appeared in his bar. The bar, which usually could accommodate more than 30 people, was crammed with 60 people before 6:30 in the evening. The strange thing was that all these people had come alone and had no intention of talking to anyone else. Also, these people only asked for water or juice. Occasionally, they would ask for alcohol, but they didn't touch it. Most of them just sat there and played with their phones. Weasel wasn't unhappy if that was all they did. It wasn't the peak period for him to start selling fake alcohol, so it didn't matter if they didn't order a second round. But looking at more than 30 familiar faces among the strangers, Weasel felt that something must have happened. Yes, all 30 of them were in the files which he had given to Luke. Were they all here to settle scores with him? But they wouldn't go so far as to gather all together. But why weren't they doing anything? Weasel's heart pounded and his legs shook, but he didn't dare move. He could only stay at the bar. Nobody asked for drinks or talked. The bar was as quiet as a cemetery. Several regular customers in the bar sensed the strange atmosphere and quickly got up to leave. As gangsters, they were much more sensitive to danger than ordinary people, and had long sensed that these strangers weren't easy to deal with. Whether Weasel died or not had nothing to do with them, it was good enough as long as they didn't send themselves to their deaths. Just as Weasel was frozen stiff and sweating, his phone rang. The originally quiet bar suddenly became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gazes fell on him. Weasel's hair stood on end and he didn't dare move at all. Holding a cloth in one hand, he stood there in a daze. His phone rang, but he didn't dare pick it up. He noticed that many people looked disappointed. Suddenly, his phone rang again. This time, everyone in the bar looked away. Weasel still didn't dare move. "Hurry up and answer the damn phone. Put it on speaker, or you'll die," someone said with suppressed anger in his voice. Stunned for a moment, Weasel looked at everyone else who was still silent, before he finally took out his phone and answered it, and pressed the speaker button. "V will appear at Swamp Park in the southwest corner of Staten Island at 6:30 in the evening. Remember to transfer $500,000 to the account I gave you," a woman swiftly said before she hung up. "Weasel, huh?" A text notification rang out. At the sound, the bar suddenly came to life. Everybody got up and hurried to the door. Weasel stared blankly at everything, his mind in a mess. What the hell was going on? Until a woman stretched out her hand to him. "Give me your phone." Weasel subconsciously handed the phone over. The woman frowned. "Put it down." Weasel quickly did as he was told. The woman took out a tissue and picked up the phone with a disgusted expression. She opened the text message and took a photo with her titanium phone, before she dropped Weasel's Nokia brick and left. 10 seconds later, Weasel finally looked away from the door. Looking at the bar that was as empty as a real haunted house, he shuddered. Did I run into a ghost? What's going on? Looking at the drone feed, Luke smiled. With this many, his gains today wouldn't be small. Selena said, apart from the 65 people in the bar, there were 7 more people outside. They should be partners with some of the hitmen. Got it. I'll be careful. Luke chuckled. Besides, I have the strongest teammate tonight. I trust him. It wasn't rare for hitmen to work in 2s and 3s. Many people would be lacking in certain aspects, and could be third-rate when carrying out an operation on their own. With suitable teammates, however, they could become top-class. The type of difficult missions which first-class and third-class hitmen could complete were different, and the rewards they received were also very different. Thus, even though it was hard for hitmen to trust others, many still chose to team up. A hitman team like this was quite troublesome for Luke. Most of these groups would have a lookout or someone in a supporting role. This person would devote most of their energy to checking for flaws as well as taking note of unexpected situations and retreat routes. This was a huge hindrance to Luke's crackdown. After all, these people were all professionals with outstanding abilities and cautious and suspicious personalities. That was why Selena had specifically given him the warning. She wouldn't be taking part tonight, so she could only warn him. But her mission was very important. At that moment, in the sky above Staten Island, a medium-sized drone had already turned into a warped, transparent shadow which maintained a steady speed as it flew over Swamp Park. It was a fixed-wing drone, not the most common rotor type of small drone. The battery power made it practically soundless, and its heat signal was significantly reduced. Coupled with optical camouflage and an anti-electronic detection coating, it was a genuine fully invisible drone. It was also a new product which Luke had created recently, and was perfect for the battlefield. Thus, Selena was his battle intelligence center. In addition to controlling the drone, she also had to monitor the movements of various parties, such as NYPD, the FBI, and even Kingpin's possible reactions. She had to give Luke warnings at all times and help him deal with unexpected situations. This wasn't going to be easy at all. Even Gold Nugget had to stay by her side and be on standby. At that moment, Luke, who was invisible, suddenly looked up at the dark sky. Small white flakes quietly fell and gradually enveloped New York City. "It's snowing," Luke murmured. Stretching out his hand, he caught the snow that was still grainy. After a brief silence, he said in a low voice, "The first snow of 2004 came later than usual." Watching the surveillance feed, Selena picked up a cupcake and munched on it, thinking, "Here we go again." She had already realized that every time Luke used his V alias, he would become poetic. Or was it pretentious? Whatever it was, that was the case. Thus, she could only silently mock his sudden sorrow. While they were making the final adjustments before the battle, Wade had been loitering in Swamp Park for almost 10 minutes. Compared with his nonchalant attitude in the morning, he could only envy and hate the equipment he was wearing. In fact, after Vanessa left for work in the afternoon, Wade put on the V uniform again. Now that he had temporary authority, he changed the voice of the support system to SpongeBob SquarePants. Also, he insisted that SpongeBob SquarePants change the user to Brother Octopus. At that moment, SpongeBob SquarePants reported in a cheerful voice, "Brother Octopus, the hitmen are on their way. Please be vigilant." Wade put his hands on his hips indifferently and didn't forget to rub one foot on the ground. "Damn, who threw up this toffee? It got on my feet. How rude." He then sighed. "Who designed this thing? I can't eat anything. I should have chewed some gum first." He didn't think about how he was going to spit out the gum from the mask. In fact, Luke could eat in his official V uniform, but Wade's suit didn't have many functions. In any case, it was just for this guy to use once. There was no reason to make it comfortable. Given how Wade had dared to cheat him of his fee for information, Luke was already kind enough not to use the corset design and restrict his limbs. Sniper detected. Target at 2 o'clock, 320 meters away, the support system suddenly said. Wade glanced at the tiny red dot on the lenses and snorted. "Humph, you're so proactive for just 2 million. You must be poor." A certain newly rich upstart suddenly felt superior. That being said, he had already started moving, and vanished in the shrubs on the side. Bang! A bullet hit where he had been standing. Wade turned his head as he ran and said disdainfully, "You missed. Bad review." Just as he was acting pretentious, he paused and staggered forward. WTF? Wade cursed in frustration. He rolled deeper into the bushes and rubbed his back. He's definitely a pervert. How dare he hit me? Looking at a furious Wade, who was rubbing his back with both hands, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. How embarrassing. Forget it. As long as he killed everyone, nobody would know about V's humiliation. Thinking that, the transparent shadow silently glided down the slope. Looking at the smiling man who was jumping around as he hid in the woods, Barry cursed and started moving his sniper rifle. Given the excessive number of people involved in this bounty mission, the Continental Hotel had already promised to act as a notary. As long as he could provide valid evidence that he was the one to kill the target, he would be able to collect the bounty. The body itself wasn't necessary. Thus, whoever was slower would lose. Barry, who was good at mid-range sniping, was even happier. If he was lucky, he might be able to obtain the 2 million bounty in a few shots without taking any risks. If the smiling man wanted to kill him, he still had to cross a distance of several hundred meters and deal with the other hitmen along the way. To be cautious, however, Barry still switched locations after firing. Never entrust your life to someone else's good intentions. V might not be able to kill him, but his competitors wouldn't mind doing so. After all, his sniping was too big an advantage. Thinking that, Barry moved to the shadows of a garret on top of a small building and locked onto the smiling man again. As he worked, a transparent shadow approached the garret in the dark. Suddenly, Barry felt his vision go dark, as if his head was covered by something. Before he could react, he was punched in the back of the head. A second later, the garret was empty again. Barry and his equipment had completely disappeared from this world. With 2 gunshots, the mysterious event which would become famous in the Hitman circle, the transmigration of the Swamp Park group, officially kicked off. Barry, who was a seasoned veteran with mediocre abilities and great caution, was officially the first person to transmigrate. Although this was never mentioned in the legend of this huge event in the future, he did indeed hold first place. Holding Barry's M110, Luke looked at the silencer attached to the gun and was quite satisfied. This thing was semi-automatic, and Barry had 20 specialized clips with high-caliber bullets to increase the firepower. Clearly, he thought highly of V's abilities. For Luke, this gun was even more useful than a regular sniper rifle. After going out 10 meters, he adjusted slightly and pulled the trigger of the M110. Pooh! In a car on the outskirts of Swamp Park, a hitman who was busy in the passenger seat suddenly collapsed, and the remote control device in his hand dropped. This was a hitman who was responsible for intelligence and logistics, and was Luke's priority target. In fact, there were as many as 5 of these targets which needed to be eliminated first. As for their movements and information, Luke had already locked onto them when they went to Sister Margaret's bar. Titanium phones were convenient, practical, and technologically advanced products. Hitmen were almost always the first to use them. They weren't interested in the F2F attached to their phones. Hitmen who were stupid enough to take selfies on F2F probably wouldn't survive more than a few days. But one of the core components of the titanium phone was the camera, which was far more useful than for just taking selfies. Assassination happened to be a profession that often required photos, such as of locations, the environment, and data. It was fine or even better to bring a camera, but it was definitely inconvenient. Using a titanium phone meant one less camera to carry around and rouse suspicion. However, Luke had added a lot of functions to the titanium phone when it was first created. Once it was activated, the camera would automatically do a facial recognition of the user. Thus, 80% of the assassins in the bar already had their faces captured by the multifaceted system. This was how the world changed unknowingly. Luke had waited silently for Titanium Phone Company and let Jenny run it for half a year, but the multifaceted system had already quietly taken shape and was beginning to showcase its powerful information-gathering function. It was like markings that were later washed away without a trace. Nobody except Luke knew about it. He liked the feeling of quietly working like an old farmer, waiting for the harvest. The group of hitmen in front of him was the first harvest of the multifaceted system. Luke smiled and moved on to his next target. According to the plan, Wade would run around the park for an hour. But Luke estimated that the operation would pick up speed. If he wasn't wrong, this purge operation shouldn't take more than 30 minutes. In a luxurious high-rise apartment in New York, a tall man was watching TV. The TV wasn't showing the news, but a chase. A few minutes later, the man frowned. This smiling man is really strong. On the screen, the smiling man was already surrounded by the hitmen. None of the hitmen were bad. At the very least, they were all veterans. Although the battle was intense, there wasn't a lot of gunfire. Nevertheless, the fingers didn't relax on the triggers. There was no one stupid enough to open fire full blast at the smiling man. That didn't make the intermittent triple and single shots any less threatening. But the smiling man in the image had been hit several times before he escaped into dark corners. The next time he appeared, he was still nimble and fast. What was even more terrifying was that this guy would occasionally use 2 guns and 2 knives at the same time. In a flash, he killed 3 hitmen who were too close to him. This wild move was met with an even fiercer pursuit from the hitmen, but the smiling man was still running around the park. This black mouse really isn't an ordinary person, the man in front of the TV mumbled. But even if your clothes are bulletproof, how long can you last? Hee hee. Based on the man's understanding of the human body, he could still sense that the smiling man's condition deteriorated every time he was shot. Although it wasn't a big deal, with the absolute numbers advantage which the hitmen had, the smiling man could kill 10 more people at most before his condition deteriorated to a dangerous level. At that time, it might only take a few minutes or even just a few seconds for him to be completely incinerated by the hitmen. Without the ability to move at high speed, this slippery guy would immediately die. Thinking that, the man picked up the wine next to him and took a leisurely sip. He chuckled. What's the point of being strong? The life of a brainless person like this is only worth $2 million. He knew how difficult it was to deal with this smiling man compared with the others. Of the 5 masked men, the only one who was truly terrifying was the smiling man. Of the other 4, the Black Mask was basically only active in Clinton, and only targeted low-level minions. He was clearly too young to be the key. Big Daddy and Hit Girl had a grudge against Demiko. Black Cat was just Smiley Face's partner, and didn't interact much with the other 3. Only this smiling man was the key figure who connected all these masked vigilantes together. Also, this smiling man was the most ruthless and effective. His targets were clear, his operations were precise, and his whereabouts were untraceable. In less than half a month, he had killed many people and gangs in key locations, and had even made contact with Big Daddy and Hit Girl. Wesley was right. After getting rid of this smiling man, 80% of the problems he had been having recently would disappear, so this guy had to die. The man sneered as he tasted the red wine in his mouth. At that moment, the image on the TV suddenly flashed, and then went dark. Stunned, the man frowned. But he wasn't worried. He simply looked at the night sky outside the window. Snow fell from the sky, plunging Manhattan into a world of black and white. 2 minutes later, his phone rang. The man picked up the phone, and Wesley's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, we can't contact the person we sent to monitor the battle. He's probably dead. The surveillance equipment on him has been destroyed, so we don't have a feed." After a brief silence, the man said with a cold glint in his eyes, "Find a way to notify the Continental Hotel that this is a trap. Smiley Face has an accomplice at the scene, and he's very strong." Wesley said, "Okay, I'll get Demiko's wife to call them right away." The man was silent for a moment before he suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. This guy is scarier and more confident than we thought. I like this kind of opponent."